Valhalla Found. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Prologue. Atlantic Ocean, Newfoundland, 980 A.D. It was a good day to die. Ragnarok gripped the silver amulet depicting his gods and made a silent prayer to Thor and Odin. In his other hand, his fingers clasped over the hilt of his sword, Gunnlogi, which meant battle flame. Holding so tight, the whites of his knuckles developed an angry glow like fire. If the gods had ordained this as the last day of his life, he wanted to be sure to fight his way to Valhalla, that majestic hall for those who died in combat, to feast alongside other legendary Viking heroes and kings. He grinned sardonically as he stared out at the darkened sky and the evil that approached from the distant horizon. A moment later, the wave crashed over the prow of Islandinger, his longship, little more than a toy in the tempestuous seas, sending a spray of salt water rushing across the open deck. The ship's prow rose out of the trough, and for a split second all that could be seen was the dark sky above. When the Viking ship righted again, they were greeted by a second wave. Ragnarok braced for the onslaught. A wall of water slammed into the hull with jarring ferocity. The force and momentum of the wave, undisturbed by the warship, kept going with the casual indifference of a master's boot upon a dead slave. The crest of the wave ripped across the deck, taking with it several of his crew, who disappeared overboard in the violent wake. A series of popping sounds echoed throughout the hull as more than a dozen planks of oak broke free of their caulking and began to splinter. The 16 rows of oars began to move in unison. It was a valiant display of defiance for the gods, who looked down upon their plight with cold disinterest, made by what remained of his crew. Ragnarok wiped away the saltwater spray from his eyes and saw that his ship was managing to crawl its way out of the turbid waters. For a few minutes the seas appeared to settle, and the longship built up momentum once more, its sleek lines plowing through the sea, slicing at the waves. Ragnarok ran his eyes across the swell toward the imposing dark clouds that raced to greet his fleet. There was a deep haze over the water, and the skies were now dark gray. There was something sinister about the giant spirals that rose hundreds of feet into the air as they whipped the sea into a deadly frenzy. There was no sign of the rest of his fleet, not even any flotsam or evidence those once proud Viking ships ever existed. The ocean had simply swallowed them all whole. Ragnarok's eyes were wide, his regal face animated, his strong jawline, beneath which stood a plaited beard that tapered at the center of his chest, was set with the fatalistic confidence that came from knowing within his veins flowed the royal blood of the warriors who came before him. His sea-green eyes remained defiant and determined. A fierce wind began to whistle through the longship, sounding almost ghost-like, a spectral flute playing the tune of a melancholy dirge, its rhythm and pace rising to a crescendo, whipping his long flowing red hair into a flurry as the tune turned to a violent howl, as though it too suddenly sensed the need for battle. Like the wind, Ragnarok felt the urge to scream his battle cry against his deadly enemy. As he ran his eyes across the turbulent seas before landing on the fast-approaching storm, He knew that he and his crew were the last. The remainder of his fleet were at rest at the bottom of the ocean. It was unfortunate, given all that they had found in the new and fertile lands, but it was the will of the gods. It was the third wave that finally caused Islandingr to capsize. The wave lifted the long ship up and over, turning it around in a barrage of raging white water. Ragnarok held his breath and gripped the tiller, keeping it straight, as though his will alone might be capable of steering the vessel out of the dark confines beneath the sea, to rise free to the surface once more. The next few seconds passed slowly. Ragnarok had no idea what happened after that. He was nothing more than a passenger on his own upturned vessel. Once they had gone over, the gods deemed it necessary to save his ship. A fourth wave turned Islandingr onto her keel once more. Ragnarok kissed his amulet and thanked the gods. His eyes traced what was left of Islandingr. Part of the ornamental carved dragon head on the bow had been cracked, leaving two distinct pieces, or one ugly-looking double-headed dragon. Following the lines of the hull backward, he saw that the ship was still sound, her hull straight and intact, with no catastrophic breaches. His gaze landed on the remnants of the mast, which had snapped where it was mounted to the deck, leaving giant shards of splintered oak that formed a deadly array of spear-like edges, upon which one of his men had been impaled. He drew a sharp breath. His men, brave men, they should have died in battle, not at sea. Ragnarok counted the men left aboard. There were just 12 in total. 2 were badly injured and would most likely be dead before the end of the day. 1 was dead, the one impaled on the remnants of the mast. That left 9 able-bodied men on board, 10 once he included himself. The mast and sails were gone, along with some of the oars, but there would be enough to limp back to land, if the storm didn't finish them all. Ragnarok worked to rally his men at the oars. Islandingr was full of water, making her ride low. It seemed futile to try and empty her flooded bowels, and besides, the additional weight was actually making her more stable in the sea. She was cumbersome to steer and slow, but his men were strong, and each one rowed with the knowledge that his life depended upon it. Soon the Viking ship was plowing through the water. He set a course back to the strange lands from which they had set out 8 days earlier. A quick evaluation of his sunstone confirmed that Islandingr had settled into a westerly course. The worst of the storm seemed to abate, and Ragnarok lay back and rested on the tiller. For the first time since the storm had struck, his mind was free to wander. He thought about the fleet he'd lost, the battles that they had fought and won together, the strange new land, and the wealth that it had brought them. Islandingr limped westerly at a snail's pace, despite her crew's best efforts. Ragnarok studied his sunstone, trying to mark basic reference on his navigational chart, etching small runic marks in stone, and what he saw disturbed him. Without a full crew on oars, they were powerless to make adequate headway, and were being dragged into the northern currents. He tried to make navigational adjustments using a type of guessing game called Dead Reckoning, but without any land references to go by, it was nearly impossible to predict whether they were being dragged too far north, or if they had overcorrected and were now heading too far south. Only time would tell. and that time, it turned out, would be nearly 3 weeks, long after his 2 injured men had died, and another 2 had succumbed to the hostilities of the elements. They spotted land. It was a different land. Instead of a world filled with lush meadows, they came upon giant cliffs that barred their entrance to the shore. After following the coastline for 2 days, they reached an opening and entered the vast fjord. Islandinger traveled down the long, narrow, deep inlet of the sea between the high cliffs. Something about the land brought the calmness of familiarity to Ragnarok. Snow caps covered the crests of the nearby peaks as they sailed inland, passing several majestic glaciers. They traced the river through the fjord for a further 3 days before reaching the first opening in the mountains. The mouth of the opening was guarded by 2 giant rocks, which had fallen on each other to form a natural arch. The gateway was big enough for the largest of long ships to enter, and the stilled water seemed to continue a long way inside. Ragnarok eased Islandinger to a standstill at the opening, allowing a clear view of the inside. His eyes followed the darkness of the cavern, tracing the vast void, before drawing a sharp breath as his vision landed on something so strikingly beautiful it was surreal. A natural fissure in the cavern's ceiling allowed sunlight to filter down into the massive grotto. The crepuscular beams fixed upon a small island at the center. There, massive butterflies, as large as a grown man's hand, danced in the warmth of the rays. Their wings were a dark purple, and the butterflies congregated in such large numbers that the formation produced a sort of flowing, velvety purple drape. The butterflies turned, and Ragnarok noticed that the creature's wings produced a prismatic rainbow on the other side, which now caused the drape to turn into a river of color, beneath which stood a vivid mass of dark green vegetation. The solitary island was shrouded in a carpet of plants that Ragnarok didn't recognize. The strange foreign plants had a sort of primordial look about them, with their oversized leaves that were several feet in diameter and had most likely evolved to extract as much energy from what little sun reached their subterranean world. The plants had grown prolifically, overtaking the small confines of their underground island, and stretching out like lily pads overlapping the water's edge. Ragnarok was spellbound. It was the most magical thing he'd ever witnessed, more priceless than any amount of gold. He said, "Let's beach Islandinger inside." Bjorn, a tall man with a barrel chest that seemed to match well with the origins of his name, which meant bear, said, "Are you sure you want to go in there?" "No," Ragnarok admitted, "but there's an island there, some dry land. We need to bring Islandinger out of the water, drain her, and make repairs." Bjorn touched his amulet in an attempt to ward off the evil he was certain was present. There might be a place to do so deeper inside the fjord, and there might not be. The fjord may end with an impenetrable cliff, and we will be forced to retreat back out into the ocean. Ragnarok took a deep breath, sighed, and said, "No, we'll enter here. Making the ship seaworthy is the priority. It will be dangerous, yes, but without the Islandinger, the threat is even more certain." Bjorn nodded. "The gods will decide our fate." There was no more debating, no challenges. The men trusted Ragnarok with their lives, and would follow him in the depths of battle, even if it took them to Valhalla itself. Ragnarok took a reading on his sunstone, making a note in his navigation chart. He stared at it. Until recently, the chart looked sound, and he was proud of the detailed maps of the newfound land that he'd developed. But since the storm and losing his fleet, the map was filled with gaps. Even so, he made a note of the strange grotto, referencing it to what he'd seen through the sunstone. To the aft of the longboat, Ragnarok opened a secret locker. It had been built into the ship's hull, the only fixed and therefore permanent locker on the boat, which otherwise was an open hull. Inside were his most valuable treasures. He retrieved Gunnlogi, feeling better with the glistening gold-encrusted hilt of his sword in his hand, and replaced the sunstone and navigational runestone inside, securely locking the hidden mechanism and sealing it. At his command, the men eased Islandinger into the deep chamber. She had a rounded belly, like most Viking ships, giving her a shallow draft. It meant she was unlikely to get beached, and even if she did, they would be able to drag her out again. But that didn't mean she was immune to the jagged rocks that might lay beneath the dark waters. It was dangerous, but it was a risk that must be taken. His men gently pulled on the oars, and Islandinger slowly rounded the entrance, providing Ragnarok with his first glimpses of the full underground chamber. He gasped at what he saw. More than 30 ships lay wrecked, strewn throughout the ancient grotto. Spears and swords littered their decks, the only visible remnants of a battle that took place long before. Bjorn said, "Where have you taken us?" Ragnarok grinned. "Why, Bjorn, I believe we've just entered Valhalla." They dragged Islandinger up onto the leafy shore of the island. Ragnarok stepped across the giant leaves of the strange plants, heaving the long ship out of the water, until at last they were standing on the island's solid ground. With the ship out of the water, he was able to examine her hull. His lips curled with pleasure as he found her in good shape. Despite some of her planks being decaulked, for the most part she had come out of her ordeal intact. His crew went to work, cutting up parts of the strange leafy plants to re-caulk their ship. No wooden boat can claim to be entirely watertight, but the Vikings did their best. The caulking was generally made from animal hair, such as sheep's wool, dipped in a sticky pitch made from pine resin. They carried the pine resin, but would need to use the fibrous tissue of the strange leaves in place of the animal hair to make any viable caulking. Ragnarok watched as the men set about their work. Satisfied that all was being done for his ship, he decided to take a stroll and explore the small island. The weight of command sat heavily on his broad shoulders. He had to think. He needed space to be as alone as a god. Using his sword, he cut his way through the thick vegetation, hacking his way as he headed toward the inner section of the island. About 30 feet off the center of the island, where the beam of light struck, a single butterfly caught Ragnarok's eye. The magnificent creature gracefully flapped its wings, making short bursts of flight between the giant leaves of individual plants. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed, the edges of his mouth curling upward as he watched, mystified. He was hit by a wave of curiosity. The butterfly was testing the leaves. He followed the butterfly until it finally landed on a leaf that met its desires. Ragnarok stepped closer, careful not to disturb the delicate and beautiful creature. The butterfly appeared to be oblivious, or at the very least, unconcerned by his appearance. He studied the large wings. They were royal purple, with a double set of eyes on its back. Up close, he could just make out the 4 individual images that looked like eyes, but from any distance they looked like a pair of eyes. The double set of eyes gave the butterfly's wings the unique effect that no matter where you were, the eyes appeared to be tracking you, following your every movement. It was obviously a natural response to predatory attacks, but like so many things found in nature, the design was flawless. The butterfly took off again, revealing the prismatic colors of the other side of its wings, and returned to the warmth alongside the flowing drape of purple velvet, basking in the rays of sun. Ragnarok returned his gaze to the spot where the butterfly had been resting. In its place, he noticed there were about 100 tiny eggs on the enormous leaf. He turned to leave, and noticed the outline of the vessel beneath the plants. Ragnarok made short work of it, cutting and hacking away at the giant plants until the outline of the old vessel came alive. It was much larger than any Viking ship. It had a high freeboard, the distance between the waterline and the deck, from which 3 sets of oars originated. It was a design he'd never seen or even heard of previously. On the deck, he found a locked storage chest made of wood, wrapped in a shell of iron bands, with a locking mechanism at the center. Unknown years of exposure had rendered the box dilapidated, the iron rusted, and the lock sealed permanently. Ragnarok lifted his sword, ready to use the blade to fracture the lock, but stopped short, because something caught his attention. It was a long spear known as a gungnir. Beside it was an iron hammer with a noticeably short handle. It was called a mjolnir. He would have identified it instantly. In fact, he recognized both weapons, and why shouldn't he? One was the spear of Odin, the other the hammer of Thor. Ragnarok drew a reverent breath at what appeared to be the final resting place of his gods. His eyes narrowed. Could it be that Odin and Thor fought to their deaths? The thought wasn't entirely implausible. The Viking gods were notoriously violent and barbaric. It seemed not only possible, but fitting, that they should have killed one another. But over what? Ragnarok's eyes locked on the treasure chest. He stuck the tip of his sword into the lock and pushed. The tough steel of the sword ripped through the brittle metal of the ancient locking mechanism with a satisfactory crunch. He lowered the angle of the blade and forced it through the top of the chest. Pleased that he was developing enough leverage to do something with it, Ragnarok pulled on the hilt, and the sword pried the chest wide open. Inside was a rich hoard of treasure. There were golden trinkets, ornaments, and masks depicting the face of monsters. Beside these were several pieces of jewelry made from jade. At the center of the chest was a single clay pot with 2 handles and a neck that was considerably narrower than the body. Painted on the side of the pot was a depiction of 2 warriors fighting. He turned the pot around and felt the shadow of fear cross over him like a ghost. Painted on the side of the pot was a butterfly. It was identical to the purple ones that filled the island. Even without the purple color in the paint, he could tell they were the same. Those double sets of eyes on the back of the wings seemed to track his movements as he turned the jar around. He popped open the clay lid. Inside were thousands of seeds. He dug his hands into them, expecting to find some other treasure, but there was none. Ragnarok replaced the lid. Something about it felt wrong. He couldn't justify his sense at a rational level. After all, a butterfly is a magnificent creature. There was nothing intrinsically evil about a butterfly. Yet somehow, in his gut, he had a foreboding sense that these butterflies had been the source of the reason of the ill winds that came and slaughtered his gods, Odin and Thor. Panic reared its ugly head in an instant. Ragnarok knew they needed to leave this mysterious cavern immediately. He ran back to his ship, where the men were working to make the vessel seaworthy. His thumping heart had settled. There was something evil within this dark underground chamber, but the rational side of him, the warrior side of him, still lusted after treasure. He and his men returned to the shipwreck and retrieved the ancient treasure chest. They carried it, along with the spear of Odin and the hammer of Thor, storing their cash between the thwarts, the rowing seats cum chests. With greed taking hold of his men, Ragnarok agreed to return to the ancient shipwreck once more to search for any more treasure. They reached the dilapidated vessel, but never entered its hull. Instead, a crack of thunder snapped outside, echoing throughout the cavern. Seconds later, a wave more than 10 feet high filled the grotto. Ragnarok and his men raced toward Islandinger, but they were too late. The water receded as the wave returned, having bounced off the edges of the cavern walls, taking with it Islandinger. Ragnarok and his men ran through the shore of the cavern, trying to keep pace. It was an impossible task, and in the end, they watched impotently as their ship disappeared out the mouth of the grotto. A moment later, there was a second crack of thunder. This one was followed by the crumble of the mountain, as thousands of tons of rock and ice suddenly filled the opening, sealing them inside, to be entombed forever in Valhalla, while outside, Islandinger sailed free, her hull filled with a priceless cargo of ancient origin. The ghost ship sailed blithely out into the unnamed fjord, to a fate unknown. Battle of Fish Creek, Saskatchewan, 1885. It was an unusually cold April morning. The sky was a rich cerulean blue, with only a few cumulus clouds scattered across the horizon. The air was crisp, and in the distance, the landscape still white with overnight frost, which had failed to thaw. Felix Tremblay pulled the top of his fur coat in tight across his neck. The balloonist met the piercing gaze of his observer, Major General Frederick Middleton, as the man stepped into the basket. Middleton gave him a single curt nod, confirming he was ready to take flight. Felix released the first 100-pound sandbag, and the intrepid balloon, a remnant from the American Civil War, rose eagerly into the air. The balloon was tethered to a landing platform via a cable, and was taken up into the air a full 1,000 feet. Major General Frederick Middleton wore the confident smile of a leader who knew the outcome of a battle before it had been fought. And why shouldn't he? Felix knew that they were ahead of their enemy in every measurable means. Felix thought about their enemies. The Canadian forces were expected to quell the Northwest Rebellion, headed by rebel Métis leader Louis Riel. It would be a decisive victory. The Métis trace their descent to both indigenous North Americans and European settlers. Not all people of mixed indigenous and settler descent were Métis, as the Métis were a distinct group of people with a distinct culture and language. The indigenous group's homeland encompassed parts of Canada and the United States between the Great Lakes region and the Rocky Mountains. General Middleton stared down at the battle, unfolding with startling speed at the coulee, where the large, steep-walled, trench-like trough formed part of the flood channel along Fish Creek, and basalt created a natural plateau. His militia began advancing with more than 200 men when approximately 40 Métis soldiers ambushed them. Middleton asked Tremblay to take them down to 500 feet so they could get a better view of the battle, including their certain triumph. He gave a knowing grin at the sight. His men outnumbered the enemy 5-1. It would be a bloodbath of their own making. But war was never that simple. Tremblay watched as the battle unfolded. The two uneven armies clashed. The Canadian soldiers were mostly equipped with Snyder Enfield rifles. The weapons were somewhat antiquated, with fat, stubby cartridges that held soft lead bullets plugged with clay. Some marksmen were equipped with the more accurate and deadly Martini Henry rifles. The Army had 4 9-pound field guns and a brand-new weapon known as a Gatling gun, on loan from the American Army to see how it performed in actual battle. In comparison, the Métis used repeating lever-action Winchesters, double-barreled shotguns, and muskets, as well as some previously captured Army carbines. The muskets were a type of muzzle-loading shoulder gun with a long barrel, formerly used by infantrymen. Carbines were rifles with a relatively short barrel. When the Métis ran out of ammunition for their guns, they used nails and made bullets from spent bullets. The Métis pounded Middleton's men with one devastating fusillade before withdrawing into cover and restricting themselves to sniper fire in order to conserve ammunition. Their position was strategically selected and enabled a simple and effective strategy of defense. The Métis were positioned in the coulee, meaning that the Métis soldiers were restricted to shooting up toward the Canadian Army, in which many of the casualties and wounds were mainly in the upper body and head area. It looked like the Métis were about to be slaughtered. Strung out along the coulee's edge, silhouetted against the sky, the militia fired a vast amount of ammunition at the resistance, succeeding mostly in showering tree branches across the ravine. But when the artillerymen pushed their guns to the coulee's edge to try to fire down at the concealed Métis, they suffered heavy casualties. The only targets the militia could clearly see were the Métis' tethered horses. It would have been a massacre if it hadn't been for the 5 strange Métis soldiers. Tremblay watched on in horror. It was like nothing he'd ever seen. The men appeared to go crazy. Frustrated by being pinned down with enemy fire, something apparently snapped inside them, and the men broke free of the safety of their cover and attacked. In the full view of the enemy, the Métis soldiers raged. They fired shots. It looked like a series of lone wolf-style fighters, unsupported by the rest of the resistance. They were armed with the violent determination and tenacity of battle-hardened men whose psyche had been forged with pain and suffering so that they no longer feared death. They were lone wolves. Felix Tremblay watched, expecting the incredibly outnumbered attackers to be picked off like ducks lined up in a row. Yet, against all odds, the approaching men, psychopaths with death wishes as far as he could tell, seemed to be advancing with speed, firing with deadly accuracy as they ran up the coulée. The men made a beeline for the American Gatling gun. It seemed an unlikely target. Tremblay knew that the Métis made fun of the weapon, nicknaming it le rababou, which meant noisemaker, because it made a lot of noise. But its unwieldy nature made it difficult to target, and the weapon rarely inflicted much damage. Yet 5 Métis appeared to be willing to risk their lives to gain control of it. The Canadian gunners turned their sights on the lone wolves. The Canadian high ground filled with smoke from the discharged Snider-Enfield rifles. 2 of the Métis fell to the ground after sustaining shots, but the other 3 kept going for the Gatling. The 2 soldiers who had been wounded stood up, like men rising from the dead, and continued to fight. The soldiers ran up the coulée. A team of Canadian gunners fired at them, and Tremblay watched as the advancing men were picked off one after the other until they all lay dead on the ground. The insane attack, a forlorn hope by desperate men, had finally reached its inevitable and grisly end. Middleton placed his hands together, steepling his fingers. A grin formed on his thin lips. "Well, at least that's over now." "Crazy," Tremblay agreed. But then, a moment later, the 5 men appeared to spring back to life. They stood up simultaneously and continued their brazen attack on the Canadian forces. The attackers moved quickly, without any sort of coordinated focus, emptying rounds from their shotguns before dropping them and firing with a second or third weapon. Through a combination of luck and sheer surprise, the attackers took control of the Gatling gun. The lone wolves turned the cumbersome weapon and opened up into the Canadian force. To Middleton's horror, the Canadian militia began their retreat, and up in the balloon he was powerless to stop it. The dangerous team of Métis soldiers fired upon the retreating soldiers, turning the Gatling gun on its 360-degree arc along its swivel, shooting at anything and everything. To Tremblay, the attack seemed discombobulated at best, more like a child enjoying shooting than any sort of targeted attack. But coordinated or not, the Métis suddenly took control of the battlefield. The Canadian militia turned and ran despite their superior numbers. The American Gatling gun, which had been reserved up until this point, now fired up to 1,000 shots per minute. As hundreds of rounds flew across the battlefield, every living person who hadn't found adequate cover was slaughtered. When it was all over, and the Gatling gun's barrel spun with an empty ammunition belt still feeding into the weapon, the strange Métis soldiers turned their weapons on each other. Violent anger swelled until it could no longer be suppressed, and rage poured out like molten lava. The men began shooting one another with the short-barreled carbines, which were the only weapons still available to them. Some of the men fell. The others rose and kept fighting. It was brutal, the most horrific style of fighting used by desperate men, driven wild with bloodlust, and no longer capable of being responsible for their own actions. They struck out at each other with whatever weapons they could find, until they eventually resorted to clubbing each other with rocks picked up from the ground beneath their feet, until eventually all 5 of the Métis soldiers finally lay dead on the ice-cold battlefield. "What the hell did we just witness?" Felix Tremblay asked, his eyes wide and his mouth open. "I mean, they just successfully stormed an impossible defensive point. guarded by at least 100 Canadian soldiers. Then they attacked each other. Middleton shook his head, having watched his Canadian army's bitter defeat. There was a fine tremor in his hands, his piercing eyes solemn and incredulous. I have no idea. Chapter 1. Deer Island, Bay of Fundy, Canada, present day. Sam Reilly was on a red vacation. That stood for reading, eating, and diving. He had just solo dived the Drift, a world-renowned scuba diving site off Deer Island, and was on board the Abnaki II on his way back to the mainland with his dog, a golden retriever named Caliburn, by his side. They had prime position on the bow of the ferry despite the cold. Caliburn was nestled on Sam's lap, his large brown eyes staring vacantly at the sea, lost in whatever thoughts might overcome a lovable dog. In Sam's case, his mind, left to wander, returned to the dive he'd just enjoyed. It was considered a mixture of danger and negligence, and almost certainly the height of arrogant stupidity, to scuba dive without a buddy. But then again, Sam Reilly dived a way few people dived, and diving on his own offered him a unique sense of solace. Besides, Tom and Genevieve, the two other people who he regularly dived with, were off on their own vacation, trying to do anything but scuba dive for a few days. The Drift had been an enjoyable dive. It began at the small pebbled beach area behind the Deer Island campground, and as the name suggested, the dive consisted of drifting along the boulder shoreline until reaching the lighthouse at the point of the island. It was a shallow dive, no more than 50 feet at any point, but its boulder and rocky bottom were home to a splendid array of marine fauna that called the crevices home, including a series of wolffish, crabs, tube anemone, starfish, and scallops. At the end of the dive, he spotted the sandy ledge that marked the exit of the Drift, and had to work hard for a good 20 minutes to overcome the dangerously strong current, pulling him toward the dive's greatest danger, Old Sow. It was the horrifying thought of becoming trapped in Old Sow which made him look up now. Located amid the ferocious tides of the Bay of Fundy, Deer Island, New Brunswick was a disconcerting place for divers. 2 times a day, the largest tides in the world roared in and out of the bay, moving billions of gallons of water in and then back out to sea. If that wasn't unsettling enough, the largest tidal whirlpool in the Western Hemisphere, second largest in the world, can be found just off the tip of Deer Island. Sam thought of the world's most powerful system of whirlpools, the Moskstraumen, or Maelstrom, near the Lofoten archipelago in Norway, followed by 3 other large whirlpools located at Saltstraumen, Norway, Corrivrecken, Scotland, and Naruto, Japan. And then there was Old Sow. When conditions were right, it could open a hole in the sea some 40 feet deep, in a swirling area hundreds of feet wide. The Old Sow and smaller surrounding whirlpools or piglets created deadly navigational hazards for boats, let alone divers. The Old Sow was caused by fierce seawater currents running through Passamaquoddy Bay. The whirlpool is created when the regular flood tide, which can rise to 22 feet high and flows northerly up the bay, and a similar tide that flows from the west between Deer Island and Indian Island, rush into the confined western passage of Passamaquoddy Bay at right angles. The Old Sow's name was thought to have been derived from the mispronunciation of sow, which means sucking noise or drain. It's one thing to hear about this force of nature, It's another to witness the whirlpool effect taking form before your very eyes. Watching a large ferry struggle against the massive force, despite its engine on full throttle, might have been enough to turn Sam off diving close to it. He drew a long exhale and smiled. Once again, he'd gotten lucky. It had been a great dive and well worth the trip. The ferry's twin C-12 engines that each drove a Voith Schneider propeller fought against the pull of the old sow, finally overcoming the extreme current and heading toward the mainland. 20 minutes later, Abnaki II's engines roared as her skipper pulled her to a stop at a rustic jetty at Les Têtes. Sam and Caliburn climbed into the Bricklin SV-1, a two-seater sports car made locally in 1974 and colored a bright harlequin green. The ferry lowered its gate, and Sam drove down the ramp, pulling north onto Route 72 and releasing the reins, letting the sports car run free, and onward to Canada's wild northeast. Chapter 2. The Bricklin SV-1 headed along Route 72 as it wound northeast along the coast. It was spring, and the lush forest that hugged the road was rife with black bears, moose, and deer. In the passenger seat, Caliburn watched the world go by without a care in the world. Sam had been to most points on the globe, but Canada was still one of the greatest when it came to sheer natural beauty. He drove on through St. John before pulling up at a campground overlooking St. Martin's Sea Caves and the Bay of Fundy, which held the record for the greatest tidal range on Earth. Achieving some 38 feet, the amount of water that flows in and out of the Bay of Fundy in a day was equal to all of the water pumped into all of the oceans by all of the rivers of the earth. The tide had recently turned, and the beach along the sea caves was quickly flooding with what appeared to be something more akin to whitewater river rapids than a tide change. It was an awesome sight to behold. Caliburn gave a couple sharp, excited barks. There was something in his tone that caught Sam's attention. His eyes turned to the dog. "What is it?" The golden retriever's eyes stretched out toward the beach, where a woman was running to meet them. At a glance, Sam picked her as probably being in her early 60s. She kept running right up until she reached the car. Sam was already out of the Bricklin, ready to offer whatever assistance might be required. "Hello," he said, meeting her panicked gaze. She had blue eyes, gray hair, tied back in a neat plait around her shoulder height. She wore glasses and might have been the grandmother from next door, but there was a hardness about her, too, like someone who had been on her own long enough to know how to look after herself in any situation. The woman's eyes glanced between the sports car, the dog, before finally settling on him. "Quick, I need your help." Sam met the woman's gaze with a soothing and confident voice. "What can I help you with, ma'am?" "A kid just fell into the entrance to St. Martin's Sea Cave." The woman shook her head. "The tide's coming in fast. He looked distracted by something, like he'd been chased by someone or something. I tried to warn him, but he entered the cave seeking refuge." Sam looked at the incoming tide, racing like an unstoppable river, swallowing anything and everything in its way. He frowned. "Not the best choice with the incoming tide." "Bad choice," she said, shaking her head. "That cave reaches a dead end. He'll drown in there for sure." Sam sighed. "You'd better call an ambulance." The woman's face hardened. "Ambulance? I might as well call the coroner. There's nothing the paramedics are going to be able to do for him." Sam listened to her in the background and opened the trunk of his car. Inside, he reached for his dive tank. The dive gauge read just 80 bar left in the tank. a little under half empty, most of its contents spent during his earlier dive off Deer Island. He was thankful he hadn't used more of it up on the dive. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. He glanced at the incoming tide. It was so powerful that it looked like one of those scenes where a flash flood had swept away everything in its path. There was no way he would be able to swim against it. He paused a moment, reached back into the trunk, and retrieved his sea scooter. The device was basically a caged propeller attached to a pair of handlebars. It weighed just 18 pounds, but could propel him at 6 knots through the water. There was no telling whether or not it would be enough once he was towing an additional person, but he had to try. Caliburn locked eyes with him and gave a defiant mewl. Sam had seen that look before. It was filled both with genuine concern and a mixture of admiration, and it meant, "Do you really have to do this?" "I have to try," Sam said, as he kneeled down and gave Caliburn a quick pat. "You stay here and look after the car for me." The woman looked at him, her face a mixture of confusion and incredulity, as though he must be stupid, insane, or the bravest man on earth, or just a horrible mixture of all three. "Where are you going?" Sam began making his way toward the viewing platform just above the cave's entrance. "To see if I can save a life." "Really?" The woman's voice rose a pitch with incredulity. "You want to dive into that?" Sam stood directly above the arched entrance to St. Martin's Sea Cave. "I don't want to do anything. I want to be on vacation. But sometimes fate just won't let go." "Are you crazy?" she persisted. "You really want to go through with this?" Holding on to the sturdy branch of a beech tree, Sam glanced over the side. 15 feet below, turbid water flowed into the sea cave like a river. It was hard to imagine anyone still alive in there, and if they were, they wouldn't be for much longer. He swallowed hard. "Yeah, why not?" "You might die," she said, her voice matter-of-fact, not full of fear. "Maybe," Sam said, an air of fatality in his voice. "But we've all got to go someday." And with that, he zipped up his dry suit, placed the regulator into his mouth, and holding the sea scooter in his left hand, stepped off the ridge, free-falling into the cold water far below. Chapter 3. The icy water struck him like a sledgehammer. Sam's head dipped several feet beneath the water before surfacing a few seconds later. He was immediately caught in the tendrils of the incoming tide and dragged into St. Martin's Cave. He gave the inflator button a quick burst, adding air to his BCD, buoyancy control device, which blew up like a balloon around his chest, propping his head out of the water. He shifted his position onto his back, held onto his sea scooter, and let the river do its job. The tide was moving quick. The water, already racing toward the top of the cavern wall, allowed just a foot of air to breathe between the surface of the flowing river and beneath the rocky ceiling. A small gap that was rapidly closing in on him, reminding him just how little time he had left to perform a miracle. A fine tremor teased his hands as a chill ripped through his 8mm neoprene dry suit like a razor blade. And suddenly Sam knew just how unlikely the success of his rescue mission really was. Even if the man hadn't drowned yet, he would almost certainly freeze to death within minutes if he wasn't removed from the water and warmed. The dappled light from the entrance of the cave dissipated until darkness overtook their world. Sam reached down toward the large zipper pocket on the left side of his BCD and retrieved his flashlight. With a well-practiced and adept shift of his thumb and forefinger, he switched the light on. A beam shone through the murky water like a saber, piercing the walls of the cave as it flickered side to side as he bobbed around with the motion of the river. A few seconds later, the turbid water seemed to change direction. The current that had been sucking him into the cave now appeared to circle back, creating a type of eddy at the end of the cave. With his head no more than a few inches above the water, he could barely make out his position in the cave. He considered putting the regulator back in his mouth and descending a few feet beneath the surface, but was loath to utilize any of his remaining air supply until it was absolutely necessary. There was an abrupt change in the direction of the water's flow. The river turned into a narrow, spiraling whirlpool. Sam imagined he must have reached the end of the cavern. A dead end. Caught like a rag doll in a washing machine, Sam worked to orient himself and pick a way out of the sea cavern. His first attempt to swim across the current proved futile, his powerful kicks making no progress through the water whatsoever. On his third attempt, he hit his head on a rocky outcrop that hung low from the ceiling like a stalactite. The impact to the side of his head concussed him, nearly knocking him out cold. His world kept spinning, the suction from the whirlpool dragging him lower and lower in the water until he was gasping for air, his mouth being drawn underwater. Time passed slowly. He felt the daze of someone broken from a deep sleep. He tried to break through the misty haze of confusion, but the disorganized state held firm, and like sleep, its inertia kept tugging at him until his head was finally fully submerged. The ice-cold water roused him before he accidentally drew a deep breath of water. With his right hand, he fumbled for the regulator, placed it in his mouth, and took a deep breath. His world slowly returned to him, his head still spinning, while the shroud of confusion lifted and consciousness finally saw its way through. Sam let himself float to the surface. There wasn't a lot of air in the tank, and somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew he would need every last bar of it to reach the surface outside the sea cave. His head broke the surface. There wasn't much space between the water and ceiling at all now. The force of the whirlpool had finally settled as the eddying water approached equilibrium. Sam sucked in a few cold breaths of air and then stopped. He brushed up against something. It was moving. Not much, but moving all the same. Sam's confused mind couldn't quite place its origins. Still caught in the suction of the current, he made another lap before brushing up against it again. His hands tried to catch it this time, but in the darkness and numb from cold, they were unable to hold on. On the third time around, Sam caught it. Whatever it was, it seemed cold and slippery. His other hand moved upward and caught a piece of stone jutting out from the cavern's roof. He latched on and didn't let go despite the current's best efforts to sweep him away. With his mouth just above the water, he reached for his flashlight, lifting it upward until the beam shone through the water onto his rocky perch. Next to it, he saw the white knuckles of another man's hand. Sam lowered the beam of light until he could make out the stranger's face. The man's breathing was slow and labored, his eyes wide and unseeing. For a moment, Sam feared he was too late, and the man was already dead. He touched the stranger's shoulder. "Are you alive?" It seemed like a stupid thing to ask, but there wasn't much time and he needed to know. After all, he might try risking his life to save someone's life, but if that man was already dead, he would rather expend what was left of his energy to save himself. After all, there was no certainty that either of them were getting out of the sea caves alive. The stranger turned his head with a jolt. Their eyes locked. He spoke slowly, as though in a trance. "Who the fuck are you?" Sam drew another breath, his mouth just above the waterline. "I'm here to rescue you." "Rescue?" The man was past being scared about dying. He'd reached the acceptance stage. "You're a bit late. I think we're about to drown together." Sam shook his head. "Not if I have anything to do with it." The next second, a final wave of water seemed to sweep through the cavern, flooding it all the way to the ceiling. The stranger seemed to not only accept his fate, but welcomed it. Letting go, the man began to sink toward the bottom. Sam placed his regulator back in his mouth and dived after him. Chapter 4. The stranger fell fast, his lifeless body quickly disappearing as it drifted toward the bottom of the cavern. Sam released the air from his BCD, ducked his head under, and kicked his fins until he was heading straight for the bottom. Sam shifted the arc of his flashlight downward, and its beam flickered across the velvet blackness as he frantically tracked the sinking body. The man hit the sandy bottom of the cavern. There was no movement. Sam sped up, trying to reach him before it was too late. The clock was ticking, and every second wasted meant his brain was being starved of oxygen, his brain cells dying. The ice-cold water would help. Hypothermia slowed the body's natural metabolic rate, but without oxygen the brain damage would soon be irreversible. Sam slowed his descent, becoming neutrally buoyant just above the stranger. He reached forward, his outstretched hand just about to catch hold of the victim, before a sudden change in the current grasped the stranger first, tearing both of them away in a turbid flow of disturbed water. Sam's world spun around wildly for the second time in as many minutes. The sudden wash ended within a few seconds. Sam took a breath and fixed the flashlight around in a broad arc, trying to orient himself. The entire flooded cave looked identical irrespective of whether you were facing upward or down. Without moving and keeping track with the pressure gauge, it was impossible to tell. And Sam didn't care. All his focus and attention were on finding the victim before he died. He increased the arc of the flashlight, moving the beam in big, broad strokes across the cavern, slicing the dark environment into small parcels of light. It was in the sixth such allotment that his beam finally landed on the stranger. The body was still caught up in whatever undercurrent had originally pulled them apart, and was now moving swiftly away from Sam. His eyes fixed on the narrow beam of light, trying to prevent the body from disappearing a second time. Sam switched on the electric sea scooter. Its single propeller whirred to life. He opened up the throttle and raced after the victim, catching up to him and locking hold of him by his belt roughly 15 seconds later. Sam shoved his secondary regulator into the man's mouth and depressed the purge button, flooding the victim's mouth with air. Sam hoped as the victim sank, the icy cold water had prevented him from taking in a deep breath. If it hadn't, the man's lungs would already be full of water, and while they remained underwater, there would be nothing Sam could do to save him. Sam watched the man's face. It looked lifeless. The victim was unconscious, and on that terrible edge between life and death, frozen and drowned. There was no response to the air. Sam depressed the purge button again, and the man's mouth filled with air. The man's body drifted toward that primitive state of life. Unconscious, the autonomic reflexes that drive a person to breathe kicked into place. The man's chest rose and fell in a giant breath. Sam didn't wait to see if he regained consciousness. He grabbed hold of him behind his torso, oriented the sea scooter toward the entrance of the cave, and raced to greet it. 2 minutes later, Sam dragged the stranger up onto St. Martin's Beach. The man was freezing, and without help, hypothermia would kill him just as fast as drowning. but he was breathing on his own. He took a couple deep breaths and regurgitated a large gush of seawater. His eyes opened, his pupils dilated and filled with terror. They locked on Sam's, and the man tried to speak, but nothing came out. Sam said, "Come on, we've got to get you warm." Chapter 5. The melancholy sky broke. The dark clouds that threatened rain earlier gave way to large raindrops that quickly turned to sleet. The temperature dropped further, and sleet gave way to snow, before the clouds parted minutes later, and the sun came out once more. Even in a dry suit, Sam had felt the chill of the ice-cold water, as it slowly sapped the heat and energy out of him. For the young kid, who wore nothing more than a pair of jeans and a woolen jumper, he would be lucky to survive without being warmed immediately. Caliburn gave an excited bark. Sam turned his gaze toward the golden retriever, where someone with good forward thinking had already started a fire. It had been built well, using porous driftwood, all lined up against each other in the shape of a small teepee, like a classic scout might have been taught. The flames danced wildly, casting long glowing shadows across the frigid beach in the dusk light. Sam carried the stranger toward the fire. The woman who had alerted him of the man's misfortune came over to help. Together they carried the man right up to the fire and laid him down before it. Caliburn glanced at the ragged body, like a doll, lying strewn next to the fire. He gave a curt bark and nudged the man's nearly lifeless body. Sam caught his meaning. "Quick, we need to get his clothes off." The two of them worked to free the stranger from his soaked clothes, removing everything right down to his underwear, leaving them open on the ground to dry on the opposite side of the fire. The woman who'd alerted him of the kid's misfortune had the foresight to bring out a couple blankets and a towel. Together they worked to quickly dry him. Sam ran his eyes across the kid's body, looking for any injuries as he dried him. He was short, somewhere around 5 feet 6 inches to 5 feet 8 inches, he guessed. He had long auburn hair tied back and a scraggly beard that looked like it had been grown to make him look older, rather than a decent fashion statement. He was skinny but muscular, like he'd probably blown some of his youth pumping iron and taking supplements. He didn't wear a watch or have any other jewelry. The only other noticeable thing about him was the appearance of a single tattoo displayed prominently on his left shoulder. Sam paused, taking in the tattoo. It depicted the face of a Viking warrior, protected by a steel helmet, beside which were 3 filled-in teardrops. That made him think. Teardrops on the cheeks were generally associated with gang members who had murdered someone, in this case 3 people. Sam shook his head. The kid looked too young to be caught up in such things. Then again, who knew what he was really involved in? Maybe he was reading into the tattoo a little too much. Maybe he was just a kid with a tattoo he picked because he wanted to look cool. Who knew? After the rush, and with the worst of the life-threatening emergency over, Sam began to strip himself, removing his dry suit and keeping his shorts and woolen jumper underlay still on. He warmed himself by the fire for a few minutes before taking his dive gear and sea scooter back to the car and exchanging them for long pants, a thick jacket, and a pair of leather boots. Back at the fire, the woman said, "Thank you. You saved his life." Sam grinned and met her eyes. "No, he has you to thank for that. I never would have known that he'd fallen in if it wasn't for you, and he almost certainly would have frozen to death if you hadn't had the foresight to build a decent fire." She gave a casual shrug, holding up her hands in a placating gesture. "We'll call it even, and just say he was lucky." "Yeah, he sure was." "I'm Deb, by the way," she said, offering a candid hand. Deb McLean." Sam took it in his, holding it for a few seconds as they shared the enormity of what they had both just achieved. "Sam Reilly. Pleased to meet you, Mrs. McLean." "You too," she smiled. "And you can call me Deb." Something about the way she said it made him feel like she'd been upset by the implied suggestion that she was married. He met her eye, holding her gaze for a beat. With a knowing smile, he asked, "Divorced?" "Widowed. Twice, actually." Sam said, "I'm sorry." She shook off his apology with the wave of her hand. "Don't be. It was a long time ago, and I was lucky to find true love twice. That's 2 more times than most people get in any lifetime." Sam nodded, thinking back to his time with Aliana and Katerina with a similar sentiment. "Yeah, not everyone's so lucky." Sensing that she was ready for a change in topic, he asked, "Do you live around here?" "No, just visiting. I came to see the unique tides, actually." Her eyes drifted toward the water that still flowed more like a river than an ocean. Preempting his next question, she said, "I live on Vancouver Island." "Vancouver Island," Sam said, his mind quickly retreating to fond memories of exploring the remote and wild wilderness as a kid. "Nice. It's a beautiful part of the world." "Most of Canada is," she replied, not trying to hide any pride she held for the country. Her lips parted in a simple smile, and she admitted, "But then I may be biased. I've lived here all of my adult life." Sam was about to ask where she was originally from, but was interrupted by the kid stirring. Sam looked at him. He opened his eyes, trying to blink away the fog that shrouded his memory. Confusion gave way to terror, and the kid jolted, trying to sit upright. "It's all right. Stay where you are and conserve your energy," Sam said, placing a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. The kid tried to fight to sit up, but Sam's hand held him with a firm authority that dispelled any further attempt to move immediately. The kid looked around, his eyes finally landing on Sam. "Where am I?" Sam said, "St. Martin's Beach." The kid squeezed his eyes shut tight, as if to block out a painful memory. "There was accident?" "That's right," Sam said. "Do you remember what happened?" He drew a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. He gave a curt nod. "I fell." "That's right." Sam kept going. "Do you remember why you fell?" The kid nodded. "I was being chased by someone." "Chased?" Sam asked. "By who?" The kid shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I needed to get away. The tide was coming in quick, and I hoped that I could take refuge in the sea cave." Sam nodded. "Except you didn't take into account the unbelievably large tides in the area, giving way to more than 40 feet of seawater, flooding the entire cave system." The kid blew out a long breath and licked his dry lips. "No, I didn't expect that," he said, sitting up, his eyes staring vacantly into the fire. Sam's eyes fell on him, really seeing him for the first time. He looked to be in his late teens or possibly early 20s. There was an intelligence to his eyes, and a determination in the set of his jaw that seemed at odds with his age. Maybe he was a lot older than he looked. Just like one of those people with a baby face. You know the type. Or maybe he'd just lived a full life, despite his short years. He gave the kid some space. "I'm Sam Reilly, by the way." The kid met him with piercing blue eyes. There was a certain hardness, almost as though he was sizing Sam up in case they clashed violently. In the end, there must have been recognition in what the kid saw, because he broke his gaze with a suppressed smile, revealing a full set of pearly white teeth. "You were in the caves with me?" Sam nodded. The kid said, "I saw you right before I passed out. I thought you were a ghost, or perhaps an angel." Sam spread his hands open in a kind gesture. "It was just me." "Either way, you risked your life to save mine." The kid's voice sounded solemn and honest, almost religious in its severity. "I owe you my life." "Actually," Sam said, gesturing an open hand toward Deb, who was talking to the authorities on her cell phone to update them on the situation, "that accolade belongs to Deb over there. She was the one who saw you enter the sea cave and alerted me that you needed help. She also had the good foresight to start a fire in the off chance that I got lucky and pulled you out of the water before you drowned." The kid's eyes fell toward Deb. "Thank you, both of you. I really mean that. I owe both of you my life. If you ever need something, I will do my best to repay you." "That's fine," Sam said. "I'm just glad you're okay." Caliburn gave a curt bark, his tail wagging enthusiastically as he nudged his head onto Sam's lap. Sam acknowledged him with an affectionate pat around his golden mane. He turned to the kid. "And this here is Caliburn." "Nice to meet you, Caliburn," the kid said with a grin, giving the dog a friendly pat. "Caliburn? Like the famous sword initially built for King Arthur?" "That's the one. You know your history," Sam said, surprised that the kid knew the difference between Excalibur and Caliburn. "Well, I don't know about the history, but I've heard of the legend." Sam was about to tell him what he knew to be fact about the Arthurian legend when Deb ended the call and put her cell phone in her pocket, heading toward them. "That was the RCMP. There's been a major road accident on the highway near Tynemouth Creek. They said there was going to be a delay reaching you, and that they would have to bring in a helicopter from Nova Scotia. But I told them they could probably cancel it, because you seem to be all right, just a bit cold. I hope that's all right." "Suits me," the kid said, with a voice sounding more like relief than regret. "I'm Miles Godkin, by the way. I believe I owe you the gratitude of my life." She blushed. "It's nothing. All I did was mention to this guy that it looked like you just got yourself killed. I never expected him to do anything about it. But then, before I could do anything, he had his scuba gear out and was jumping in after you. Most foolish thing I've ever seen anyone do in my life, if you ask me." Miles laughed. "I agree wholeheartedly. Sounds pretty reckless to me, even if I was the fortunate recipient of his stupidity." Caliburn barked a few times again, his big brown eyes darting between Miles and Deb, before finally landing heavily with an accusatory blow on Sam. Sam suppressed a grin. "Yeah, I've been known to do the occasional reckless thing over the years." Caliburn barked again. Sam shrugged. "Once? Or twice?" Miles turned and reached for his jeans pocket. A mixture of confusion and panic swept across his face. His wide-open mouth turned downward on the edges, and his piercing blue eyes locked on Sam's with startling anger. "What have you done with it?" "Your clothes?" Sam asked, his arms spread apart. "My jeans. What have you done with them?" "It's all right," Sam reassured him. "They're just over there, drying beside the fire." The kid's eyes darted furtively toward the jeans, the fire, the dog, the woman who had raised the alarm, before landing defiantly on Sam without saying a word. He stood up without wrapping the blanket around himself. The kid wasn't quite a kid. Sam readjusted his age to be early 20s, and had the muscular physique of someone who led an intensely active life. His entire body was full of lithe muscles, without an ounce of fat on him. On second assessment, he didn't look like a gym junkie, more like a fighter, not martial arts, probably more like a boxer, with that focused and defiant strength. Miles retrieved something metallic from the left pocket of his jeans. It looked like it might have been a USB stick or memory card, but Sam couldn't be certain from the glance. Either way, it must have been valuable to the kid. He gripped it in his left hand, holding it tight. A moment later, he tried to put on his jeans. The pants were still obviously wet, and he struggled. Sam said, "Why don't you give it another 20 minutes or so? You must still be half freezing to death." "I can't. I have somewhere to be." Sam arched his eyebrows. "Really? You just about died." Miles pulled up the wet pants, throwing the T-shirt over his head. "I have to get out of here." There was something emphatic about the way the kid said it that made Sam take notice. In an instant, he wished he was closer to the car, where a loaded firearm was locked in a secret storage compartment between the driver and the passenger seat. Sam's eyes looked around. As far as he could tell, they were alone on the beach, with no one but the three of them and Caliburn for miles. "Why?" "The people I was being chased by," Miles said, his voice trailing off into nothing. "They must have suspected I drowned, or, if not, died of hypothermia. But there's a chance they stayed around long enough just to make sure. Maybe even a chance they're going to come back as the tide begins to recede. Either way, I plan to be long gone well before then." Sam's eyes narrowed. "Who was chasing you?" Miles grimaced, as though certain he shouldn't be talking. Then something seemed to give way, as though he knew he could trust them. Or maybe it was something else, something entirely different, as though he was already in all the trouble he could get in, and telling the truth couldn't place him in any greater danger. He exhaled heavily. "They call themselves berserkers." Sam said, "Come again?" "Berserkers, like the most ruthless Vikings." "I've heard of berserkers. I'm just not sure what they have to do with you being chased and then nearly killed. I mean, we're nowhere near Viking territory anymore, are we?" Deb intervened. "Actually, there was a Viking settlement here in the 10th century, if my history serves me correct." A flicker of a smile crossed Sam's lips. "That's right. Lonso Meadows. It was discovered in the 1960s and is the only confirmed Norse site in or near North America outside of the settlements found in Greenland." "Yes, that's the name," Deb agreed. "I've actually just come from a tour of the site a few days ago. The archaeology has always interested me, and I finally got around to seeing it for myself. Some believe the place was found by Leif Erikson, the son of Eric the Red, the founder of the first Norse settlement in Greenland. According to the sagas of Icelanders, he established a Norse settlement at Vinland, which is usually interpreted as being coastal North America. There is ongoing speculation that the settlement made by Leif and his crew corresponds to the remains of a Norse settlement found in Newfoundland, Canada, called Lance o' Meadows, and which was occupied somewhere between the 10th and 11th century. Of course, later archaeological evidence suggests that Vinland may have been the areas around the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and that the Lance o' Meadows site was a ship repair station." "I don't mean to interrupt your archaeological pre-Columbian discovery of America history lesson and all," Miles said, frustration and intolerance plastered across his youthful face. "But I'm talking about a Viking gang." Sam rolled his eyes. "Viking?" The kid shrugged his shoulders. "They have red hair and long plaited beards. They say they were all descendants of the first Norsemen who visited the region in the 10th century. "Really?" "It's just one of the sagas they tell." Sam had heard about the Viking tendency toward sagas, the storytelling lore. He tilted his head, bit his lower lip. "What's the other one?" The kid swallowed hard and exhaled deeply, his eyes darting furtively across the woodland, as though someone might still be watching him. "That they're all berserkers, the most violent of all Vikings, and they've risen from Valhalla." Sam spread his hands. "They sound like a bunch of punk kids. What's their real aim?" Miles sighed. "Drugs. They're part of a syndicate of drug cartels. They have global links, and they're up and coming on the global drug market." Sam said, "How do you know all this?" Miles drew a deep breath, held it for a moment, and exhaled. Sam watched the relief fade away as he finally decided to relinquish the truth. "To be honest, until a few hours ago, I was trying my best to join." "You were in the process of an initiation thingy?" "Uh-huh," the kid said, nodding his head. "What went wrong?" Miles shrugged. "I failed." "Failed what?" "My initiation test." Sam continued, "And the price of failure?" "Isn't it obvious?" Miles said. He folded his arms across his chest, breathed out. "Death." Chapter 6. Sam glanced at the sky. The setting sun was washing the azure sea with shades of pink across the Bay of Fundy. It had been a while since Sam had seen anything quite so beautiful, and he'd seen a lot of sunsets from the deck of his ship over the years. He doubted Miles had ever seen anything as beautiful in his short years, but the kid barely registered it, his mind lost in the troubling memories of the past few hours. Sam asked, "Where do you live?" "I've been staying at a place called Sunny Corner." Sam had never heard of it before. "Is it far from here?" "Not far, maybe 20 minutes by car." Sam's mind returned to the place where he'd parked. He recalled seeing Deb's blue Toyota Camry hybrid when he pulled up, but besides his own car, the place was empty. "Did you drive here?" "No, I came with one of the other members of the gang." "Right," Sam shrugged. "Okay, how about I give you a ride home?" "That would be great, thank you." "No problem." Sam picked up his car keys. Hearing them jingle, Caliburn stood up, his tail beginning to wag enthusiastically. Deb glanced at Miles, taking him in with the watchful eye of a mother. "Are you sure you're right to go?" "Yes, ma'am," Miles replied politely. "And thanks again for the part you played in saving my life." She looked like she was going to challenge him on that again, but decided against it at the last minute with a shrug. "All right," she said, beginning to kick sand over the fire to put it out. "Well, good luck with everything." Sam said, "Thanks again for your help." "You're welcome. It was nice to meet you." She handed him a note with her details. "If you're ever on the island, give me a call." "Thank you, I will," Sam promised, taking the folded note and putting it in his pocket. "I was actually planning on taking a drive right across Canada, possibly ending my trip out on Vancouver Island. So we'll see. I might just take you up on the offer." "Please do," she confirmed. They headed toward the car, with Caliburn leading the way. Sam unlocked the door to his Bricklin SV1. Miles swore excitedly. "You own a Bricklin SV1?" "Hey, you know your cars," Sam said, opening the gull-wing doors. Caliburn jumped up, taking a seat in a small alcove between the twin seats. Miles ran his hand admiringly across the hood. "This is the 1974 model, am I right?" "That's right," Sam confirmed, suppressing a smile. "How could you tell?" "The engine. That's the 360 cubic inch V8 from AMC, not the 354 cubic inch V8 from Ford Windsor used in the later models." Sam grinned, his eyes glancing at the AMC badge, back to Miles. You know a lot about the Brickland. Tell me, are you a fan of Batman, or do you just know cars? The Brickland had been used in the original Batman film as the Batmobile. It was the sort of thing that only a car enthusiast might know, or a Batman enthusiast, he guessed. Miles climbed into the passenger seat through the open gull-wing door. I might just be patriotic. Sam's eyes narrowed. Are you? Patriotic? The kid shrugged. Sure. Sam turned the key and the gravelly V8 engine awoke. Your accent doesn't sound very Canadian to me. Miles spread his hands in a you-got-me-there kind of gesture. No, I was born in the good old U.S. of A. Sam tried to place the kid's accent. Midwest? Uh-huh. Originally from Minnesota. Been here 2 years. Sam smiled as he released the handbrake and took off, quickly working his way up the 4-speed Borg-Warner T10 manual into top gear as he headed back toward the main highway. So, which is it? Miles laughed. You really want to know why I know so much about the Brickland SV1? Sam nodded. Yeah, not many people do. Miles slouched back into the old leather seat and laughed. All right. The truth? Sam kept his eyes on the road. Sure. The Brickland SV1 was produced in St. John. That's 15 minutes south of here, if you're wondering. The town still promotes the car as the height of its automotive manufacturing. I've been living nearby for 2 years. It's hard not to stop and learn a little about the Brickland, too. It was Sam's turn to laugh. Dusk turned to meet nighttime, and Sam switched on the Brickland's headlamps. They were those hidden pop-up style lights that rose out of the hood and were woefully underpowered, providing 2 narrow beams of light. On the main highway they would do, but he didn't like his odds of spotting wildlife up ahead before he hit it. They drove on toward Sunny Corner in silence. A few minutes out, Sam asked, What are you going to do? The kid pulled his jumper up to cover part of his face. It reminded Sam of the sort of act a teenager might perform out of defiance, rather than trying to get warm. I don't know. I'll think of something. Sam said, I mean, you know you can't stay where you are. No. The berserkers think I'm dead. I might be all right for a few days, but soon enough, someone's going to realize I survived. I'll pack up my things and leave tonight. Good idea. Sam kept his eyes on the road. Where will you go? I don't know. I'll probably go see my brother in the U.S. Sam shifted down a gear, slowing as he entered the small rural township of Sunny Corner. He turned to Miles. Where am I heading? Take the second left, and I'm the first house on the right. Okay. Sam followed the directions and pulled into the driveway of a small wooden house, painted an odd shade of teal that really stood out like an eyesore against the other rural houses. He stopped the car and switched off the engine. He asked, Do you want me to wait for you? I'm all right, Miles said. He shook his head, and then, with a tone bordering on teenage bravado, he said, I can look after myself. Sam humored him. Sure. What? I can. Or at least I normally can. I just got unlucky today, that's all. Okay, Sam said, thinking about that old adage, you can lead a bull to water but can't make it drink, and let it go. Best of luck. Thank you. Really, I mean that. Sam watched Miles get out and walk toward the door. A moment later, he switched on the ignition and shifted the gear into reverse. He took his foot off the brake and began idling back up the driveway. Caliburn gave a curt bark. An icy shadow of fear washed over him. Sam knew that bark. It wasn't playful. It was a warning. Something wasn't right, and they sure as hell weren't alone. He jammed his foot on the brake, shifted back to neutral, and pulled up the handbrake, leaving the car to idle. Sam unlatched a secret compartment built into the subfloor between the Brickland's twin seats and retrieved his Glock. The weapon was already loaded with a 17-round magazine of 9mm parabellums. He gripped the weapon in his right hand, feeling it like a natural extension of his arm, and stepped out of the car. Miles was already unlocking the front door. Sam shouted, "Wait!" Miles opened the door and turned to face him. "What is it?" A second later, 2 shots were fired from inside the house. Both landed on Miles's gut, and he fell backward. An assailant stepped out of the house, followed by a second person. At a glance, both looked remarkably like modern-day Vikings, if Vikings were to ever become bikers, and both carried pistols. Sam fired 2 shots. He was less than 10 feet away and a decent marksman. Each shot landed directly on the chest of their intended targets. Perfect kill shots. The 2 wannabe Vikings hit the deck hard. Sam raced forward and helped Miles stand. "You okay?" "Never better," Miles replied. "Let's get out of here." Running on adrenaline, Miles made his way quickly back to the Brickland without Sam's help. The door to the house opened fully, and another 3 bikers swarmed out to greet them. Miles shouted, "Drive!" Sam threw the gear stick into reverse and planted his foot on the accelerator. The Brickland SV1 screamed backward along the driveway. Sam swung the wheel around, and the car skidded backward on the gravel driveway to a stop. He shifted the gear into first and accelerated hard. In his rearview mirror, he spotted the 3 remaining bikers climbing onto Harley-Davidsons. Chapter 7. Sam turned onto the main road and gunned the engine. The car picked up speed along the rural road. It was long and straight, and as the nearby pine trees whirred past, there wasn't much for him to do once the car reached its top manageable speed. He risked a quick peep in his rearview mirror and spotted the distinct flicker of 3 separate beams of light coming from their pursuers. His eyes darted to the passenger seat, glancing at the kid. Miles's eyes were wide, his mouth pursed, and his breathing deep and erratic. His face was white, more like a ghost, and beneath his facade of stoicism, you didn't need much medical training to see he was dying. In his lap, the kid curled his arms across his gut, hugging himself tight, as though willing by sheer determination alone to keep his vital organs inside. Through the kid's fingers, Sam watched a dark liquid overflow and spill out. It was moving so quickly that for a second his mind didn't even register that the kid was bleeding heavily from the bullet wounds to his gut. Sam frowned. "You going to be okay?" Miles grunted. "I'll live." Sam shook his head. "Not with that sort of gut wound without help. Any idea where the nearest hospital is?" "Yeah, Horizons Miramichi Regional Hospital." The words came out in a single word at a time, labored response. Sam tried to mentally picture a map of the area, but came up blank. "How far is that?" 10 minutes northeast of here." Miles cracked the ghost of a smile. "Depending on how well you drive." Sam kept his foot planted to the floor, and the Brickland's speed kept creeping upward. The underpowered headlamps providing minimal illumination, making it strenuous to keep track of the road. Sam strained to see what was coming up in the distance. His eyes narrowed. "Oh, shit!" he cursed, hitting the brakes hard as he approached the T intersection. Beside him, Miles clenched to the edge of his seat. Sam swung the wheel around hard to the left, heading south toward the main township. The Bricklin SV1 shared its suspension's DNA with Datsun, including front suspension A-arms with coil springs and a Hotchkiss system of leaf springs on a live axle to the rear. It was the latter of these, despite once being ahead of its time, that struggled to accommodate for Sam's driving behavior. Around the bend, the Bricklin hugged the road like it was ice, its rear wheels fishtailed, and Sam had to use just about every ounce of skill, working the delicate balancing act between steering, brakes, and acceleration to keep the car on the road. A moment later, what little control he had over the vehicle was lost completely. The twin-seater spun off the road, its tires churning up the gravel on the opposite end of the road, before the Bricklin came to a complete stop, facing the opposite direction. Sam exchanged a quick glance with Miles. Neither were injured by the crash. Through the windshield, 3 beams of light punctured the thick shroud of dust. The berserkers had reached them. Sam didn't wait to evaluate the damage to the car. He dropped back down to first, swung the wheel around, and planted his foot on the accelerator once more, speeding off toward the main township. The Bricklin gathered speed at the sluggish pace of 10.1 seconds from 0 to the 60 miles per hour mark. At that pace, the Harley-Davidsons didn't even have to work to catch up. The bikers quickly closed in on them, positioning themselves on either side of the Bricklin and one behind it, like police guarding a motorcade. Contrary to what Hollywood might have us believe, it was next to impossible to shoot and hit anything with any sort of accuracy while riding a bike. In this case, none of the riders attempted to draw a weapon. Instead, they seemed content to follow. And why shouldn't they? There was no way Miles Godkin was getting away from them in an antique sports car. Sam slowed his pace to a more manageable speed. No reason to get himself killed if they couldn't outrun their predators. Then again, he had no idea what he was going to do once they reached the hospital. If Miles didn't get surgical help soon, he would be as good as dead, with or without the bikers' involvement. They approached the main township of Sunny Corner. Sam asked, "Which way?" "Cross the bridge and turn left," Miles replied in a whisper. Sam shifted down a gear, turning onto the bridge, as he crossed over the northwest Miramichi River. Up ahead, a beefed-up Kenworth T800 18-wheeler logging truck, massively overloaded, approached the bridge. Even without his escort of 3 Harley-Davidsons, he would have struggled to squeeze past the truck while on the bridge. Ordinarily, he would have given way to the truck, stopping before he entered the bridge, but that was impossible given the circumstance. While the truck turned to enter, it needed to use up the entire width of the bridge. Sam slowed the car to give him those precious few seconds to make it around the bend before both vehicles clashed, and any rudimentary study in Newton's second law of motion revealed that the Bricklin was never going to come out of that equation very well. The truck driver gave a sharp burst of the horn, either as a reproach or simply a warning. Sam made a silent apology and kept driving. He could see it was going to be close, but the Bricklin was a small car and was reasonably confident he'd make it. That's when the opportunity presented itself. He suddenly switched from the brake to the accelerator, and the V8 roared enthusiastically in a cacophony of gravelly exhaust sounds as the Bricklin lurched forward. The truck driver spotted what Sam was trying to do and gave another sharp burst on the horn. Beside him, Miles roused enough to say, "You're not gonna make it." Sam grinned sardonically as the oversized truck and tiny sports car raced toward a head-on collision. "Sure we will." The biker to the right of them sped up, slipping through the gap. In front, the truck tried to straighten up, leaving just enough gap for the Bricklin to squeeze through. But at the last moment, Sam jammed on the brakes, swerving to the left. The biker to the left swerved to avoid the collision, but he overshot his mark. Realizing his mistake, the berserker tried to swing back around to the right, but he was too late. he clipped the side of one of the Kenworth T800's 18 wheels. Even at a low speed, the massive wheel ripped straight through the Harley-Davidson, swallowing up the rider with a gut-wrenching crunch before the bike and the rider were pulverized beneath the remaining wheels. Sam swung as far to the right as possible, until the Bricklin scraped along the edge of the bridge and squeezed through the gap. A second later, the driver of the truck jammed on the brakes, but it was a futile gesture, and the overloaded logging truck was incapable of stopping. Instead, its wheels locked up and the entire rig jackknifed. On the other side, Sam brought the Bricklin to a complete stop. The biker that had made it through was nowhere to be seen. He turned his head around to look at Caliburn. "Do you see the other one?" Caliburn mewled an apology. His scent was exceptional, but his eyesight not as impressive. Sam stared at the destruction they had caused. The massive logging truck was jackknifed across the entire width of the bridge, and its main cab had broken through the railings, suspended in the air above the water. No one would be crossing the northwest Miramichi River for hours. Behind the truck, the remaining Harley-Davidson that had backed off earlier was now making one of the fastest U-turns in history before speeding off on the opposite side of the river. Sam drew a long breath. Beside him, Miles began to cough blood. Sam said, "Come on, let's get you to that hospital." Chapter 8. The Bricklin took off again. Sam headed northeast, following the southern bank of the northwest Miramichi River. He drove at a fast but manageable speed. Up ahead he spotted a flash out the corner of his eye. It was followed rapidly by a series of them, and the sound of gunshots. The bullets landed down the middle of his windshield in a small grouping of fragmented stars. He ducked down, trying to reduce his exposure to the short barrage of pistol shots, and within seconds he was past the biker who tried to shoot them. The biker emptied the rest of his magazine into the back of the Bricklin. Sam kept driving. His eyes glanced in the rearview mirror. Behind them he could see the biker feed another magazine into his pistol before climbing back onto the bike and commencing pursuit. It looked like the rider was going to try and prove Hollywood right, and attempt to shoot them while he rode. He glanced at his passenger. "You still with us?" Miles put a single thumb up. "Hang in there. I'm trying to get you to the hospital as quick as I can." Sam kept edging the speed up until he was racing along at over 100 miles per hour. Behind him he heard the crack of another shot being fired. The shot missed the car completely, and Sam had no way of knowing where it landed. He gently swerved across the lanes, trying to create a more difficult moving target. When the second shot whizzed just past his head, Sam turned to Miles and asked, "I don't suppose in all that training to become a Viking member—" "Berserker, you mean?" Miles asked, interrupting him with a forced grin. "Whatever," Sam said, jamming on the brakes with a skid and swerving to miss a baby brown bear crossing the road before hammering his foot on the gas once more. "Did you ever learn to shoot a firearm?" "Can I shoot?" Miles asked, with a suppressed smile. "Yeah. Can you shoot?" "I can shoot," Miles assured him. "You want to give me a gun?" Sam pressed a red button on the dashboard. It was like something straight out of an old Bond film, only instead of producing a hood-mounted rocket launcher, a secret compartment between the twin seats opened up, revealing a small cache of weapons, no doubt highly illegal for civilians to carry in Canada, too varied and high-powered to be used for hunting, far too complex for reasonable defense. Miles's eyes widened, his mouth opened, and he swore. His eyes locked onto Sam with a unique blend of incredulity, awe, and concern. "Who the hell are you?" "It's a long story." Sam swerved hard to the left, overtaking a car. "Can you just pick a weapon and start shooting?" All right. Miles retrieved a Heckler & Koch MP7 submachine gun and attached the 40-round detachable magazine. The kid, still covered in blood, seemed to come alive with the weapon in his hands, giving Sam the strange impression of Rambo. "You sure you know what you're doing?" Sam asked. "I mean, I'd hate to get killed by friendly fire." "Yeah, I'm sure." The kid's eyes rolled across the doors, back toward the rear windshield. A puzzled frown appeared. "How the hell am I supposed to aim back there?" "I have an idea," Sam said. He pressed another button in the middle of the dashboard that controlled the gull-wing doors. Each door weighed 90 pounds and were raised by hydraulic cylinders controlled by switches in the interior. The hydraulics began to crank over, and it took an obligatory 12 seconds to open both doors simultaneously. The Brickland looked like the epitome of everyone's impression of a futuristic flying car, as it raced along at nearly 100 miles an hour with its wing doors wide open. Miles tried to lean out the door far enough to shoot, but it was impossible with his injuries. He released a couple rounds, but the shots were wasted, falling nowhere near their intended target, while the biker on the Harley-Davidson had a perfectly clear line of sight. Miles cursed. "This won't do." Sam glanced at his passenger. The kid could barely hold the submachine gun without losing what blood remained from his gut. There was no chance he could lean far enough out of the open door to take a reasonable shot at their pursuer. He drew a long breath. "I have an idea." Miles said, "I'm listening." Sam came around a corner, braking hard to avoid slamming into a truck moving slowly in the same lane. An oncoming car prevented him from crossing over to the other side of the road. He dropped down a gear and kept the Brickland's RPMs high as he was forced to slow down. As soon as the oncoming car had passed, he planted his foot again and overtook the truck. His eyes darted between his passenger, who still wore an expression of curiosity, as though it was an interesting matter, rather than life and death, whether or not Sam had a solution, and then back to the rearview mirror, where the Harley-Davidson was in the rapid process of closing the gap, reinforcing the whole life and death issue. Impatient, Miles asked, "What's your plan?" Sam licked his lips. "In a minute. I'm going to swing the car around." A perplexed look crossed Miles's face. "Okay." "When I do, you'll have a direct line of sight of him, but he'll have an equally direct line of sight of us. That means you get one shot at this, one chance to kill or be killed. Do you understand that?" "I get it," Miles confirmed. "All right, here we go." Sam jammed on the brakes. His right hand instinctively and protectively fell over Caliburn, who gave a somber whine. The Brickland's 10-inch Kelsey Hayes rear drum brakes locked up almost immediately, sending the Brickland skidding around like it was on ice. Sam had overplayed his card, and, unable to correct it with steering, simply let the sports car ride it out, as its low-profile tires screeched, before the Brickland finally skidded to a halt in a shroud of burnt rubber. It had stopped, perpendicular to the road, and racing toward them, Miles had a perfectly straight line of sight with a Harley-Davidson that roared toward them. Miles didn't hesitate. He squeezed the trigger, and the Heckler & Koch MP7 submachine gun began to fire. It was a prolonged burst, and a barrage of 4.6 by 30 millimeter rounds exploded out of the 7.1-inch muzzle at a speed of 2,411 feet per second. The weapon had a rate of fire of 950 rounds per minute. All in total, it took just 2.53 seconds for him to release all 40 shots downrange. When the last chamber fell silent, Sam hoped to hell that Miles hadn't missed. Sam didn't have to wait long to find out. The polished chrome and metal work that make Harley-Davidson so popular erupted in a series of sparks that lit up the entire road like a flaming meteorite. An instant later, one of those sparks found its way inside the motorcycle's fuel tank, and the entire thing exploded. The mangled remains of the motorcycle and the no longer human remnants of the biker kept sliding, missing the bricklin and slamming into a nearby traffic light pole. Sam exhaled a long breath. "It's over." "We did it," Miles agreed. Despite being weak, he wore the proud grin of one who'd overcome a great adversary. A second later, he swore. "Quick, get down!" Caliburn barked aggressively, and Sam squished back into the seat, reaching for his Glock 17. He turned and looked directly at the incoming Harley-Davidson that now approached from the opposite direction, his side of the bricklin. The rider drew a weapon. Sam moved quickly. He fired 3 shots. The first 2 missed, but the third one got the biker in the head, knocking him off the bike. The Harley-Davidson, without anyone at the handlebars, teetered unbalanced for a split second before wobbling uncontrollably until the side peg clipped the blacktop, sending a burst of sparks skyward. The bike rolled on its other side before the steel peg dug deep into the blacktop, causing the entire motorcycle to flip and cartwheel on itself before slamming into the guardrail. Its fuel tank ignited, and the entire thing erupted in a ball of fire. Sam swallowed hard and then exhaled. "That was close." Caliburn mewed. Sam looked at Miles, whose mouth was set in one of those, well, you win some, you lose some sort of smiles. He'd been hit by a bullet. This one had struck a vital organ, or more likely a major blood vessel, like part of the abdominal aorta. Sam didn't know which, and it didn't matter. Even without much medical training, he knew the amount of blood Miles was losing made the wound mortal. Godkin stopped trying to stem the blood with his hand. Instead, he concentrated his last remaining strength on retrieving something from his pocket. "Take this." It was the USB stick. Sam said, "Where? To the police?" "No." Godkin shook his head. "Can't trust the authorities." "Which authorities?" Sam asked. "All of them." Sam said, "Someone from this berserker gang has deep pockets with the local police?" Miles frowned. "You think this has to do with some low-level drug cartel?" "It doesn't?" "Not a thing. This goes much higher." "How high?" Godkin said, "All the way to the top." Sam asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Find my brother. Give him the USB. He knows what needs to be done." "Okay." Miles was emphatic. "Promise me." "Yes, I promise." Sam asked, "Where can I find your brother?" "Minnesota. His address is on the USB stick. Get it to him. He's the only one who can stop this now." Sam asked, "Stop what?" Godkin didn't answer. Sam cursed. "What am I supposed to stop?" But Godkin didn't answer. How could he? He was already dead. Chapter 9. Horizons Miramichi Regional Hospital. Sam decided against trying to perform CPR by himself. There was no point. Godkin needed surgery and probably multiple blood transfusions. That was the only thing that might save his life. Besides, he wasn't even sure if he was really dead yet. Every now and again he seemed to take a decent breath, albeit gurgling with blood. He searched for the nearest hospital on his cell phone and was relieved when one came up exactly 3 minutes away. He clicked the Navigate To button and made it to the hospital in under 2 minutes, without ever bothering to lower the gull-wing doors. The hospital was in the middle of a circular clearing of an otherwise mature forest of tall, straight conifers, at the heart of which stood a proud hospital, clad in red clay masonry. A large glass annex protected the main entrance and emergency department from the elements. Sam pulled into the emergency department, parking at one of the ambulance bays. 2 paramedics restocking their rig approached him, ready to tell him off for parking in the wrong place, but as their eyes landed on Miles's bloodied body, before meeting Sam's face and seeing the hardened resolve, they turned in silence and grabbed their stretcher instead. The older of the 2 paramedics, with a trim gray beard, placed a saline-soaked gauze on the worst of the abdominal wounds, squeezing the combined dressing inside the wound. He turned to Sam and asked, "Is it just the 2 bullets in his gut?" "No, there's a third in his lower chest." The paramedic's eyes glanced at the chest wound. It was sucking in with every breath Miles took, and there was the almost imperceptible sign of a pneumothorax, but it hadn't started tensioning yet. "All right," the paramedic said, his demeanor calm, his resolve resolute, as he exhaled slowly. "We're not going to be doing him any favor staying out here. Let's get him inside, where a surgical team can give him the best chance he's got." "Agreed," Sam said. "What do you need me to do?" "I need you to come around here and put as much pressure as you can on this pad while we get your friend out of the car." "Okay," Sam said, relieved to see someone else take over control of the situation. He shuffled into the middle space between the seats and kept pressure on Miles's wound. Now that he could see the injuries clearly in the light, Sam could see the same thing the paramedic had seen. The bullet had severed part of the large blood vessel in the abdomen and was bleeding out with every second. Sam had seen his share of bullet wounds over the years. He didn't particularly like the sight or smell of blood, but he knew better than to be squeamish. He placed his hand on the combine dressing, gentle at first, before increasing the pressure as hard as he could manage, but the blood just kept pouring out, until he realized that his hand was now buried inside the wound. He swallowed hard, gritting his teeth, but kept the pressure on. The paramedic controlling the lift positioned himself around Miles's shoulder, ready to lift him in a classic top and tail procedure. They worked in unison with the speed and efficiency of a well-greased machine. Sam climbed out through the passenger side of the car, keeping his hand in the abdominal wound the whole time, as the 2 paramedics lifted Miles onto the stretcher and quickly wheeled him into the emergency department. A triage nurse approached as Miles was wheeled through the doors. She took one look at him and said, "Go on through to the resus bay." "Thanks," the paramedic in charge replied politely, and kept moving, as though this was an everyday activity, and good manners and general professionalism were still to be observed. On the overhead PA, Sam heard her say in a calm voice that defied belief, "Resus team to Resus 1. We have a code crimson, multiple gunshot wounds." A second later, without even pausing for a beat, Sam heard the same woman lean forward and say, "Next patient, please." The paramedic rolled the stretcher into the resus room. A not-so-small multidisciplinary team greeted them, including doctors, nurses, and orderlies. Their eyes flashed awake at the sight of Miles's lifeless body, each of them being roused with a sudden surge of adrenaline, knowing that their work over the next few minutes would mean life or death to the stranger who had just arrived. Sam watched as they were all still tying off the impervious trauma gowns that gave the whole experience a surreal feeling that shocked him to the core. Not only were these people about to deal with a traumatic experience that no one should have to deal with, but they did it so frequently that they needed gowns to throw away when they were done, so they could go right back to doing it again without changing their clothes. The paramedic handed over what little he knew so far about the patient. Everyone stopped for a few seconds and listened. When he'd finished, the entire scene changed. Everyone got to work. In a daze, Sam watched as they worked to orchestrate Miles's best chance of survival. The kid was still breathing on his own. He had a weak pulse, but he was still alive. Intravenous lines were put into both arms. An array of monitors were placed all over him. His blood pressure was taken, and the computer screens started to show his EKGs. An arterial line was inserted into his left radial artery, and a new line on the monitor showed his continuous blood pressure reading in real time. Different people had different roles, Sam observed. To him it all looked like a discombobulated mess, but beneath that, there seemed to be purpose and procedures being followed. Everyone knew their role, and what looked impossibly complicated to an outsider seemed to just flow for the team. In the background, Sam heard a scribe continuously confirm what had been done or not done, taking notes and documenting everything as it happened, from assessment findings, history, procedures performed, drugs given, and their outcomes. Miles's breathing quickly became erratic, and an anesthesiologist at the head of the bed said, "It's time to intubate him." The doctor had already been providing him 100% oxygen through a mask. When he was ready, he inserted a metal device called a laryngoscope into Miles's mouth, searching for the opening of the trachea, more commonly known as the windpipe. The room went silent for a moment. Right now, Miles's chest had stopped rising and falling, which meant that he wasn't breathing at all. Every second counted. The anesthesiologist pulled the laryngoscope out and kept manually ventilating, using the mask and squeezing an attached balloon like a pump. "He's a malampatty, grade 4. Can I please have a bougie and some cricoid pressure?" Instantly, someone stepped forward and placed pressure on Miles's throat, more specifically his cricoid cartilage, changing the position of the windpipe and making it easier to insert a breathing tube. Next, an aluminum wire called a bougie was inserted into the endotracheal tube, where the anesthesiologist adjusted it, bending the tube into a slight curve so that it could get around Miles's naturally awkward airway anatomy. A few seconds later, the anesthesiologist tried again. This time he was successful. He began ventilating the patient. "Can I please get someone to listen to his chest and confirm my placement?" Another doctor stepped in and placed her stethoscope on Miles's chest. After a few seconds, she confirmed that the tube's placement was correct and both lungs were being ventilated. "Thank you," the anesthesiologist said, attaching the other end of the endotracheal tube onto a ventilator. In the minutes that followed, Miles was given an array of different blood products and clotting factors designed to help his blood clot. One of the nurses looked at Sam. "Are you going to be all right?" Sam nodded. "Yeah." Her eyes narrowed, running from his eyes back to the wound on Miles's abdomen, which he was still holding with a gauze combine. "You want me to take over that?" Sam exhaled. "Yes, please." He felt the nurse's gloved hands on his, taking over the pressure on the abdominal wound. After a couple of seconds, she said, "It's okay. You can let go now." "Thank you," he said, and he really meant it. He'd never been so happy to relinquish responsibility to someone else in all his life. She said, "There's a basin over there for you to wash your hands." One of the other doctors pulled Sam aside and tried to take a more detailed history of what had happened, as well as any other known medical conditions Miles might have. Sam filled him in as best he could, but he didn't have much to tell, barring the obvious. He'd been shot 3 times. A few minutes later, the resus room erupted with the sound of various alarms going off on all the monitoring equipment. Sam turned his gaze to the main monitor display. He couldn't read the meaning of any of the alarms being displayed, but he didn't have to. He knew that despite their best efforts, Miles was deteriorating. One of the doctors felt for a pulse. "He's just arrested. Let's get someone up on the chest to commence CPR." The on-call trauma specialist walked through the door. The emergency physician quickly brought her up to speed. When he was finished, he said, "It's your call now. What would you like to do?" She nodded. "All right, let's set up for a clamshell thoracotomy." Chapter 10. It was the sort of thing that no one considered until you were dead. You'd sure as hell hope to be before they even thought about attempting to perform a clamshell thoracotomy. If there ever was a procedure to leave to the very last case scenario, this was it. If you were to Google the term, Wikipedia might tell you its survival rates were low, about 9% in penetrating trauma, and just 1% in blunt trauma. And even in those cases, the mortality rate from infection and subsequent problems often killed you more often than it saved you. But what did Miles have to lose? The trauma specialist worked quickly. This wasn't the sort of procedure where you really focused on the finer details. This was meatball surgery at its finest. The sort of procedure doctors would have balked at outside of a military hospital in a war zone not so long ago. Sam should have left the room. Hell, someone should have insisted on it. Who was he anyway to witness this? He only met the kid a few hours ago. He thought about standing up and leaving on his own accord, but now the giddiness made him think twice about that. He should have looked the other way, maybe even just closed his eyes until the worst had passed. But sometimes the more grotesque something is, the harder it is to resist. Sam didn't know what it was. Either way, he couldn't escape it now. The trauma specialist took a scalpel and made 4 separate thoracostomies, little breaches in the intercostal muscles and parietal pleura, along the 5th intercostal space in the mid-axillary line. They were the same technique and landmarks as for conventional chest drains. Each of those holes were connected with deep skin incisions, following the 5th intercostal space. The specialist moved quickly, her eyes focused, never wavering as she worked like a butcher, performing the unimaginable on another human being in an attempt to save his life. She inserted 2 fingers into one of the holes to hold the lung out of the way, while she continued cutting through all layers of the intercostal muscles toward the sternum using heavy scissors. She worked both sides, leaving only a sternal bridge between the 2 openings, before severing the sternum. A minute later, Sam's world went dizzy, before his world went dark, as the specialist used retractors to open the chest wall like a giant clamshell. Sam didn't find out what happened next. He didn't know that he hit his head, giving himself a minor concussion in the process, nor did he know how long he'd been out. But when he woke, his back was up against the wall on a pillow, just outside the resuscitation room, with no one else around. Sometime later, he couldn't say how long, because he couldn't say how long he'd been unconscious, one of the doctors, the trauma specialist, came and found him. She gave him her name, looked him in the eye, and said, "I'm sorry. There's nothing we could do to save your friend. The damage was just too severe. Even had this happened right out the front of the hospital, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to save his life." Sam nodded, his world still spinning. He knew better than anyone the lengths she'd gone to save the man's life. Despite her best efforts, Miles was dead. Chapter 11. Sam nursed a strong coffee. He was sitting outside in front of the hospital. Next to him, Caliburn sat with his paws outstretched in front and his head resting on Sam's lap. His big brown eyes a mixture of melancholy and unconditional love, providing the sort of solace that only a dog can provide a wounded human being. It had been a long day, and after all that Miles Godkin had been through today, Sam just couldn't believe that he had died. It was strange. Sam, more so than most people, knew the facts of life. Some injuries were just too great and can't be repaired. But for some reason, he just really felt as though the kid was going to pull through. He finished his drink and returned it to the nurse who had kindly offered it to him in the first place. It was the triage nurse who had met them at the entrance when he'd first arrived with Miles. She had stepped away from her position of sieving out the health acuity of arriving patients and paused long enough to notice him. She had light brown skin and long black hair, showing some sort of Asian heritage. She was fit and healthy-looking. Dark eyes, long lashes, and a suppressed, mischievous smile. At a glance, he could tell she was quite beautiful. But it was more than that which drew him to her. There was an innate kindness about her that made him look twice. As a passing thought, he would have been happy to meet her in another world at another time. She took the cup, her eyes meeting his. "It's Sam Reilly, isn't it?" "Yes." "I'm Mary Chris, by the way." She paused a beat, drew a breath. "You look like you've had one hell of a shitty day." "Pleased to meet you, Mary Chris," Sam said. "Yeah, I've had better days. That said, I don't know how you do your job. You all seem amazing." "It can be pretty crazy. But at the end of the day, it's what we do. The same as everyone else. We all have a role to play, and this just happens to be the thing that I can do." She paused a beat, really looking at him for a moment and seeing the shattered look in his eye. "Are you okay?" She had an accent. It wasn't Asian. Instead, it was Australian. If he had to guess, she was second or even third generation Australian. He smiled. "Yeah, I'm okay. The truth is, I only just met him today. In fact, before he was shot, I rescued him from nearly drowning at St. Martin's Sea Caves." "The tide came in quicker than he expected?" she asked, her voice betraying that this wasn't the first time she'd heard of a tourist nearly getting killed by doing just that. Sam nodded. "That's the one." "Can I get you anything else?" Mary Chris asked. Sam shook his head. "No, I'm just waiting for the police. Actually, I thought they would have been here by now. After all, how many shootings can the RCMP get in the area?" "We don't do a lot," Mary Chris admitted. "How about I give the station at Sunny Corner a call, and I'll let you know what they want to do?" "If you could, that would be great. Thank you." Sam waited at the nurse's station. A few minutes later, Mary Chris returned. There was something about her expression that concerned him. The kindness that she'd shown him from before seemed to have been replaced by a mixture of confusion and something else he couldn't quite place, possibly fear. Was she afraid of him? He asked, "Any news?" "Some," she said, her voice level and coy, as though she was holding something back. It seemed strange. Sam already knew that Miles was dead. With the worst out of the way, what could she possibly want to hide? She bit her lower lip, playing over in her mind what to say and what to withhold. "Look, the RCMP are really busy tonight." Sam's eyes narrowed. "They're not coming out for a shooting?" "Yes, of course they will. It's just they can't get here for a while. I just spoke to the officer in charge at Sunny Corner. He's requested you to come and make a statement at the station." Sam listened to what she said, but remained silent, letting it sink in. Nothing was quite adding up. They were in rural Canada, and someone had been shot dead. How busy could the police be? Surely everywhere else in the world they would have jumped at this case, racing down to the hospital to grill the only person who had seen it happen. Mary Chris interrupted his thoughts. "Did you hear what I said, sir?" Sam nodded. "Sorry, I was just thinking. When was the last time you had a shooting here?" "A shooting?" "Yeah. When did you last have a shooting come in?" She shrugged. "I don't know. It must have been 6 months ago. Why, what's this got to do with that?" "Nothing. I'm sorry. I'm just surprised the police don't want to come here to question me. I mean, what's to say I didn't shoot Miles? I should at the very least be a cursory suspect." Her eyes flashed wide, but she held his gaze. "Did you?" "Did I shoot him?" Sam asked, shocked by the question. "No, of course not." "Good. So they don't need to rush." Her voice was curt and professional, without a trace of the kindness or friendliness he had previously enjoyed. "I assume I can tell the officer in charge you will meet him at the station in 20 minutes. Sam wanted to ask more, but figured the easiest way for him to get answers was to head down to the police station. He nodded. "Sure, I'll be there in 20. With that, Mary Chris walked away without even saying goodbye or good luck. Chapter 12. At exactly 9:15 p.m., he stepped into the police station. He was greeted by an officer at the desk as he stepped in. The gentleman wore the red dress uniform of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and looked much too senior in rank to be managing a rural station. "Sam Reilly?" the officer asked. "That's me, sir," Sam replied, offering his hand. "My name's Eric McMurran. You can call me Eric," the officer said, shaking his hand. He stood up and opened a door to the back of the station and gestured for Sam to follow him through. "Come this way, if you would, please." Sam followed him. Eric was a giant of a man, at least 6'6" at a guess, with a barrel chest and hands to match. He wore a large graying mustache, but despite his size and position, he had the kind and polite demeanor that Sam had found almost uniquely Canadian. Sam walked through the back of the station before being offered a seat at a desk. It was in the middle of the station with other desks nearby, not like one of those interrogation rooms you tend to see in the cop shows. Sam took a seat. "You look wrecked. Can I get you anything?" Eric asked. "A coffee or a soft drink?" Sam was about to decline, but something about the way the officer said it made him think that this wasn't going to be a quick interview. He smiled. "If you've got a Diet Coke, I'll grab one, please." Eric arched an eyebrow. "Diet?" "I don't know why. It's just the taste. I'm not kidding myself for an instant that it's any better for my health, but I do like the taste." Eric shrugged as though it wasn't any of his business what sort of health vices Sam might or might not have. He withdrew a can of soft drink and handed it to Sam, before pulling up a chair and taking a seat opposite. He opened up a laptop and switched it on. He seemed to be taking his time. Every move he made seemed to be slow and deliberate. "Okay, just bear with me for a minute, will you?" Eric said, as his massive frame hunched over his laptop. "While my laptop starts up. I've been away for a few days, and it seems stuck on updating its software." After a few minutes, the sign-in tab finally came up on Eric's laptop. He typed his password and smiled as he waited patiently for the computer to fully open up. He was so deliberate with the process, almost theatrical, that Sam began to wonder if this was all part of the process, trying to place him in a position of casual comfort that lulled him into a sense of safety before revealing one's guilt. Who knows? Eric sighed. "Ah, here we are. We're good to go. I just want to be able to type this up while I hear your story." Sam said, "Okay." "Now, the triage nurse at Horizon's Miramichi Regional Hospital told me that you were involved in some sort of incident tonight. Is that right?" Sam frowned. "An incident?" "Yeah, the nurse said you wanted to have a talk to one of my officers and wouldn't really take no for an answer when she informed you that we were really busy." Sam couldn't believe what he was hearing. He'd expected an apology for not sending a squad car to the hospital earlier, along with some sort of report about the berserker gang causing trouble in the area, but never in a million years did he imagine the police hadn't heard about the shooting. Sam suppressed the anger that was building up quickly. He shook his head. "I'm sorry, Eric. Something must have been lost in the communication. Did Mary Chris mention to you that someone had been shot?" Eric's earlier vacant expression turned to one of genuine concern. "There was a shooting?" "Yes," Sam confirmed, both relieved and mystified that Eric's blasé response was related to the fact that he honestly hadn't been informed of the shooting. "A man, Miles Godkin, was shot 3 times tonight. I took him to Horizon's Miramichi Regional Hospital, where their exceptional team worked to save his life for nearly 40 minutes before he died." Eric tapped a pen on the table. His eyes darted between his laptop and Sam. Sam could see the man changing mental gears, trying to decide his next course of action. "I'm sorry, I don't know what's happened here. You had better start from the very beginning, and then I'll make some calls and bring some officers in tonight, because by the sounds of things, this is about to blow up around here." "I have no doubt," Sam said, "particularly once you hear what I have to say." Over the next hour and a half, Sam retold the story, commencing from his rescue of Miles Godkin at the St. Martin Sea Caves, all the way through to Miles getting shot at his own place by bikers who he'd identified as being part of the berserker gang, the logging truck jackknifing on the bridge and killing one biker, shooting another, and finally Miles being fatally shot just 3 minutes out from the hospital. He told it hard and cold and straight, like one of those accident reports you read in the daily news. The only thing he left out was any reference to the USB stick that he'd promised to deliver to Miles's brother. His gut told him he could trust Eric, but somewhere in the back of his mind, he kept hearing Miles's voice. "You can't trust anyone. This thing goes all the way to the top." Intermittently throughout the story, Eric made him pause at a point while he called various people in to help collect evidence. Once the ball got rolling, Eric's phone kept on pinging with texts and ringing with calls from various officers. When Sam was finally finished, Eric asked him again to just relay the order of each shooting so that he could confirm it. When Sam was finished, he looked at Eric and asked, "Well, what do you think? Do you think you'll have enough to convict one of the berserkers?" Eric paused for a beat, his face unreadable. "Berserkers?" "You know, the local gang." Eric spread his arms. "I'm sorry, you have me at a loss. Do you mean like Vikings?" "Yes, berserkers, like Vikings. Dangerous ones. These ones in particular sell drugs to children and indoctrinate young kids into a life of violence." "I'm afraid I've never heard of them." Eric gave an apologetic shrug. He held a hand as a warning. "Mind you, that doesn't mean they don't exist. I'm not part of Vice, so maybe if I make some phone calls, I can find out. But I must warn you, I'm really not prepared to do that just yet." "You're not?" Eric shook his head. "No, I'm not." "Why?" "Look, I appreciate you taking the time to make your statement," Eric said, his baritone drawl just a bit heavier than usual, his cadence a beat slower. Sam arched his eyebrows. He didn't like where this was going. What's going on here? Why wouldn't you look into a possible connection between a homicide, multiple homicides for that matter, and a known biker gang? Eric made a theatrical sigh. It almost looked like an apology in itself. Because, so far, to be entirely honest, I don't believe a word that you've said tonight. Rage boiled up in his chest, but Sam's voice stayed surprisingly even. What are you talking about? Look, Eric met his gaze. I sent some officers to the address you gave me where this man, Miles Godkin, was staying. They knocked on the door. The people who lived there have never heard of him, and say they've been home all afternoon and all night and didn't hear the sound of any gunshots. Maybe they knocked on the wrong house, Sam suggested. It's the address you gave me. Besides, even if you are off by 1 or 2 houses, it still doesn't explain the fact that no one heard the gunshots. Maybe they were inside watching a movie. Or perhaps they're old and don't have the best sense of hearing. That's not the case. In fact, the people my officers spoke to were a young couple with a baby. New parents have the best hearing in the world. Eric's tone took a didactic lilt to it, like a professor telling a story. I think it's one of those evolutionary things, really, designed to keep babies safe. I don't know, but I do know parents tend to have the best hearing. Sam persisted. All right, forget about his house. Someone must have covered their tracks. What about the bridge? What about it? Surely the log trucker must have reported the incident. Eric glanced back at the laptop, checking his notes, before saying, An 18-wheeler logging truck jackknifed on the northwest Miramichi River Bridge. In the process, it ran over one biker before the cabin finally smashed through the railings, hanging precariously over the side. Is that right? Yeah, that's the one. Sam swallowed. Eric folded his arms across his chest. It never happened. Sam's heart stopped for a beat. Never happened? No, that's what I'm telling you. None of those things happened tonight. Sam suppressed a grin. Incredulity plastered across his face. How could that be? I mean, how can someone cover something up like that? You must have heard the crash from the station. Exactly, Eric agreed, his voice cold and hard. I was in the first few hours of my shift. If such a thing did happen, I almost certainly would have heard it, and yet I didn't. What about the railing? It's completely intact. With all due respect, sir, I don't believe you. Eric turned his palms upward. Believe me or not, it still doesn't alter the facts. Okay. So, then I may as well guess that the bodies of the other 2 bikers haven't been found either. Afraid not. Sam laughed, feeling like he knew what it was like to go crazy. Then he stopped. A wry grin played out on his lips. I gotcha. Okay, I see what's happened here. He said this would be the case if we went to the authorities. Godkin said the berserkers were well connected. Listen, I can assure you that I've worked for the RCMP my entire life. Honor and duty are built into my very being. There's no way I've been bought. Sam held up a hand in a placating gesture. Of course not. I'm not suggesting you are. But I believe the berserkers went into protection mode after the events of tonight, quickly covering up their tracks, even any evidence of the deaths of their own people. But there's one piece of the puzzle that they couldn't cover up, one thing that exonerates me as not crazy and telling the truth. And that is? Sam grinned. Miles Godkin's body." "Who?" Sam's eyes sparkled, like a condemned man who finally held the truth in the palm of his hand. "The kid I dropped off at the Horizons Miramichi Regional Hospital Emergency Department." Eric spread his hands outward. "I don't know what to tell you. I just spoke with a leading physician. He said there's no record of anyone coming into the hospital tonight with gunshot wounds." Sam swallowed. "You're kidding, right?" "Afraid not, son." "What the hell's going on here?" Sam looked around, trying to see if someone was recording him. Had it all been a horrible setup? His mind raced, shifting mental gears, and trying to make something compute, but no matter which way he tried, nothing seemed to jam together. "Wait." "Yes?" "I spoke with a triage nurse. She said that she called you to notify you that I'd be coming. You said so yourself. That's why you knew my name as soon as I walked through the door to the station." Eric loosely suppressed a wry smile. It was becoming obvious he now thought Sam was simply delusional. "Yes?" "What did she say to you?" "Who?" "Mary Chris, the triage nurse." "I didn't catch her name." "But someone from the hospital called." "Yes." "So what did she say?" Eric made an apologetic smile. He sighed. "She said that there was a violent man out the front of the hospital, clearly delusional, yelling about how he'd been in a shootout with a biker gang, a gang in rural Canada that, as far as we're concerned, doesn't exist, and that they had tried to sedate you and bring you into the hospital for observation and treatment because you were clearly having some sort of psychiatric issue, but that you had left before they could restrain you and had told them you were heading here." Sam grinned again. "Wow, they're really good. They've gotten to everyone, haven't they? If I'm just a psychiatric patient, why have you talked to me so long? Why not just lock me up and bring me into the hospital right away?" "To be honest, you don't present like a crazy person. I'm no doctor, but when you started talking, I genuinely believed your story. It was only after my officer started to check on the facts that I realized I was wrong about you. Also, we've looked you up. You have an amazing record and one I would rather not taint by calling you a liar." "So, what do you suggest?" "Well, I believe you should get in your car and head back to the hospital. In fact, I insist on it. I'm going to have one of my officers follow you there just to be sure." "Okay." Eric's eyes narrowed. "We have a deal?" Sam nodded. "Sure." Sam thanked Eric for his patience and promised he'd seek help for whatever was going on with his memory. He got into the Bricklin. The car still had bullet holes on the hood, and both the front and rear windshield. Despite confirming he wasn't crazy, it was the last thing he needed. He didn't want to bring up anything more while in front of the police. Better to let them assume he too was starting to believe he'd had a nervous breakdown and was delusional. On the drive to the hospital, he noticed the bridge across the northwest Miramichi River was perfectly intact, the guardrail completely sound. He squinted, and part of him wondered if he could see the dark marks of recent welding work. In his rearview mirror, he watched the police squad car trailing him, and kept going. He needed to maintain the impression that he had accepted his part in this story as the crazy one. 15 minutes later, he pulled up at the hospital. He waved goodbye to his police escort, who appeared relieved that he'd returned to the hospital willingly, without any further altercations. Sam walked into the emergency department. It was 10:45 p.m., just after change of shift. He looked around, casually trying to spot someone he recognized. He didn't. Not even the doctors. Everyone had left. A nurse caught Sam wandering and asked, "Can I help you?" Sam smiled. "Yes, please. I hope so, that is. I believe a friend of mine was admitted here tonight. He wasn't in a very good condition, and I'm worried he might have died. If I give you his details, are you able to find out if this is the hospital he came to?" She smiled kindly. "I'm afraid I can't help you, but if you go back out through that corridor, out the front, there's the main inquiry desk. That's what you want. Someone will be able to help you there." "Thank you very much." Sam casually walked out toward the inquiry desk. He spoke with an elderly lady who seemed very helpful. She typed Miles Godkin's name into her computer system and frowned. "Can you please confirm his spelling for me again?" "Sure." Sam spelled Miles Godkin again. "Any luck?" "No, I'm afraid not. What time did you say he might have arrived here?" "Around 7 p.m. I'm sorry. There's no record of Miles Godkin being seen anywhere in this hospital yesterday or tonight." "You're sure?" "Certain. Everyone who comes in here gets logged." "What if they didn't know his name?" "Then he will be identified as a John Doe and color-coded." "Color-coded?" "Yeah. Sometimes. It's not very often, mind you, but sometimes we get multiple John Does, and so we need to color-code them to differentiate them." "Really? That happens?" "Not very often, but yeah, it does happen." "Go figure." "Yeah, crazy, huh?" The lady sighed apologetically. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of much assistance. What did your friend come in here with? Maybe I can point you in the right direction of a ward he would have gone to, in the off chance he used a different name." "That's a good idea. Thanks for considering it. Miles was shot 3 times tonight." The color drained from the woman's face, her amicable demeanor suddenly replaced by fear. "If he was shot, I can tell you right now he didn't come to this hospital." "You're certain?" "I'm certain. We have mandatory reporting laws for all shootings. That means irrespective of what your friend's name was, we would have had a record of his arrival." "And you don't?" "Son, we haven't had a shooting in here for at least 6 months." "So if my friend didn't come here, where did he go?" She wrote down the names, addresses, and phone numbers of the next 3 closest hospitals. "Try these. Good luck." "Thank you." Sam began to walk out of the hospital. On his way, he spotted the trauma specialist who had been on call earlier in the night. He stopped the woman. "Excuse me, doctor." "Yes," the doctor replied. "Can I help you?" "I hope so." Sam held his breath. "Do you remember me?" The doctor looked at him, meeting his eyes, and then taking him in whole before shaking her head. "I'm afraid not, but I see a lot of patients during my shift. Where should I recognize you from?" Sam said, "You looked after my friend earlier." "What's your friend's name?" "Miles Godkin." The doctor repeated the name, gave an apologetic shrug. "I'm sorry. Like I said, I see a lot of people throughout my shift and can't always put names to faces or names to anything, for that matter. Like most doctors, I'm afraid I'm better with conditions and injuries. What did your friend come in with?" "He was shot multiple times. I believe you performed a clamshell thoracotomy." A flicker of what might have been fear crossed her face. The doctor turned. "You must excuse me. I believe you have me confused with someone else." Sam grabbed her arm, stopping her with an emphatic grip. "I need to know, doctor. Who's doing this?" The doctor leaned in close. Then, in a whisper, she said, "I have no idea what you're talking about. But if you don't let go, I'll call security to restrain you, and then we'll wait here until the police come to lock you up." Sam let go. The doctor turned and walked out quickly. Sam was about to leave, but then thought of Mary Chris, the triage nurse. He knew she wasn't involved in this, but someone had gotten to her. When she first called the police, they had told her something that had made her frightened. He needed to speak with her. She must have the answers. Sam walked up to the triage nurse, now in charge. "Excuse me, I was here earlier. I spoke with the triage nurse before you, the one you must have taken over for when you came onto your shift." "Okay," she said, noncommittally. "What's this about? What's your name? Do you want me to check when you're likely to be seen by a doctor?" "No, I'm not a patient. My friend came in earlier. She was really helpful. I just wanted to thank her personally. I'd like to bring her flowers." Realization dawned on the triage nurse, and she met him with a conspiratorial gaze and laugh in her voice. "You liked her. You want me to find out if she's single?" Sam spread his hands. "You got me. I don't want to pry. If she's got a boyfriend, she won't ever hear from me again." The nurse gave him an unabashed elevator glance. She grinned. "You're pretty good looking. I'm sure she won't mind. Hell, if she's not interested, I'll give you my number. Do you remember her name?" Yes, it was unique. Her name was Mary Chris. The triage nurse frowned. "Who?" "She told me her name was Mary Chris." "Mary Chris." The nurse repeated the name, playing it in her head, as though searching to see if it sounded familiar. It must have drawn something from her memories, because she looked up, smiled, and said, "Really pretty. Asian background. Very senior nurse. Australian accent?" "Yes, that's the one," Sam said, visibly relieved that someone finally remembered something about his earlier experience there. "Please, I need to speak to her." The nurse frowned. "Sir, that's not possible." "Why not?" The nurse gave an apologetic smile, the sort of look a lot of people had been giving him lately. "I'm afraid Mary Chris returned to Australia 6 months ago." Chapter 13. Sam left the hospital. He got into the Bricklin and drove off, not wanting to draw any more attention to himself. He kept driving, heading toward Quebec. Worried that he was being followed, his eyes kept darting toward the rearview mirror, but they didn't show any headlights on his tail. On the way, he called Elise, filling her in on everything. When he was finished with the entire bizarre story, he pulled over and uploaded the data from the USB stick to the cloud so that she could work her magic. As soon as the upload was complete, he checked again for anyone following him, which there didn't seem to be, and then turned out onto the main road again, still heading to Quebec. He had Elise on speaker and wished he'd gotten around to installing a custom Bluetooth car connection for his phone. In the background, he could hear her hammering away at her keyboard. The steady staccato almost sounded violent and definitely angry. Sometimes he wondered whether or not she needed to hit so many keys whenever he sent her a computer problem, or whether she simply had a program running in the background and pounded the keys to make him think she was working hard. He kept driving in silence for several minutes, before Elise broke it. "I'm sorry, I can't help you with this." "Really?" Sam frowned. "I seem to keep hearing that a lot tonight. I was hoping you would be the one to change my losing streak." "Sorry, it won't be me." "How come?" Sam asked, curiosity rising. "You're probably the smartest cryptographer on the planet. If you can't solve my problem, who can?" "Whoever owns the second half of this cipher, I suppose." "Come again." Elise said, "This is only half of a cipher." "The entire thing is just a secret key?" "Yes." Sam's eyes narrowed. "Any idea what it unlocks?" "Yes and no." That seemed unusually vague for Elise. Sam asked, "Which is it?" "Both. I know it leads to a website on the dark net, but what data is stored on that website is anyone's guess." "Right. So, how do we reach that website?" "You can't." Elise seemed to be surprisingly pessimistic on the topic. Sam said, "No chance you can hack into it or something?" "None." "Why?" Elise said, "The USB contains only half of a dark net hyperlink. Someone else has the second half, and without that, it's going to be impossible, or at least take about 1,000,000 years to guess it." Sam persisted. "Can't you work out anything with this?" "No, it's not a matter of hacking. I need the second part of the cipher to open the key." "Which means," Elise said, "if you want answers, and considering what Godkin said about the USB, I'd recommend you had better pay his brother a visit." "All right. Thanks for your help." "Hey, no problem. Anything else I can do for you while I'm at the computer?" "Yeah, as a matter of fact. Can you make a booking for a train trip from Quebec to Minnesota for the car, Caliburn, and myself?" "Sure. I'll arrange it for you and email the tickets. When do you want to leave?" "On the next train tonight. I can be there in an hour." He heard that staccato again on the keyboard, and a few seconds later she said, "There's an Amtrak leaving Quebec for Minneapolis at 3:45 a.m. You should make it easily." "Perfect. Book it." Elise said, "I'll send you an email with the confirmation." She paused a beat. "Sam?" "Yes?" "Have you contacted Tom about this yet?" "About what?" "The fact that you nearly got yourself killed and are now most likely to be targeted by a biker gang who like to associate themselves with the most violent Vikings." Sam grinned. He was flattered that Elise cared about him so much before admitting, "Not yet." "Why not?" "He's on the first real vacation he's had in years. Let him and Genevieve enjoy it." "What about you?" "What about me?" Sam grinned. "I'm almost done with this thing. I'll find Godkin's brother, hand over the USB, and let it be. This isn't my battle." "Really?" Elise didn't bother to hide her skepticism. "Just like that? You're going to let this one go?" The outer edges of his lips curled into a grin. "Is that so unbelievable?" Elise replied with an emphatic, "Yes." "All right. I might stick around long enough to find out what was on that USB. But Miles said his brother could handle it, whatever it is. If he can, I'll leave him be and continue my own vacation. It's been years since I've had time off, too." "Even if it means letting a violent biker gang get away?" Sam said, "Even if it means letting them slip through my fingers. I'm not the police. This isn't my expertise, and I'm not planning on going on a personal vendetta just because I got caught up in the middle of some sort of in-house biker gang turf war." "Really? Is that so surprising to you?" "That you're going to let something like this go?" Elise laughed out loud. "Yeah." "Why?" "Because if it is, it will be the first time I've ever seen you let anything go." Sam grinned. This might just be the first. "I hope so. Good luck." "I'll let you know what I find in Minnesota." Elise said, "Get some rest on the train." Chapter 14. Caves of Balancanche, Mexico, Yucatan Peninsula. Dr. Pablo Veracruz was breathing heavily from exhaustion. He was a small man, just 5 foot, with a lithe and wiry frame, almost like a bantamweight boxer. His skin was olive-toned, and he had intense, piercing, dark eyes and a thick shadow of a beard that women had often found attractive about him. Not that he'd ever been that interested in relationships. He was dedicated to his life's ambition, searching for a hidden chamber, sealed by the Mayan to protect their greatest artifacts from the invading Spanish so many centuries ago. It was this obsession that had led him to this dark, almost vile, and previously undiscovered tunnel deep beneath the earth in the ancient caves of Balancanche. On his belly and stretched outward, making his body as flat as possible, he stared at the narrow limestone constriction ahead, known as a choke point. The beam of his headlamp flickered across the white limestone, so ubiquitous throughout the Yucatan, before landing on the constriction. It looked impossibly narrow. But then, so did most things when you were buried this far beneath the earth. In caving terms, it was without a doubt the crux of his problem. A second later, the beam's flickering light faded sharply. The batteries were getting low. He had spares, but to reach them, he would need to find a larger space, an alcove or somewhere big enough to move his arms behind his back and access the bag that trailed behind his feet, attached to a thin rope. He took a couple of deep breaths. Veracruz considered turning around, but the thought of trying to negotiate nearly 300 feet of intense cave, as it hugged and squeezed him tight, backward, seemed too painful to contemplate. Better to keep going or turn around. Both included significant risks, potentially life-ending risks, if he were honest. A few seconds later, the light of his headlamp flickered, dimmed, and eventually ceased to exist, leaving him in complete darkness. He cursed. That did it. He needed to change the batteries on his headlamp, and the only way to do that was to go forward. He shifted his body weight from his hands to his elbows, to his hips, knees, and finally his feet, making a strange, shuffling progress akin to a worm. It was slow moving. He was breathing hard, small, shallow breaths. It was all he could do, until he could no longer even do that. Worried that he would become completely stuck, Dr. Pablo Veracruz stopped in the darkness. He could feel the shadow of fear sneaking up on him, its deceitful tendrils catching his mind. The walls of the ancient tunnel closed in on him. It wasn't simply metaphorical. The tunnels had narrowed to the point that the constriction had trapped him. He fought to suppress the terror that rose in his chest like bile. Part of him still considered trying to back up, but it was nearly impossible. No, he needed to keep going. Pablo exhaled through pursed lips, deflating his chest as much as possible, and pulled himself a little farther through the tunnel. Making tiny movements by opening and closing his fingers, he tried to create enough friction to pull his languid frame through. It was slow and painful work, and his entire body was being torn by shards of limestone as it was compressed through the constriction. But at least he was making progress again. He kept at it, making modest progress at best for some time, maybe another 20 minutes or so, and then stopped. Because now he was properly trapped. He knew it in an instant. This was every caver, hell, every person's worst nightmare. He was bound by the earth deep underground in a tomb that no person might ever discover. His heart was hammering in his chest now. He struggled to move, but couldn't. Exhaustion bled out of him like a balloon. He tried to breathe out, but his chest was already deflated. Panic set in quickly. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The blood had frozen in his veins. His lungs stopped. He could hear his pulse, his heartbeat growing impossibly loud, until it was the only sound he could hear echoing in his ears. If he could scream, he would have. A guttural cry seemed to fill his throat, but almost as soon as it had manifested, the sound had been stifled by the pressure on his chest from the walls that now felt like they had completely closed on him like a vice. His mind was filled with the realization that he might be permanently stuck far beneath the earth, trapped in a narrow constriction not seen by living humans for more than a millennium. It was up to him to free himself, and failure to do so would result in his bodily remains most likely lying there for another millennium before being found. With his chest constricted between the two pieces of smooth limestone, he could barely breathe. His lungs were unable to fully expand with each breath. Instead, he took fast, shallow breaths, which in turn caused him to panic further. But the more he tried to slow his breathing, the dizzier he became, and he feared that he was on the verge of passing out, where he would never again awaken. He couldn't go forward. He couldn't go backward. Trapped. He needed to rest and regather his strength before trying again. But to do that, he would need to stop his mind from descending into the depths of insanity. He tried to focus, concentrating on the long road he'd taken to reach this point, and the elation that he'd felt just hours earlier as he made the discovery of the sealed tunnel. As with so much in life, a series of seemingly random events left entirely to chance led to this very moment. Pablo cast his mind back to where it all began. Chapter 15. In 1969, archaeologists hunting for a sacred well beneath the ancient Maya city of Chichén Itzá on Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula accidentally discovered a trove of more than 150 ritual objects, untouched for more than 1,000 years, in a series of cave chambers that may have held clues to the rise and fall of the ancient Maya. After its initial discovery by farmers, Balamku was visited by archaeologist Victor Segovia Pinto, who wrote up a report noting the presence of an extensive amount of archaeological material. One in particular referenced a Mayan story about a treasure trove being buried in a nearby and extensive cave system long ago, before the Spanish invasion. But instead of excavating the site, Segovia then directed the farmers to seal up the entrance, and all records of the discovery of the cave seemed to vanish. For years, people have searched for this extensive treasure trove. And in his research as a Mexican archaeologist, Dr. Pablo Veracruz had become certain that the nearby caves of Balancanche was the extensive cave system referenced. Not just certain, obsessed. It was the most famous Maya cave site near Chichén Itzá in Mexico. The name translated to the Cave of the Sacred Jaguar Throne. It was, Veracruz knew, a reference to the Mayan leaders, not the animal jaguar. The cave was approximately 2.5 miles southeast of the Chichén Itzá archaeological zone, and formed a network of sacred caves. The caves themselves were now well-known tourist sites. Inside, a large selection of ancient pottery and idols may still be seen in the positions where they were left in pre-Columbian times. Going back even further, on 15 September 1959, José Humberto Gómez, a local guide, discovered a false wall in the cave. Behind it, he found an extended network of caves with significant quantities of undisturbed archaeological remains, including pottery and stone-carved censers, stone implements, and jewelry. The Instituto Nacional de Antropología y Historia, or INAH, converted the cave into an underground museum, and the objects, after being catalogued, were returned to their original place so visitors can see them in situ. In more recent times, Veracruz was part of a team of archaeologists who used a composite laser scan to map Chichén Itza's cave of Balancanché. It showed that the shape of its great limestone column is strongly evocative of the world tree in Maya mythological belief systems. The information was published in an article he wrote for National Geographic, an article that garnered him some accolades within the archaeological community, as well as with the wider support of various wealthy donors who were happy to support him in some of his future projects. What wasn't ever published was the fact the limestone column was just the beginning. If one took the map of the Maya mythological tree of life and superimposed it upon that of the limestone column, the known map of the cave of Balancanché, and then extended the imaginary tree to encompass the Chichén Itzá archaeological site, including the cenote sagrado, the entire map linked up. Once visually seen, it was impossible to forget. The squiggly lines of the tree's mythological roots were so perfectly set that it became impossible to imagine people discovering the image of the tree of life by chance. Instead, it was more likely, Veracruz concluded, that the entire tree had been carved out of the limestone, or that the ancient pyramid of Chichén Itzá had been built to match perfectly with the cenote sagrado to recreate the world tree. World trees were a prevalent motif occurring in the mythological cosmologies, creation accounts, and iconographies of the pre-Columbian cultures of Mesoamerica. In the Mesoamerican context, world trees embodied the four cardinal directions, which also served to represent the fourfold nature of a central world tree, a symbolic axis mundi, which connects the planes of the underworld and the sky with that of the terrestrial realm. Depictions of world trees, both in their directional and central aspects, are found in the art and mythological traditions of cultures such as the Maya, Aztec, Itzapan, Mixtec, Olmec, and others, dating to at least the mid to late formative periods of Mesoamerican chronology. The Yucatan Peninsula was a limestone plain with no rivers or streams. The region was pockmarked with natural sinkholes called cenotes, which exposed the water table to the surface. One of the most impressive of these is the cenote sagrado, which is 200 feet in diameter and surrounded by sheer cliffs that drop to the water table some 90 feet below. The cenote sagrado was a place of pilgrimage for ancient Maya people who, according to ethno-historic sources, would conduct sacrifices during times of drought. Archaeological investigations support this, as thousands of objects have been removed from the bottom of the cenote, including materials such as gold, carved jade, copal, pottery, flint, obsidian, shell, wood, rubber, cloth, as well as skeletons of children and men. All this led to his belief that a second, larger passageway had been long since cemented shut. But after nearly 20 years of research and thousands of hours of on-site actual archaeology, Veracruz had never been able to locate any evidence of another such tunnel or of a secret passageway long since buried or sealed. That was until recently, when he got lucky. Double lucky, in fact. It had been an unnaturally wet season this year. Now, after the rain, came the heat of summer with equal fervor. If that wasn't enough, the Yucatan Peninsula, which was not as seismically active as the area close to the boundary between the North American and Cocos plates, experienced one of its largest earthquakes in more than a century, probably more than 5 centuries. And for the first time in nearly a millennium, the ancient pyramid of Chichén Itzá shifted. From the outside, it had left no noticeable differences, but inside, faint lines had started to show, revealing hidden passages. Chichén Itzá became off-limits to tourists as archaeologists filled the ancient pyramid like ants swarming to protect their queen. The entire pyramid became filled with high-tech archaeological equipment, ground-penetrating LiDAR, laser mapping devices, and other measuring devices. It was one of the biggest things to hit the Mexican archaeological world in decades. But while archaeologists flocked to Chichén Itzá, Dr. Pablo Veracruz headed to Balancanche. For the past 2 weeks, he'd worked using an extensive array of LiDAR scanners. LiDAR, which stood for light detecting and ranging, used lasers to shine on the area to be mapped before emitting brief pulses of light. The amount of time it takes for those pulses to reflect back to the instrument is measured, and each measurement is plotted using GPS. Computers then use that data to construct a 3D map of the area. It was the same technology he'd used for years within the cave of Balancanche to no avail. Only this time was different. This time, it identified a crack in an otherwise solid wall of limestone. The ancient Maya were master craftsmen and had developed a unique way of mixing limestone to seal hidden passages and protect treasure troves for the ages. To Veracruz, it all made sense. Maya architecture spanned several thousands of years, several eras of political change and architectural innovation before the Spanish colonization of the Americas. Often the buildings most dramatic and easily recognizable as creations of the Maya peoples are the step pyramids of the terminal pre-classic Maya period and beyond. Any civilization capable of building such marvels was surely capable of sealing a hidden tunnel forever. Veracruz had broken through the fragmented pieces of limestone with a pickaxe, and within the better part of an hour had crawled through and into the narrow passageway. At the time, his elation had prevented him from thinking things through any further. He hadn't considered the fact that the region of the Balancanche cave where he had been working was off-limits to tourists and only accessible to archaeologists, all of which would most likely be working at Chichén Itzá for months to come, or the fact that as a self-avowed loner, nobody knew where he was working or would think to notify the authorities if he went missing. Instead, like a fool rushing toward gold, he had entered the ancient Maya tunnel that had been sealed for centuries. Chapter 16. Dr. Pablo Veracruz opened his eyes. Only absolute darkness stared back at him. He blinked away the fog, and the nightmare in which he'd become trapped flooded back like an evil shroud, wrapping its deadly fingers over him. He squeezed his eyes shut and suppressed the terror that he felt rise, and, if released, would end up exploding, leaving his mental faculties permanently destroyed. Instead, it made him wet himself. Putting the smell and the hygiene issues aside as the least of his problems, he felt the warm liquid slide along his torso. The slight reduction to his bladder size wasn't going to help him squeeze through the narrow constriction, After all, it was his shoulders that were stuck, not his hips, but the liquid might. Veracruz allowed the liquid to find its way through the invisible gaps in his body spacing by adjusting his breathing and concurrently tensing and relaxing various muscles. By the time it reached his face, he knew he'd done as much as could be physically done. It was now or never. Time to give it everything, and when his energy failed him, he would either be free of his nightmarish bindings or rot in his subterranean hell for all of eternity. Veracruz took a couple breaths, collecting his thoughts and planning the not-so-intricate steps to achieve his freedom. He produced a mental image of himself achieving the goal, then he rolled the dice and gambled with his life. He took a breath in as deep as it would go, and then exhaled everything, until he could no longer breathe out any more, and his chest was as small as it would ever be. This was the most dangerous move yet, and it all depended entirely on luck. If he moved forward and the space opened up, Veracruz would have won his freedom and the ability to breathe again. But if he moved forward and the constriction worsened, he might find himself in a position where he could no longer move, and at the same time, there was no longer enough space to breathe at all. Better to die quick than to rot away entombed in hell. With that thought in the back of his mind, Veracruz began to move. Fingers, elbows, chest, hips, legs, feet. He shifted the weight from one to the next and back again. Like a heavy ship, it was slow to overcome the resistance and begin to move, but soon he felt his stomach, followed by parts of his back, scrape across the limestone walls. He dared not breathe in until he was certain. Like the gambler who doesn't want to look at his cards until all the final hands had been played, he postponed the truth until the end. His lungs burned, and finally he couldn't resist that primal urge to breathe. Veracruz breathed in. The muscles of his diaphragm moved downward. His chest wall expanded, and sweet, precious air was sucked into his desperate lungs. A euphoria followed. He pulled himself just that little deeper and stopped. Around him he found himself inside a void. He tentatively felt with his outstretched hands for the nearest wall, but instead discovered only emptiness. Veracruz wanted to cry with happiness. In disbelief, he shifted his other hand outward. Still nothing. He slowly extended his legs and arms like one would when trying to make a snow angel. There was still nothing but a void. It felt magical, better than anything else he'd ever experienced in his life. Veracruz tried to reach the ceiling, but his arms couldn't extend far enough. That was almost too much for him to bear, and his brain, having mentally cracked during his period of entrapment, feared that he was still unconscious, still trapped in that horrific constriction. He stood up, feeling surreal. His cramped legs, arms, and back feeling a strange mixture of pain, like someone who'd just gotten out of bed after sleeping too long and feeling a bit stiff, and euphoria at the freedom. He stretched up and tried to reach the ceiling. Still just nothingness. Slowly, he rationalized that he must be awake, and that he'd managed to make it through. Slowly, and feeling more certain about his luck with every passing second, Veracruz bent down and reached for the bag he'd been towing, which included a few supplies. There was some food, a sandwich, and a couple of muesli bars, a bottle of water, a digital camera, and, most important of all, a handheld flashlight and spare batteries. Veracruz fumbled with the switch of the flashlight. He held his breath and flicked it to the on position. The glow of the LED light began to fill the room. It was massive. The biggest by far within the entire system of caves within Balancanche. The beam of the flashlight disappeared into the distant walls of the cathedral. He wanted to scream with joy. He was inside a massive cathedral-shaped cavern. It was big enough to play a game of football, a stark contrast to the tight hell in which he'd been confined only minutes earlier. More than that, the cavern was filled with artifacts and images painted onto the walls. His beam landed on a cascade of offerings left by the ancient residents of Chichén Itzá, so perfectly preserved and untouched that stalagmites had formed around the incense burners, vases, decorated plates, and other objects in the cavern. At a glance, he imagined that the cavern contained a veritable treasure trove of ancient Mayan history, with all of the images on the walls predating the Spanish invasion. Without question, this was what he'd spent the majority of his adult life searching for, the greatest treasure of the Mayans, sealed to protect their vast wealth from the invading Spanish. Veracruz walked along the edge of the cavern and reflected how quickly despondency had been replaced by utter, mesmerized glee, his light swaying side to side as it searched the new cavern. He stopped and fixed the beam of his flashlight on an image to his left, something that really caught his eye. It was a large painting, probably spanning more than 30 feet in total. It depicted dozens of ships. They looked grand by comparison to the other primitive boats seen in the rest of the photos. He studied the ship at the head of the fleet. It had 3 decks of oars and a large sail. The sail appeared white, with the exception of a large insignia of a butterfly stitched into its middle. The color had faded, but the butterfly was royal purple, with a double set of eyes on the back of its wings. The startling effect made it look like it tracked his movement no matter where he positioned himself within the cave. Veracruz took a step back. It wasn't exactly what he was looking for. Instead, the discovery was far more valuable than anything he could have ever imagined. It confirmed that a Hellenistic fleet of triremes, powered by sail and oar, crossed the Atlantic nearly 2,000 years ago. Over the next few hours, he took more than 100 photos of the stunning image of the Hellenistic fleet across the backdrop of the Yucatan Peninsula. Afterward, he mentally prepared himself for the grueling reality that he needed to pass through the choke point to reach the outside world where he could reveal his discovery. The prospect of facing that nightmare again terrified him. But he knew that if he fit through it once, he could do it a second time. In the end, the entire thing was a lot easier going out than going in. Caves were like that. Everything had to do with the way your body naturally adjusted to the contours of a narrow passageway. What might be easy to enter could be impossible going the other direction, and vice versa. In this case, Veracruz negotiated the deadly choke point with surprising ease. It took nearly 3 hours of standard caving to fight his way out of the system. By the time he passed the giant limestone column at the entrance of the cave, known as the Tree of Life, and clambered up the steep set of steps into the paved entrance to Balancanche, it was getting late in the day. The sun was in its death throes, bruising the sky a coiling purple and orange, making the tops of the jungle trees appear to be on fire. As soon as he'd cleared the jungle canopy, Veracruz withdrew his cell phone and called a number from speed dial. A man answered the call almost right away. "Hello, Pablo. What can I do for you?" Without preamble, he said, "Sam Reilly. I think I just found what you've been looking for." "Come again," came Sam's deep and level voice on the other end. "What have you found?" Pablo exhaled a deep breath. "I just found evidence that a Hellenistic fleet once sailed the waters of the Yucatan Peninsula." Chapter 17. The Blue Mountains Alpine Resort, Ontario, Canada. Tom Bauer stood next to the downhill mountain bike. There was something amusing about the sight of his massive frame straddling the Specialized Pro downhill mountain bike. It was one of those bikes with a large forked front suspension and a triangular-shaped aluminum alloy frame mounted on a heavy-duty rear suspension system. To Tom, it felt more like a motorcycle, despite Genevieve assuring him that it would be very different to riding one. It didn't feel different. Much lighter, maybe. Possibly more maneuverable. But it had all the normal things that a motorcycle had. Forked front suspension, rear suspension, and hydraulic brakes. He even argued to Genevieve that given they'd just taken one of the ski lifts to the top and gravity was going to do all the effort in bringing him back down again, he didn't even really need to pedal to make it go. Ergo, the thing was virtually a motorcycle. She laughed and dismissed his sentiment with the simple response, "We'll see." "Yeah, we'll see," Tom said, a mixture of laughter and genuine pleasure on his parted lips. At the start of the conflux of trails, he glanced back at the spectacular vista beneath a summer's sky of cerulean blue. He could have been in the Swiss Alps, for all he knew looking at it. Winding trails scarred the lush forest of pines that encased the steep slopes of the resort, where several ski lifts operated, catering to the summer adventurers who reveled in the Blue Mountains' rugged beauty, mountain bike riding, hiking, and wildlife spotting benefits. The nearby villages of the Blue Mountains and Tyrolean resorts stood out in the distance before a backdrop of green and turquoise waters of the Georgian Bay, the northeastern arm of Lake Huron, surrounded by rugged bedrock and white pine forests. Genevieve glanced at him, realizing he was lost in its beauty. She asked, "Are you ready?" Tom shook his head. "Just a sec." "What is it?" she asked, bringing her bike closer in to meet him. When she was close enough to reach, he grabbed her, moving quickly, pulling her in toward him with both arms until their eyes were level, and stopped. Genevieve had deep blue eyes, short brown hair tied back, where a single strand had come free, and she wiped it back behind her ear. She stared back at him and smiled, restraint registering across her face. After a few seconds, restraint seemed to give way to desire, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. An impish and lascivious grin spread out across her parted lips, the tip of her tongue just touching the space between her white teeth, set in such a way to tease him. "Yes?" Tom closed the gap and kissed her. She opened her mouth in response, kissing him back. It was gentle, but full of passion. After 30 seconds, he pulled away. "Now I'm ready." "No, you're not," she said, grabbing him by his neck and pulling him in tight. She kissed him again. It was a long, soft kiss, their lips exploring gently. She stroked his cheeks and his hair, and he found himself wrapping his hands around her waist. After a long minute, she broke the kiss, panting. "Now we're good to ride. See if you can keep up." Tom watched as she slid her full-faced helmet onto her head and kicked off, pedaling her Trek mountain bike along the start of a green run. He popped his own helmet on and followed her, riding the easy trail. They were both fit, and the trail was easy, so he found they moved quickly. It had been a long time since he'd ridden a bike, and he felt a little rusty, while Genevieve appeared to be an expert. They rode along the green trail, meandering to the east of the mountain, while Tom got the handle of things. It wasn't hard, just like riding a bike, he guessed. After 20 or so minutes, she stopped, pulling up at another conflux of trails. They both pulled out a drink. Despite being early spring, it felt like a summer's day, and he noticed through her helmet's protective goggles Genevieve's face was flushed, and there were tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. Tom asked, "Where to?" She gave a non-committal shrug. "You pick, wherever you like." "Okay," he said, running his eyes across some of the signs of upcoming trails. They had various names that looked like something a bunch of teenagers high on one of those modern energy drinks like Red Bull or Mother had come up with. There were Shot Glass, Big Squeeze, Embryo, and Minion's Rush. Tom was about to pick something when Genevieve said, "Hey, what do you think that guy wants?" He turned and looked over his shoulder, farther up the hill, to where a man was waving his arms together, as though he was trying to get their attention. Tom frowned. "No idea. I mean, we're on vacation, and Sam's not around. We left our phones back at the lodge, so we should be safe, right?" "Right." Her eyes narrowed, and the guy kept on shouting something while swinging his arms. "He knows we can't hear him, right?" "Yeah. He seems really intent on getting our attention. Maybe we should ride up to him. Maybe someone's hurt." "Yeah, you're right. We better do that." They turned around, and Tom swore. Behind them, a large black bear and 2 cubs wandered toward them. Genevieve yelled, "Ride!" Tom didn't need to be told twice. He stepped on his pedals and began to ride, taking the first turn off he could, a really steep one called Big Sleaze, a double black diamond run. It crossed a wooden bridge, then began to turn, before dipping straight down like a damned roller coaster. The trails swerved around a series of near-vertical berms, allowing them to squeeze ever tighter through the banked corners. The entire trail felt like he was on a luge riding down a bobsleigh track. The specialized pro picked up speed. Within seconds, he no longer worried about the bears. Instead, every cell in his body worked at trying to stay upright on his bike. The trail leveled out for a few seconds before offering 2 options, one that went up and one that went down. Tom took the trail heading up, thinking it might slow him down. What he didn't realize was that it was leading to a jump. By the time he'd clicked, it was too late to do anything about it. He set up for the jump, leveled the bike mid-air, and landed perfectly on the down ramp. He jammed on the brakes, taking the bike to a complete stop another 100 feet down the track. Putting his feet down to stand, he glanced over his shoulder and spotted Genevieve flying through the air, doing tricks that clearly belonged on the X Games. Tom waited for her to land. She came to a skidding stop next to him. He said, "Hey, you can ride." "I told you I can ride," she said. "You told me you'd never been on a mountain bike before." Tom grinned. "I might have understated my experience." "I'll say you just carved up a double black run at the Blue Mountains like a pro." Behind them, the guy who had been waving at them earlier came racing along the trail. He looked serious, like a pro racing for the ride of his life. He cleared the jump, jammed on his brakes, and pulled up right next to the 2 of them. The guy removed his helmet. "I don't suppose you're Tom Bauer?" "That's me," Tom replied, a lilt in his voice like, How the hell do they find me? What's up? The guy handed him a cell phone. I've been asked to give this to you. Who asked you? A second later, the cell phone began to ring. Tom could see he wasn't going to get much in the way of answers from the messenger. So instead of trying, he hit the answer button. Hello? Tom. It was Elise who spoke. Vacation's over. Sam's in trouble. His heart skipped a beat. What's happened? What sort of trouble? The sort of trouble he's good at finding himself in when you're not around. Elise paused a beat, letting those words sink in. And I'm afraid I believe he's going to need you and Genevieve's help to get him out of it. Chapter 18. Paul M. Tellier Tunnel, Sarnia, Canada. The Amtrak cross-country train raced quietly across the spectacular countryside of lush green trees, hills, and the distant turquoise waters of Lake Huron. It was powered by 4 GE P-42DC passenger diesel locomotives, capable of producing a combined output in excess of 16,000 horsepower. The 4 powerhouses pulled a long line of cars that snaked back along the iron tracks for the better part of a mile. In the front and closest to the noisy engines were the coach cars, followed by business and first class, 2 sets of dining cars, 2 glass-domed observation cars, 1 baggage car, and a series of trailing flatbed vehicular cars. Inside a first-class sleeper suite, Sam Reilly woke up to the gentle, shifting sound of the steel wheels rocking along the tracks, creating an almost hypnotizing yet constant rhythm of a thud-thud, thud-thud. He glanced out the window, taking in the serene landscape. Sam checked his watch. It was midday. Mentally, he tried to picture the outline of the rail line from Quebec to Minneapolis, and then calculate his probable position based on the time. His mind was sluggish, and the landscape, although beautiful, too monotonous and without any specific identifying landmarks in which to orient himself. They had passed Lake Ontario and Toronto hours ago. Right as he was considering the possibilities, the train began its descent into a long tunnel. It was just the right amount of imagery, or lack of it in this case, to jog Sam's memories and place the train on his mental map. On the other end of the bed, Caliburn seemed to sleep on, oblivious to the fact that they were going through what had once been the location of the world's first international railway tunnel, or that they were leaving Canada and entering the U.S. They had entered the Paul M. Tellier Tunnel, linking Sarnia, Ontario, to Port Huron, Michigan, and running parallel to St. Clair Tunnel, the world's first international rail tunnel, as well as the first railway tunnel built under a river in North America. The tunnel was over 6,000 feet long, with more than 2,300 feet lying under the St. Clair River. They came out the other end, and darkness gave way to daylight and crystal-clear skies of blue. The train slowed, and 15 minutes later, it slowed to a stop at Port Huron Station. The train seemed delayed for a while, but that didn't bother Sam. He was in no rush for anything. Despite getting involved in some strange biker gang come Viking group, Sam wasn't prepared for it to ruin his first real vacation in years. The way he looked at it, he'd always wanted to take a rail trip across the Great Lakes. No reason not to enjoy it. Caliburn, as though hearing his internal voice, sat up on his paws, his head tilting to the left, and his big eyes meeting Sam's with a mixture of love and curiosity. Sam held his gaze. "Good morning." The golden retriever tilted its head and mewled. The train released its brakes, and Sam felt the gentle jolt as the train began its slow process of picking up speed once more. He turned to Caliburn. "We're just leaving Port Huron Station." Caliburn, upon realizing they had a long way to go, turned his head, somehow burying it beneath both his paws, and after doing a funny little shuffle with his hind legs and tail until all was set in a new comfortable position, dozed off to sleep almost instantaneously. "I wish to hell I could get back to sleep that easily." Sam shook his head and grinned. "I'm going to order some lunch." Caliburn's ears cocked, and an instant later the large dog was upright. He gave a stifled bark. Sam grinned, giving the dog a gentle pat beneath its mane. "Yeah, I thought you might like to join me." Just in case there was any previous misunderstanding, Caliburn gave another 3 sharp barks. Sam hushed him with a gentle pat and said, Okay, but no more barking. You're not even supposed to be up here with me." Caliburn leveled his dark brown eyes on him. If a dog was ever capable of rolling its eyes and gazing with piercing scrutiny, it was Caliburn. Sam turned away, giving Caliburn a firm pat. "Hey, I don't make the rules about dogs and passenger trains." The dog's tail wagged incessantly, and he barked again, as though this was a fun game. "Hey," Sam said, his voice rising a notch. "I'm serious. It's all fun and games now until someone catches you and you end up spending the next 32 hours riding in the baggage car inside some tiny cage." Caliburn's tail lowered between his legs. He bared his teeth in a guttural and reproachful growl. "You wouldn't dare." Sam had had enough of the game. "All right, forget it. If they kick us off the train, we'll drive. Agreed?" The dog barked again, his tail wagging happily once more. Sam called the car attendant and ordered 2 meals. After a moment of confusion, he confirmed his order and that he did indeed want 2 full meals for himself. He was famished. Hell, if Caliburn didn't stop playing, Sam was half tempted to eat both meals himself. 20 minutes later, the car attendant knocked on the door. "Just a minute," Sam said. Turning to Caliburn, he mouthed the word, "Hide." The dog turned around, burying its head beneath a crumpled mess of blankets at the end of the bed, and stretching out long. The dog's golden hair formed a dark contrast with the blue upholstery and blankets. Sam whispered, "Caliburn, the bed's blue." A split second later, the dog's golden hair turned a matching shade of blue. Sam stared at the image for a moment. The scattered mess of blankets at the end of the bed looked unusual, but it looked more like he was lazy rather than that he'd smuggled a dog on board. No, Caliburn had done a perfect job of camouflaging himself. The sight never ceased to amaze him. Caliburn was a rescue dog, but not a regular one. He had once been a highly classified secret military experiment to genetically develop the perfect soldier. The program failed miserably with its human trials, but the initial attempt with a dog had worked wonders. Caliburn had been the recipient of such fantastical science. Engineered with a mixture of DNA extracted from an octopus, among other things, he inherited from the octopus DNA a unique ability to camouflage its skin. The concept wasn't entirely rare in nature, albeit a little unusual for a dog. The defense mechanism worked with chromatophores, or little sacs in an animal's skin and hair follicles, filled with pigmentation, that erupt in response to external impulses in its nervous system. This allowed its hair follicles to alter color as part of its intrinsic camouflage defense. The dog was highly intelligent, although naturally a little lazy, and could transform its entire coat to match anything he wanted. Sam opened the door and greeted the car attendant, a 50-something-year-old gentleman who reminded him of that butler from Downton Abbey. The man placed the 2 plates of food, covered with a silver cloche, on the table at the middle of the room. "Thank you," Sam said. The car attendant turned to leave. Then, with a suppressed grin, he said, "You must be very hungry, sir." "Famished," Sam agreed, and then closed the door behind him. He removed the cloche and stared at the food. For himself, there was grilled Atlantic salmon with asparagus, mushrooms, and roast squash in some sort of French buttery sauce that Sam couldn't quite pronounce. He breathed in, his mouth salivating as he savored the scent. His eyes then drifted to Caliburn's meal, spaghetti bolognese. Behind him, Sam could hear the dog's tail wagging like the arm of an overexcited grandfather clock. Sam licked his lips. "He's gone, Caliburn." The dog jumped up. His thick carpet of hair turned gold once more. Despite holding the enviable accolade of smartest dog on the planet, Caliburn looked just like every other dog Sam had met as soon as food was placed within reach of him. The dog mowed down the enormous bowl of spaghetti meatballs within seconds. Sam smiled, picked up his fork, glanced at the dog, and took his first bite. Bon appetit. Chapter 19. The Amtrak train kept up its steady chatter as it made its way uphill toward Flint, Michigan. Sam perched himself along the window seat with his legs crossed, like some sort of Zen yoga master. A dense forest of red maple, white cedar, quaking aspen, black cherry, and hemlock rushed by the window in a blur. He thought about the email Pablo Veracruz had sent him, and particularly about the ancient image he'd found on the newly discovered cavern. It depicted a first-century Hellenistic fleet sailing across the Yucatan Peninsula. A smile creased his lips. It was nearly impossible to believe that Cleopatra VII had been right. He thought about what she had written. A fleet of Hellenistic Greeks, in triremes powered by sail and oar, sailed across an icy sea to reach a distant land far beyond the Great Sea, far beyond anywhere in the known world. They set colonies and mined gold, which seemed to be plentiful. Some made recurrent trips, while others stayed to live out their lives, trading the warm Aegean for the cold waters of the distant land. Sam remembered reading her notes, his eyes wide with rapt attention. Of the great fleet, 2 people were continuously referenced for their valor. Their names were Odin and Thor. They had fiery red beards and led their fleet of triremes filled with warriors to the distant lands, returning with gold and stories of easy conquests of the foreign lands. The stories of Odin and Thor's conquests became legendary. They ransacked distant villages and built a sacred grotto and filled it with their treasures as a reward and testament to their dead, who perished valiantly in battle. The 2 men, with their fiery red beards, drove fear into the heart of their enemies. Sam shook his head. What was the chance that someone would find archaeological evidence of Thor and Odin being Hellenistic sailors? More importantly, what was the likelihood that such information would come out less than 24 hours after he'd been attacked by wannabe Vikings, who called themselves berserkers? It almost seemed too unlikely a coincidence. Sam decided that as soon as he'd found Godkin's brother and delivered the USB stick, along with his condolences over the death of Miles, he would head to the Yucatan Peninsula with Tom to determine the veracity of the archaeological discovery. Until then, he was still on vacation. Caliburn resumed his sleeping position, and Sam kept reading his book. It was Every Breath by Nicholas Sparks. Not his usual read, he had to admit, but he was enjoying it. A guilty pleasure. A love story so fantastical and heartbreaking that it couldn't be any further removed from his regular life. It was a little unbelievable, but that's not so bad. After all, we all read to escape the world in which we live, even if that world happened to already be perfectly delightful. On the bed, Caliburn's ears pricked up, the hair on his back suddenly spiking upward, his eyes watchful and intent. Sam put the book down. His eyes narrowed, darting from the door back to Caliburn. "What is it?" A crisp knock rasped at the door. It was followed by a polite voice. "Service, please." Sam glanced at Caliburn, who had already camouflaged himself at the head of the bed. Sam sat up, feeling the slight tightness in his joints after sitting for too long, and wandered over to the door. He unlocked the latch and opened it himself. "Hello." "Good afternoon," the car attendant said. He was much younger than the previous one, probably early to mid-20s, if Sam had to guess, but every bit as well dressed and politely spoken. "I'm just here for the trays." "Thank you," Sam said, gesturing to where they were left on the table. "You can tell the chef I enjoyed the meals very much." "That's so nice to hear. I'll pass it on." The attendant stepped forward to collect the trays, and the door's natural closing mechanism forced the door shut. He leaned down and reached for the tray. In the process, part of his sleeve pulled back. Sam's eyes locked onto a tattoo on his forearm. The car attendant noticed Sam's gaze. He put the trays back down and immediately rolled down his sleeves again. The kid set his jaw. There were tiny tremors in his face, but he stood rigid. His face turned scarlet, and the vein in his forehead was pulsing. An assorted mixture of embarrassment and underriding fear appeared to surface that seemed at odds with the situation. Suddenly, the tension in the room was taut as razor wire. Sam felt it too. What's more, he knew exactly why. He'd seen that tattoo before. Different anatomical location, but same undeniable image. It depicted the face of a Viking warrior protected by a steel helmet, beside which were 5 filled-in teardrops. It was identical to the one he'd seen on Miles Godkin's arm the day he pulled him from the water at St. Martin's. Only this one had 2 more teardrops. Had this meant he'd murdered 2 more people? Sam had no intention of making it 3. He made a disarming smile. "Nice tattoo. What is that?" The car attendant swallowed hard, feigning embarrassment, and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to have tattoos." Sam waved him away with a placating hand. "Is that some sort of cute little munchkin?" The car attendant turned away. "No." "Sure it is. What is it?" Sam persisted. "Some sort of miniature Viking? It looks like it's laughing. Are those tears of laughter running down its cheeks?" The car attendant's facade disappeared like the drapes at a theater. Sam readied himself to launch at the berserker, but the kid had drawn his weapon already. It was a pistol, a Beretta 9mm. Attached to its barrel was a silencer. Despite the kid's youth, there was a hard set to his jaw and defiant glare in his eyes. This wasn't going to be his first murder, and probably not his last, if Sam didn't do something to stop it. Sam turned the palms of his hands outward in a placating gesture. "Hey, I'm just here to enjoy a vacation." "Really?" The man locked eyes with him. because what I've heard, Mr. Reilly, you're responsible for the deaths of 5 of our members, and that kind of thing's unforgivable." Sam shrugged. "So, what are we doing chatting?" The berserker raised an eyebrow. "Why haven't I killed you yet?" The thought did enter my mind. Sam gave an ambivalent shrug of his shoulder. It kind of suggested that he was okay to be killed, but could he decide whether or not to do it so he could get back to the book he was reading? The barrel was aimed at Sam's head. From this distance, there was no way in the world he could miss. "I need to know who sent you." Sam's lips twisted into a puzzled grin. "Sent me? I just came for a driving vacation. Thought I'd see the countryside in Canada, and now I'm enjoying a cross-country train ride." The kid shook his head. "You think we're stupid. Okay, tell me this. How much do you know about berserker?" "I know it's the name you've been calling yourselves. Someone grew up watching too many Viking shows, I assume." "I'm talking about RX-16SF. This time, Sam didn't even have to feign ignorance. He had no idea what the man was talking about. "Come again." "Don't try and hide the fact you know about RX-16SF. I mean, if you didn't, why would you bother going to all that trouble to kick over an ant's nest and really upset us?" The kid's eyes narrowed. "No, you've come here to find out about RX-16SF, a.k.a. Berserker." Sam could see he wasn't going to get anywhere denying things. "Okay, yes, I came here because of RX-16SF. Now what?" "Who wants it?" The kid shook his head and started naming a series of biker gangs Sam had heard of, but had no idea what they actually did. "You can tell your boss we got it first and no one's going to take it off us." Sam shrugged. Without having a clue what else to say, he said, "Okay." "Good." The kid seemed relieved by what he'd said. Sam asked, "Now what?" "Now, because you were honest, I'll let you pick. Where do you want it, in the head or the chest?" Sam said, "I'll take—" "Now, Caliburn!" The blue blankets on the bed seemed to suddenly move with the ferocity becoming of a Stephen King horror film. It dived from the top of the bed across the room, landing on the kid's forearm. The berserker fired a shot. There was a crisp, rasping sound as the silencer did its job. The 9mm parabellum landed somewhere on the bed frame. Caliburn's teeth gnawed at the berserker's arm. The kid's eyes went wide. Terror was written across his face. It was easy to see why. A fucking blanket just leaped across the room and bit me. Caliburn kept up his deadly grip. He was slow to anger, but when he did, or when someone threatened someone close to him, Caliburn was lethal. He opened his mouth for a split second, the relief suddenly spreading across the kid's face before Caliburn latched on a second time, this time with much greater force, and the Beretta fell free from the kid's hands. Sam didn't wait. Most people go straight for the gun. That's their mistake. People are so afraid of death that they intrinsically developed narrow vision, focusing on the weapon. Sam was just about as far from most people as anyone can get. He jumped toward the kid. Without making any attempt for the weapon, he grabbed the kid by his shoulders, pulling the berserker toward him. The kid had expected to be struck and so had pushed forward. As a consequence, both motions were in alignment, and the berserker fell to the ground. Standing above him, Sam drove his foot toward the kid's head. He rolled like a fireman, and Sam's foot hit the ground instead. The berserker then swung his hand down with an open palm, using it like a scythe. The blow landed on the back of Sam's knee. Pain like fire shot through his leg, and Sam dropped to the ground. On the floor, the berserker regained his composure. No longer racing for the pistol, he turned to Sam, swinging a second blow, this time at Sam's neck. It was Sam's turn to move quickly. He blocked with his forearm and moved with his left arm to punch his attacker. The kid didn't try to block it. Instead, he moved in close, engaging Sam in a grappling hook and hugging him tight. The two wrestled on the floor, struggling to gain some semblance of power over the other person. The berserker had obviously studied Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Sam had studied a variety of martial arts, but there was no doubt in his mind the kid was better at wrestling. Within seconds, the berserker had gained the dominant position on top and was rapidly applying pressure on a lethal chokehold to Sam's neck. In a competition, he would have already tapped out and accepted defeat. Hell, he would have given most of his fortune to be able to tap out now, but the only form of submission his opponent would accept would be his death, and that wasn't going to do for Sam. He fought with every ounce of strength just to stay conscious, but with every second, his mind would wander, his thoughts more difficult, and his sight darkened. He was losing it. Everything. Where the hell was Caliburn? With his one free hand, Sam kept trying to strike his opponent in his head, but it's hard from down below to derive enough force to inflict any real damage to the person on top. It didn't stop him trying. On the third attempt, he heard Caliburn give a curt bark. It wasn't a threatening growl like a predator. This was a message. What the hell was he trying to say? Sam moved his hand out and found Caliburn's fur coat. The dog moved in to nudge him with his wet nose. He ran his hand down the dog's mane toward his mouth. Inside, Caliburn gripped the barrel of the Beretta. Sam grabbed the handle, rotated the gun so that it pointed at the berserker's head, and squeezed the trigger. Another rasping sound filled the suite. The 9mm parabellum struck the man's jaw at point-blank range. The bullet tore away the guy's jaw and part of his face, but missed the brain. The kid released his tension on Sam's throat. Sam rolled backward, putting as much space as he could between the two of them. The kid's eyes filled with terror, but he was still conscious. More than that, he went berserk. He launched himself at Sam as though he might still complete his mission during his final death throes. Sam squeezed off another 2 rounds. The bullets landed right at the center of the kid's chest. His momentum carried him forward, but the kid fell to the floor, his body lifeless and still. Sam took a couple deep breaths, and then turned to Caliburn. "You took your damn time." Caliburn wasn't buying into the guilt thing. He looked up at him with piercing eyes and gave another bark. The meaning of this one was clear. "I'm glad you're alive. You can thank me later." Sam got it. He patted the dog's mane. "Thanks, Caliburn, for saving my life." Chapter 20. Sam went into survival mode. He locked the cabin door and moved quickly. He searched the berserker for any sort of ID or anything he could use to get Elise to track him. There wasn't anything. He pocketed the Beretta. It was a standard-issue military pistol with a 15-round magazine. By his count, 4 had been fired, meaning he still had 11 to play with. He had no intention of waiting around long enough to find out whether or not that would be enough. Sam grabbed his backpack and started to fill it with his laptop, book, and few personal items, before slipping his arms through the straps. It wasn't much. He traveled light, and a lot of his personal things were still in the car, which was parked on one of the last flatbed vehicular carriages. All told, he was ready to go within a space of a minute. He needed to get off the train, but first he had to get rid of the body. The last thing he wanted right now was an investigation into someone murdered in his own sleeper suite. He searched the room, looking for somewhere, anywhere, to hide the body. He could deal with the authorities later. Right now, he needed to get off the train before someone finished the job, and Sam had no intention of becoming the cause of another added tear to someone's Viking tattoo in some sort of brazen and ritualistic gang tattoo ceremony. If he could hide the body, they might stop coming after him in the immediate future. It would buy some time. That was, if they thought he was already dead. He turned around in the small suite, opened the clothes locker, but shut the door immediately. It was too small. The kid would never fit. He considered the shower, but it would be the first place the next people they sent for Sam would most likely look. No, he needed to do a better job of it than that. Caliburn made a stifled bark. Sam turned to see him staring at the window. They were coming up to a bridge across a river. His heart was racing, pounding in his chest. He needed to move quickly if he wanted to make it. He nodded in affirmation of Caliburn's idea. He slid the large window all the way open. Air whistled as it blew into the sleeping suite. Sam squatted down and gripped the kid's dead hand in one of his, and pulled the body over his shoulder in the classic fireman lift. The kid was a big guy. Plenty of time wasted in the gym. Probably a little over 200 pounds. Sam gritted his teeth and heaved to lift him up to the open window. The train blew its horn and raced across the bridge, passing an unnamed river far below. Now or never. Sam stood up onto the chair, giving himself the last bit of clearance needed to push the body through the open window. It lingered there for a split second, caught somehow by the weight toward the hips and the torso, in a delicate balance like a pendulum. A moment later, Sam changed his grip and lifted both legs, until the body slid free. He glanced out the window and watched as the body fell all the way to the fast-flowing river far below. Sam closed the window again. Then to Caliburn he said, "It's time to go." He stepped out the door into the main thoroughfare. Sam's eyes darted left and right. To the left, heading toward the trailing carriage, and where Sam wanted to go, he spotted two men leaning against a wall at the end of the carriage. Their eyes were glued to their phones, their fingers dancing away at the screen, their minds absorbed by whatever games they were playing. They might have been passengers, or they might have been security for the berserkers, guarding Sam's door until the original hitman came out and confirmed the task had been done. To the right there was nothing but an empty carriageway. He considered going right first, until he knew what the guys were doing, and then tracking back afterward. A split second later, one of the men looked up from his phone. Something in his face shifted. The easygoing and relaxed expression gave way to shock and dismay. Sam thought about how to play the next few seconds, ambivalent, going to the bathroom, or aggressive and violent. In the end, the two goons made the decision for him. They reached for their handguns, but neither got the chance to remove them from their holsters. Sam, already gripping the silenced Beretta, aimed and fired 2 shots in quick succession, both headshots. 2 more berserkers dead. The body count was building up in an unimaginable way. Strangely, his mind wondered how the gang would manage to cover up these deaths. He dismissed the thought a second later, not his problem. He didn't bother to search these 2 for IDs. No reason to expect to find them any different than the first one. He kneeled down to retrieve their guns, removed their full magazines, pocketing them in his backpack, and then dropped the unloaded pistols in the bin. He stepped past the 2 dead berserkers and headed toward the trailing cars. He patted Caliburn. "You'd better go first." Caliburn barked, his eyes giving him a forlorn look like a forgotten soldier. Sam nodded. "It's not for long. There's nothing you can do, and I'd rather you not get shot. Besides, if you do spot any more trouble, they're not likely to attack you, but you can forewarn me. If we get separated, wait for me near the car. We're getting off at the next stop. Okay?" Caliburn gave an affirmative bark. Agreed. Sam watched as Caliburn began to head off. He would no doubt create a stir with anyone who spotted him along the way, but Caliburn could play the friendly family dog if he needed, getting out of most anything by being cute and affectionate. Failing that, he was quick, agile, and damn smart. He would make it back to the car and wait for him. He gave Caliburn a couple minutes' head start, and then began to follow, passing through both sets of dining carts. He entered the first observational cart. It was completely empty. That seemed to strike him as odd. Not that it was filled throughout the entire trip. After all, there's only so much observing anyone can do during a 48 or 72-hour train journey, but still it seemed unusual for no one to be around during the middle of the day. Sam moved through the carriage and then stopped, because up ahead Caliburn gave a series of sharp barks. He knew exactly what it meant. Trouble. Chapter 21. Someone opened fire. It wasn't with a silenced pistol. Apparently all bets were off, and the berserkers were no longer taking any chances or cared about collateral damage or hiding themselves. A sharp barrage of rat-a-tat-tats filled the observational carriage as someone with a machine gun opened fire. The enormous glass dome shattered. Sam hit the deck, taking cover behind a steel bulkhead before the stairs. He shielded his head with his backpack as glass rained down on him. Silence followed. He held his breath and listened. All he could hear was the sound of the Amtrak cross-country train making its way along the steel tracks. Its driver, nearly a quarter of a mile away, and completely oblivious to the warlike conditions rapidly erupting toward the trailing carriage of the train. Sam gripped the handle of his Beretta, ready to make his next move. From the other end of the carriage, he heard the sound of multiple footsteps crunching on the glass as they approached. One of the attackers spoke into a cell phone.
"This guy's like a rat. Let's not take any more chances. Divert the boys from Fort Gratiot."
There was a slight pause, and then one guy said,
"Yes, all of them. We're going to need their help to clean up this fucking mess by the time we're done."
Sam didn't wait any longer. He stood up and dived toward the stairwell. Multiple shots followed him, but he was outside the observational carriage and sliding through the narrow doorway between carriages seconds later. He was running hard, moving like his life depended upon it, which it did. He entered the dining carriage and knocked over a waiter who was balancing 4 plates on his arms as he prepared to serve lunch.
"Stay down!"
Sam shouted, and kept running. Behind him, the waiter swore and scrambled to his feet. A few seconds later, more shots began to fire, and the dining carriage turned to pandemonium. Sam pushed his way through, shouting and telling everyone to get down and stay down. He kept going, heading for the driver's cars. Twice he paused long enough to fire a shot at his attackers. They didn't land anywhere near them, but were close enough to make them pause, forcing them to take their time to clear out each carriage before continuing on. It bought him time. He passed through the business, first class, and coach carriage, and then opened the door that separated the passenger carriages from the driver and engine cars. It was one of those open gaps between the 2 carriages, completely exposed to the elements. Below, Sam spotted an array of fine sparks flickering across the tracks, where the wheels clipped the track as the train rounded a slight bend. Sam reached for the door to the first engine car. It was locked. Sam turned around, his eyes sweeping his environment for somewhere to hide, or at least take defensive cover. There wasn't any. The train was traveling at nearly 90 miles an hour. The rails were built up on a bed of stones roughly 10 feet high. Trees whirred by far below, thoroughly dissuading any thoughts of jumping. He was trapped. There was no way he could head back inside the coach carriage. There he would be even more exposed. He glanced around the engine carriage, seeing if there was some way he could climb above it or along the side of it. There wasn't any. Unlike the great Western movies of yesterday, where people clamber onto the roofs of old steam trains, only to have the classic shootout unfold, these trains had been built with a protective wall of steel around both ends of the carriages. Designed to have nothing to grip onto, it prohibited adrenaline freaks and wannabe social media stars from turning viral by joyriding or surfing on the roof of the train. Sam eyed the spacing beneath the train. A single glance destroyed any thought that he might have of climbing underneath the train. The modern train was built with a low center of gravity. Even a small child would struggle to squeeze into the spacing, and he had no doubt that if he hit anything, it would kill him instantly. Out of options, he turned around and entered the coach-class carriage. There was a toilet to the right. He opened the door. A man in his 40s was cowering inside. Sam waved his handgun. "I'm sorry. I'm going to have to ask you to move." The man's brows furrowed. "When you gotta go?" "Yeah, something like that." Sam slid past the man, closing the door behind him and locking it. He shut the toilet seat and stood on top of it. A large glass window was slightly ajar above the toilet. It was designed to allow ventilation, but not to be fully opened. There wasn't time to work on the mechanism anyway. Sam grabbed the hilt of the Beretta and smashed the window. He quickly swept away the rest of the glass that splintered and remained. Standing on top of the toilet lid, he reached up through the window. There wasn't anything to grip. He leaned outside the train, looking back toward the top of the train carriage. A steel rod rose vertically 6 inches above the roof. Sam had no idea what it was for, but it looked like it might be strong enough to hold his weight, if he could just reach it. Sam clambered back into the train and removed his backpack. He lengthened the shoulder straps as far as they could go. They would do the job, so long as they held. He glanced at the locking mechanism on the strap, a mental image of its theoretical strength playing out in his head. A second later, someone knocked at the door. Time's up. Sam clambered out the window, throwing his backpack like a mini lasso over the rod. The first attempt missed. The second one caught and held. Sam gripped the opposite shoulder strap, slowly increasing his weight and praying it would hold. Behind him, he heard the rasping sound of someone shooting at the door lock. Doubt and fear gave way to necessity. He pulled on the backpack and in one quick movement heaved himself onto the roof of the train. As soon as he was up there, he removed the backpack to stop anyone following him. The carriage shifted, jolting side to side, and in an instant Sam fell sideways. He grabbed hold of the steel rod with his right hand, clasping it just before he slid off the opposite side of the train to the one he'd just climbed up. The train made its way along the edge of the valley where it hugged the rocky edge, leaving a sheer drop where a river flowed with a series of tempestuous rapids some 200 feet below. With the sound of his heart hammering in his ears, Sam breathed a sigh of relief, and a moment later, his backpack began to roll toward the edge of the train. He stretched out, trying to reach it, but his reach was just too short. He swore silently, and a moment later the backpack fell past him. He watched it almost disappear as it fell far below, before landing on a rocky outcrop at the edge of the river, the laptop and cell phone inside smashing on impact. Sam decided he'd seen enough. He had no intention of his life following the same projection as his backpack. He pulled on the rod and climbed onto the roof of the train. Squatting down low, he gathered his wits about him, finding his balance, while still hanging onto the rod for support. It wasn't hard, but the consequence of falling was death. The train was wide, but on the roof, any movement at the base of the train was amplified like a pendulum. To make matters worse, it was almost entirely flat, with places to hold onto few and far between. He scanned the train line, trying to decide what his next play might be. His eyes landed on the gap between the passenger carriage and the diesel engine. It was roughly 6 feet across. It was a challenge, but hardly an Olympic long jump. No, he could manage it. The question was whether he could stomach the risk. From the window through which he'd climbed out, someone leaned out and started shooting at him. The trajectory was all wrong, and the rounds went over his head, but in a flash it made the decision for him. He would take the risk and jump the damned gap. Sam didn't have the time or the desire to overthink it. He stood up and started moving along the top of the train's roof, heading toward the gap. He stopped just short of the gap, trying to get a better mental image of the distance. A bullet whizzed past his head. He swore loudly, shuffling backward on his belly. Someone was guarding the gap, too. That removed any chance of escaping that way. He was now really trapped. He couldn't go any farther forward, and he knew that the rear carriages were already riddled with berserkers. He was down to just 6 shots, too, and no spare magazines. They were lost along with his laptop and cell when his backpack went over the side of the train. His eyes darted toward the rod. Someone threw a rope, an actual lasso by the looks of it, landing it on the first try. God, these guys moved quick. The lasso was immediately followed by a set of hands. The berserker climbed hand over hand. Sam drew his Beretta and shot him. The bullet landed on his chest, providing a fatal wound. The berserker, true to his gang's namesake, went crazy with bloodlust, and with his right hand reached into his holster and withdrew a handgun. Sam didn't let him fire. He squeezed off 2 more rounds in rapid succession. The berserker fell backward, his body landing between the rocky mountainside and the train before being pulverized by the train's wheels. 4 bullets left, Sam thought, with a somber sense of fatality. Another set of hands climbed onto the rope. Sam squeezed off a single round. The bullet struck the man in the forehead, and he fell backward, disappearing between the train and the mountain with a horrible sound of bones being crunched. 3 rounds to go. Sam moved forward and tried to remove the lasso. He couldn't. The downward pressure from someone holding onto it inside was too great. If he had a knife, he could cut it, but he didn't. He found the irony that because he was on an international train trip, anti-terrorist laws prevented him from carrying anything that could be used as a weapon, such as a knife, and yet the train now seemed to be crawling with gun-wielding thugs. Another berserker began to climb. Sam shot him dead. 2 rounds left. Sam said, "I can do this all day. How many people do you want to lose?" That made them pause for a few minutes. Sam caught his breath. Then, above him, he heard the distant whir of an approaching helicopter. In the back of his mind, he remembered the call one of the berserkers had made from inside the observation carriage. Divert the boys from Fort Gratiot. And the most horrible realization came to fruition. His day was just about to get much worse. Chapter 22. The situation reached critical. Sam threw all caution to the wind. Like the classic gambler who had risked everything, he no longer had anything left to lose. He stood up and ran across the train carriage, heading toward the trailing carriages. Forgetting about the cliff on one side and the crunching wheels of the train on the other, he ran toward the first gap between carriages and jumped it. He made the landing easily and kept going without looking back. He jumped the next one, followed by the next. Bolstered by the sight of their reinforcements, berserkers began to scale the rope, and driven with the madness of those in a drug-induced psychosis, they began their chase. Someone fired a couple shots. Sam had no idea where they landed, but was thankful it wasn't on him. After the third barrage of shots, Sam turned, aimed, and squeezed off a single round. The shot missed, and the berserkers kept running at him. He planted his feet firm, narrowed his gaze, zeroed in on his target, and fired off another single shot. It struck the berserker closest to him, who kept running for another few feet before tripping and falling. One shot left. Sam kept running. Past the observation carriages. The helicopter was now overhead. It was smaller than he expected, a Robinson 44. He could tell just by the sound, having flown one for a mustering season in the Australian outback in his youth. For a second he thought he might have a reprieve. Perhaps this wasn't the berserkers' backup from Fort Gratiot after all. His eyes narrowed on the chopper. Through the narrow window on the side of the helicopter, he spotted the long barrel of a machine gun. Sam swallowed. Then again, maybe he was all out of luck. The berserker inside the helicopter opened fire. Bullets raked the length of the carriage Sam was on top of. Sam reached the end of the car, and instead of jumping the gap, he dropped down into the traveling gap between the observational and luggage carriage. The bullets continued to rake the rooftop of the train, and the helicopter banked, ready to go around for a second run. Sam wasn't planning on waiting around. He opened the door to the luggage car and entered. Behind him, a berserker fired at him from the roof. Acting on impulse, Sam fired back. The shot struck his target, and the man fell all the way through the gap between the carriage, disappearing underneath. 0 shots left. The thought terrified Sam. His only hope now was to reach the Brickland, which was parked on the very last railway carriage. If he could reach it, he could retrieve the contents of his armory and finish this fight once and for all. But first he had to reach it. He stepped through the luggage carriage. It was basically an open rectangular box with a thoroughfare that split the carriage in two straight down the middle. On either side were rows upon rows of luggage. At the far end was another set of toilets, male and female. Sam raced by them all, taking little notice of anything. At the far end, the car opened up to the first of the vehicular flatbed carriages. At the far end of the first one, there were 2 berserkers coming his way. Sam turned, but there was already another berserker coming his way. Sam locked both toilet doors and slid into a gap between the luggage directly opposite the toilet. It wouldn't hold out against anything but the most cursory glance, but it would have to do. Right now, hiding was his only hope. And without his cell phone, no one was coming to his aid. Chapter 23. Tom withdrew the barrel of his Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun. Turning to Genevieve, who was at the controls of the Robinson 44, he said, "Did you see that? It was almost too easy. It felt like cheating. We just had them all line up along the top of the train, and I got to pick them off one after the next." Genevieve banked, taking them around to line up with the train again. "I don't care if you did cheat. Did you see how close they were to killing Sam?" Tom shrugged.
Ah, Sam can take care of himself. He has more lives than a cat. Really? Genevieve looked serious. You're going to play that game again? Hey, you don't think Sam had that situation under control? Tom grinned. I feel like if we'd given Sam another few minutes, he would have totally had it all sorted. I'm not so convinced we have this situation all sorted, Genevieve said, pointing at the two berserkers who were heading toward the luggage carriage. Ah, shit, Tom swore, his jaw suddenly becoming taut, his eyes focused. Can you put us down? Genevieve stared at the train. She banked again, coming a full circle and lining up behind the train. She slowed her speed to keep up with the train, but slow enough to make sure she didn't overshoot it. There's not a lot of room here, but I'll give it a shot. Tom stared at the train, snaking its way across the mountain range. Where are you aiming for? The second last flatbed. Tom scanned the area, looking at the spot she was aiming for. There was only one car on it, a bright yellow Lamborghini. It was small enough and low enough to the ground that one could probably land in front of it without damaging the Lamborghini. Not many people could, but Genevieve was outside the 1% of pilots when it came to her capabilities. Tom knew for a fact that she was extraordinary at two things: flying helicopters and killing people, not necessarily in that order. For a moment he recalled how he'd spent the night in bed with her and decided to make that 3 things she was exceptional at. Genevieve took the helicopter down to land on the back of an open tray carriage somewhere in the middle of the train. Tom grinned. You aren't really doing what I think you're planning on doing? Sure, why not? Why don't you just drop me off? Because there are several people on that train who want Sam dead. You don't think I can handle them? Tom, you realize that, to me, you're like you are to Sam. Do you know what I mean? Tom grinned. Yes, when I'm away, Sam gets into trouble. When you're away, I get into trouble. That's right. And all being said and done, I think while the bad people with pop guns are after Sam, it's probably a good idea if we stick together. Deal? Deal. She began to lower the helicopter. Tom's eyes narrowed. The distance between the Lamborghini and the end of the platform seemed just shy of long enough to place the Robinson 44's skids. On second thoughts, there's probably not enough room. Watch me, Genevieve said, her face set with determination. Her tongue involuntarily curled out to the side of her mouth with concentration as she juggled the array of helicopter controls in a delicate balancing act. She pulled back on the joystick, known as the cyclic collective, raising the nose a fraction, while reducing power on the collective to prevent the helicopter from gaining altitude. She held her right foot on the pedal to prevent the helicopter from spinning as she reduced power, setting the helicopter into a gradual flare as she set the skids down between the Lamborghini and the front of the vehicular carriage. As soon as she was down, she pushed the cyclic all the way forward so that the pitch of the main rotor blade was altered in such a way as to force the helicopter downward, instead of it trying to lift off. Tom clasped her on her shoulder. Okay, I'm impressed. She shrugged. Plenty of room. Maybe for a quarter between us and that Lamborghini, but nothing else. She left the engine running and the main rotor blade spinning and climbed out. It was something that would horrify any flight instructor, but hey, she was already breaking any number of civil aviation laws by doing what she was doing, so why stop there? Besides, she had a fair idea that when it came time to leave, they were probably going to need to do so in a hurry. Tom glanced at the Lamborghini.
the slightest of scratches was visible across its yellow hood, where the helicopter's skids must have just scratched the car. He frowned. "Should we leave the owner an IOU?" "Grab the license plate and we'll send the owner a check." Her lips parted into a mischievous grin. "Depending on how badly I scratch it on our way out." Tom's eyes glanced toward the rotor blades. "You think there's enough room?" She locked a full magazine into her Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun, gave an indifferent shrug. "I don't know. We're probably going to clip any incoming trains, but I didn't see any in the distance when we landed, so if we go quickly, we might just get lucky." "Agreed," Tom said. "What about tunnels?" She gave a half shrug. "We might fit. Then again, we might not. We'll just have to be quick." Chapter 24. Sam listened to the gunshots. 1, 2, 3. All short bursts of machine gun fire. It was like listening to the sound of his death, only Death didn't quite know where he was. He imagined the remaining berserkers walking around the luggage car, indiscriminately firing pot shots into the luggage, hoping to get lucky, maybe expecting him to panic and run out into the open with his hands up. That, sure as hell, wasn't how he was going out. No, he would go out fighting all the way to the end. There was no way he was giving up, despite the odds. As he considered the odds, which he placed somewhere approximately in the range of zilch, he realized the sound of shooting had turned silent. His ears pricked as he tried to listen. There were footsteps on the floor, big steps. Whoever it was wasn't trying to conceal their presence. It was classically the overconfidence of the berserkers. And why should they be? After all, they had plenty of gang members and all the weapons, while Sam had the butt of a pistol to use as a weapon. Sam receded as far back into the luggage compartment as he could. He was almost completely buried by the luggage. Someone opened the toilet doors. There was a second set of feet moving. They belonged to someone lighter, or better at concealing the sound of their steps at any rate. The bigger steps turned from where they were coming, near the toilets, and stopped. Sam imagined someone looking back at the rows of luggage, squinting, and trying to see where a grown man might hide. In front of him, Sam heard bags being pulled away, as though someone had begun the inevitable yet tedious task of searching the entire luggage carriage. The person was getting closer. Sam turned the Beretta around so that he could grip the back of it. It wasn't going to do much good. The weapon used a carbon slide and alloy frame. Not a lot of weight there. Sam tucked the weapon into the back of his pants, not yet willing to relinquish it in the off chance he was able to find some more bullets, and prepared to use his fists. It was dark in the luggage carriage, and difficult to make out anything more than the most basic shapes. But even in the dark, he could tell the berserker closest to him was a giant, with a great barrel chest and shoulders that made him look like a small mountain. It had to be the big guy who found him, not the small person with the gentle steps. The luggage just in front of him was pulled free. Now or never. Sam squatted down and launched himself at his attacker. His only hope was to take the berserker by surprise, disarm him, and then continue shooting his way out of hell. His fist struck the side of something big. The giant moved with surprising speed and agility. He whipped around, slamming his arms into Sam's in a movement that crossed between a hacking motion and a blocking one. The berserker's arms connected Sam's, and it felt like sudden shards of pain shot up his arm that tested Sam's bones not to break. "Sam!" came a voice he recognized. "It's me!" Sam rubbed his arm, checking that it wasn't broken. "Tom? Whoa! What is it with you and attacking me on trains?" "Sorry," Sam frowned. "I assume Genevieve's with you?" "Sure am," she said, her voice coming from the back of the carriage. "And we've got to go. I don't know how long we've got." "Sounds good," Sam said, clambering out from underneath a pile of strewn baggage. "These guys seem to keep multiplying." Tom helped him up. "Where's Caliburn?" "He's waiting by the car," Sam said. "It's on the last vehicle carriage. You get the helicopter ready and I'll meet you there." Tom's phone rang. He answered it, listened, and swore. "Come on, we've really got to go." Sam asked, "What now?" "That was Elise. She got real-time satellite surveillance of the train line, and what she's seen is not good." Sam asked, "What have we got?" Tom said, "There's a half a dozen motorcycles riding along the tracks, soon to catch up to us." Sam remembered the berserkers' words. Divert the boys from Fort Gratiot. Genevieve said, "Then we'd better make sure we're nowhere to be found when they get here." A moment later, the entire carriage went dark as the train entered a tunnel. Tom and Genevieve swore, and a split second later, there was a thunderous cacophony of metal grinding on stone, followed by an explosion. Sam instinctively ducked down as a fireball ripped through the edge of the carriage before the blast in the narrow tunnel, starved of oxygen, finally dissipated. With his ears still ringing, Sam asked, "What the hell was that?" Genevieve swallowed. "That would be our ride being a combination of too tall and too wide to fit inside the tunnel." Chapter 25. The emergency brakes locked. The luggage, along with everyone and everything else, slid forward as the Amtrak GEP 42DC came to a stop some 1.2 miles after the engineers slammed on the emergency brakes. The train was stopped in a slightly upward gradient, 2/3 of the way up a mountain pass, with a vertical cliff on one side that would take an expert rock climber to scale, and a river far below. Sam stepped out of the luggage carriage and took stock of the situation. The train was out the other side of the tunnel, and warm sunlight glared down on the wreckage. The flatbed vehicle carriage, which was almost entirely steel, appeared unscathed. The most likely disintegrated Robinson 44 was nowhere to be seen, having probably been knocked off the train entirely after the collision. At the back of the carriage were the remains of a once bright yellow Lamborghini. It had been compressed into the steel flatbed, taking a whole new meaning to the car term, being lowered. The next cars on the next carriage were damaged but not completely destroyed, with the blast radius lessening the farther back. Sam said, "We still need to get going." Genevieve agreed. "I saw a rocky outcrop back there that we could defend all day. I just don't know if we'll reach it in time." Sam shook his head. "I have a better idea." She said, "I'm listening." "We need to get to the Brickland and retrieve Caliburn. Then we're going to bring the fight to them." "How are you planning on doing that?" "I'll show you." They raced across the two-vehicle flatbed carriages, meeting up with an excited Caliburn who appeared to have come out of the whole experience unharmed. Sometimes you just get lucky. Sam gave him a quick pat. Sam's Brickland appeared entirely unscathed. Behind it were a pair of Harley-Davidson motorcycles. The keys were still in their ignitions, as though the riders had expected to need to leave before the train came to a stop. To Genevieve he threw the keys to the Brickland and said, "There's a heavy machine gun inside. We're going to need it." "I'm on it," she said, catching the keys. "Tom," Sam said, jumping down the gap between carriages. "You're with me." Together they stared at the coupling system. The coupling mechanism was used to connect rolling stock in a train. The design of the coupler is standard and is almost as important as the track gauge, since flexibility and convenience are maximized if all rolling stock can be coupled together. In most trains, the equipment that connects the couplings to the rolling stock was known as the draft gear or draw gear. The Amtrak cross-country train used H-tight-lock couplers, a variety of Janney couplers that were typically used on North American mainline passenger rail cars. They were designed with mechanical features which reduced slack in normal operation and prevented telescoping in derailments, yet remained compatible with other Janney types used by North American freight railroads. Sam studied the locking mechanism. He tapped on its marking, as though it somehow meant something to him. Like all Janney couplers, the tight lock is semi-automatic, with the couplers on cars or locomotives automatically locking when cars are pushed together. However, most tight lock couplers are not fully automatic, as workers still need to go between cars to hook up the air lines for the pneumatic brakes and connect cables for head-end power and other communications. Also, to separate cars, a worker needs to use a lever to move the locking pin that keeps the coupler closed. Tom looked at him like he was talking another language. "Right," Sam said. "Can you pass me that lever over there?" Tom withdrew a large steel lever that looked like a pry bar and had been attached to the side of the train. Sam took it and gently nudged the locking pin until it was all the way free. Nothing happened. Tom frowned. "Are you forgetting something?" "Yeah. The brakes now need to be disconnected if we're going to get this thing moving." The braking system used a pneumatic pipe that clasped the disc brakes in place. The compressor on the locomotive charges the main reservoir with air at 125 to 140 psi. The train brakes are released by admitting air to the train pipe through the engineer's brake valve. A fully charged brake pipe is typically 70 to 90 psi for freight trains and 110 psi for passenger trains. The brakes are applied when the engineer moves the brake handle to the service position, which causes a reduction in pressure in the train pipe. In normal braking, the pressure in the train pipe does not reduce to zero. If it does fall to zero because of a broken brake hose, an emergency brake application will be made. Sam stared at the pneumatic pipe, trying to work out what went where. His brow furrowed as he tried to track the piping, before deciding none of it really mattered, and, using the lever pry bar, smashed the main connector. On the third strike, the nozzle snapped in two, and Sam was rewarded with the hiss of air being freed, releasing the pressure on the carriage's disc brakes until they came free, and the trailing flatbed carriage began rolling downhill. Chapter 26. The flatbed carriage rolled toward the tunnel. It started slow, but picked up speed as it approached the tunnel. It was moving at just 5 to 10 miles an hour. At more than 40 tons, the carriage was a lethal weapon, its kinetic energy enough to go through just about anything and anyone in its way. On the steel flatbed, Genevieve set up the Browning .50 caliber heavy machine gun on its M3 tripod, while Tom rolled out and attached its linked ammunition belt. Sam opened the door to the Bricklin. "You better get inside, Caliburn." Caliburn's gaze drifted to Genevieve and Tom before landing on Sam. His eyes were forlorn and full of concern. "We'll be all right," Sam said. gripping the Heckler & Koch MP7 he'd retrieved from the Brickland's secret armament safe. "They're not expecting us. They won't even know what hit them." Caliburn gave a short bark. "I hope so." Sam closed the door. The free-running flatbed carriage entered the tunnel. Without any power, it moved silently like a wraith in the darkness. Up ahead, 6 small beams of light flickered. Genevieve lined up the barrel of the Browning .50 caliber with the riders and said, "Wait for it." The flatbed rolled on. The riders rode in 3 uneven rows of 2. Sam said, "Hold on to something." But the words weren't necessary. If a glass of water had been placed on the flatbed, it wouldn't have even registered a ripple as the steel blade of the carriage's ramp slammed into the first 2 riders, rolling straight over them as though they didn't even exist. The next 2 rows of Harley-Davidsons spilled off onto the second train track. Genevieve opened fire. The dark tunnel turned to daylight as the heavy machine gun began its destruction, its flashes filling the tunnel with the flicker of light. In a split second, it was all over. Genevieve picked up the heavy machine gun and moved it to the front of the flatbed, setting up the tripod so that she could pick up any survivors. But she didn't have to. The berserkers never stood a chance. It was all over. The flatbed kept rolling out toward the daylight at the other end of the tunnel. Outside the tunnel, the burned remains of the Robinson 44 blocked the tracks. The carriage struck it without a jolt and kept going, knocking the helicopter off the track, down to the river far below. Sam pulled on the carriage's individual emergency brakes. The flatbed slowed gradually to a complete stop. Genevieve released the loading tray, and it lowered to the tracks below. Tom glanced at the carnage they'd left. "Now what?" Sam grinned, his eyes looking at the road crossing up ahead. "Now, I'd say we get out of here before anyone knows what's going on." "Where do you want to head?" "Minnesota," Sam answered without hesitation. "Why?" Tom asked, climbing onto the motorcycle next to Genevieve. Sam drew out a long breath. "Answers." Chapter 27. Omnia Nightclub, Caesar's Palace, Las Vegas. Alana Wilson stepped into the opulent lobby of Caesar's Palace. Positioned on the west side of the Las Vegas Strip between Bellagio and the Mirage, it boasted a facility that gave guests a sense of decadence from life during the height of the Roman Empire. She followed the large marbled steps into Omnia, the tri-level nightclub. Several pairs of eyes glanced at her, tracking her movements as she walked. It was like that in most places, and with the sort of body that most women would die for, she was used to the attention. Tonight it was particularly bad. Normally she dressed down, but tonight was different. She was dressed to impress. It didn't take much. She had red gold hair and sea green eyes. Her full lips were cast in a red Chanel lipstick, giving her porcelain face a particularly sexy appearance. At 6 foot, with a slim, full figure, she was striking. Still in her mid-20s, she wore a red, tight-fitting, backless haute couture midi dress and matching Christian Louboutin high heels. To say she was spectacular was an understatement. She simply oozed sex appeal. A casual observer might assume that she could have any guy, and probably most girls, she may want, at the click of her finger. And they would probably be right. What they might be surprised to discover was that she had been single for precisely a year after her last breakup, leaving her simply uninterested in the whole dating thing. A good friend of hers had just gotten married, and it had triggered something inside of her that hadn't stirred for some time. An innate desire. Despite her looks, she never felt the need to get married, or that innate desire for intimacy. But something about the wedding had stirred it, and for the first time in more than a year, she had decided to go out and pick up. Maybe it was the fact that the wedding fell on the anniversary of her breakup with Oliver Klein, no relation to Calvin, but equally as hot. Or simply the fact that she'd had her fair share of bubbling wines at the wedding, or simply because her friends had been persistent. She didn't know. But whatever it was, she agreed to go to Omnia, and now that she was here, she'd made the decision that she wanted to get laid. And why not? After all, if you couldn't have a one-night stand in Las Vegas, when could you? Something about the idea thrilled and scared the hell out of her. She felt nervous just stepping into the place, much more than she expected. It wasn't like she'd even picked a guy she liked yet, and there was plenty of time to back down on her decision. Besides, she liked to drink and she liked to dance, so who cares, right? Only there was a niggling anxiety that kept rising up in her chest, despite her best efforts to suppress it. One of her friends noticed it and offered her a drink. She took it, drinking it down in one go. Her friend watched her and laughed. She smiled, feeling a little better, revealing an equally perfect set of white, even teeth. "Thank you. I needed that." "You're welcome." Her friend ran her tongue across her lower lip. "You want to try something different?" Alana laughed. "Wow. Thanks, Jess. I'm flattered, but I'm not sure you're quite what I'm looking for tonight." Jess placed an affectionate arm on her shoulder. There was something playful about it, sexy, but also friendly. She suppressed a grin. Her piercing blue eyes narrowed in on her. "That's not what I was thinking." "What did you have in mind?" "This," Jess said, opening a mini compartment from inside her purse that revealed 3 individual tablets. Alana swore. "Are those drugs?" "Shush," Jess said, closing the lid. "Do you want to get us arrested?" "Sorry, I just wasn't expecting it. That's all." Jess shook her head. "You really skipped out on all of it, didn't you?" "Me? No, I've tried pot." "Really?" "Sure, once. Technically, my friend had the joint and I breathed in a little bit of the smoke." "Wow, Alana, you're a badass. You've tried second-hand marijuana smoke. You know that's now legal in most states these days, don't you?" "Whatever." Jess grabbed her hand. "So, do you want to try it tonight? It might just give you that edge you need to feel a little more confident, and then—" She stared her up and down in one slow elevator glance. "I guarantee you can have the best night of your life with any man you choose in this whole damn place." Alana laughed. "Is it safe?" "Sure. I mean, probably." "Will I get addicted? You know, become a junkie or something?" Jess rolled her eyes. "Are you kidding me? It's 1 pill." Okay. Alana wasn't one to be pushed into anything. Despite her glamorous appearance and her unusual decision to have her first and probably only one-night stand, she was highly intelligent. So smart that she skipped 3 grades, graduating school early and entering university when she was 14. She studied law at Harvard on a full scholarship, and by the age of 19 had passed the bar in New York, where she wasn't legally allowed to drink alcohol for 2 more years. Against her normal behavior, she said, "Sure. What have you got?" Jess opened up her secret compartment, revealing 3 little tablets. They looked so innocuous one might mistake them for a Tylenol or maybe a vitamin C tablet.
Take anything that jumps out at you.
Alana stared at them, quickly picking out a cute one shaped just like a little Viking wielding an axe. She held it up close to her face so she could see it better.
Hello, little guy.
Jess nudged her.
Unless you want to lose that classy license to practice law, I suggest you swallow it quick.
Okay, Alana said, taking the tablet in her mouth and washing it down with another glass of wine. Jess gave her a big hug, still laughing.
Congratulations, you're now an adult. Let's go find you the hottest guy in this place.
Alana followed her deeper onto the dance floor. She still felt nervous. After a few minutes, she said,
I don't feel anything.
Give it time. Her friend Danielle caught up with them, and the 3 girls danced in a circle, each cutting a striking figure in their own right. Together they made for the sort of eye candy that seemed out of reach to everyone. Soon Alana began to feel the effects of the drug, whatever it was she had taken, and started to feel a little more relaxed. In fact, she was certain the drug was starting to work its magic. After all, she no longer felt guilty that she took an illegal drug without even asking what it was she had taken. Heck, she picked it out because there was a cute little Viking on the tablet. It was probably the most stupid thing she'd ever done. But it didn't matter. It hadn't killed her, and she felt great. Not just great. Better than that. She was confident, uninhibited, and in the mood for dancing and maybe even a little bit of seduction. Her eyes scanned the sea of people. They were all dressed to the nines. She knew she could have anyone she wanted. She knew that was different, too. Alana wasn't one of those people who didn't realize she was good-looking. She knew it. But despite that, she'd actually always had difficulties picking up. Maybe it was because men were awkward around her, or maybe because she just never got how to play the game. Either way, she normally had difficulties with the whole dating thing altogether. But tonight was different. Suddenly, she could see everything clearly. She really was the most beautiful, sexiest woman on the entire dance floor. That wasn't bravado or vanity speaking. It was just fact. And for the first time in her life, she really knew it. She ran her eyes across the dance floor, deciding that she didn't just want to pick up a one-night stand. She wanted to pick up the most gorgeous man in the nightclub. Her eyes finally landed on a person sitting next to the bar, in some sort of high-end Italian tailored suit, talking to some other men, who were also good-looking. An Italian guy. Her male equivalent, she figured. Alana drifted away from her friends without saying goodbye. Danielle started to follow, but Jess held her hand and mouthed something to her which sounded like, "Just watch her." Alana heard them giggle but didn't care. So what if they wanted to watch her put on a show? She stepped up to the Italian, any semblance of anxiety now a distant memory. She leaned in close, wrapping her arm around his neck. The man seemed taken aback at first, expecting to find some intoxicated fool to scold, but a glance at her prevented him from doing so. She leaned in close and said, "I'm going to make tonight the luckiest night of your life." "Is that so?" he asked, standing up. He smiled. It was a nice smile, boyish and cute, yet somehow strong and assertive, too. Lots of teeth. He was clean-shaven, but he was one of those men whose face always sported the dark appeal of someone with a 5 o'clock shadow, no matter what time it was. "Yes," she made a lascivious smile, licked her lips provocatively, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her sea-green eyes stared at him. She breathed in deeply. He even smelled good. The stranger grinned, his piercing hazel eyes meeting hers with a mixture of hope and mistrust. But behind that, there was a whole bucket-load of desire. "Did someone put you up to this?" She laughed. "No." "Okay, because I don't care if they did." Another boyish grin formed on his parted lips. He looked like the sort of man who she would have ordinarily found overconfident, the kind of guy who knew he was really good-looking. But something about her had caused him to take a tumble with that confidence, and he was starting to cover it with a joke. He was really cute. "I mean, even if this is some sort of joke at my expense, my goodness, it's completely worth it. Damn, you are beautiful." She leaned in before he could say another word and kissed him. He hesitated for a moment, not withdrawing but resisting his obvious desire. It lasted just seconds before he submitted. His mouth parted, and she explored his taste eagerly with her tongue. She kissed him back passionately. It felt good. Better than good. It was the nicest kiss she'd ever had. And she was the one in control. She sensed his curiosity and hesitancy, and she disregarded it, taking exactly what she wanted. It was so outside her normal emotional response that it simultaneously amazed and excited her, triggering some sort of primal urge. He pulled away. She tried to hold him, but he was too strong for her. He smiled and ran his tongue across his upper lip. That was nice. "Yeah." She leaned in and whispered in his ear, "I have a suite upstairs. How about we skip the rest of the formalities, and I take you to bed right now?" He paused for a beat, his eyes meeting hers, trying to see if she was serious. Recognizing that she was, he exhaled a long breath and said, "Okay." He drew a breath and swallowed. "I mean, I'm not going to end up in a bath of ice with my kidneys missing or something, am I?" "No." She shook her head. Playful, seductive. "It's not that." A wry grin formed on his lips. "What is it, then?" Alana held his gaze. "The truth?" His eyes looked at her in wonder, and his grin said, "This ought to be good." "Sure." "I haven't been laid in over a year. My best friend just got married, and I just took some sort of drug my friend offered me. The first time in my life I've taken drugs, by the way, and apparently it's removed any inhibitions I might have otherwise had." She kissed him playfully again, enjoying herself. "So, like I said, tonight's your lucky night." Desire flashed across his face. "Yeah, I'll say. Tonight's my lucky night." "Yeah, your lucky night," she said, laughing. He matched her laugh, a sparkling glint like diamond in his blue eyes. His laughter segued into a chuckle, and then the smile slipped away, and he pulled back from her. "I'm sorry. I don't even know your name." "Alana," she said, already impatiently getting out her key card for the hotel. "And you are—" "Alessandro." "Alessandro." She tried the name out, liking the way it played on her lips. "Of course. Even your name is sexy." "Thank you," he said, his tone suddenly serious. He took her hand in his and gave it an affectionate squeeze. "I'm really glad to have met you, Alana, but I'm not going to sleep with you tonight." She felt her heart jolt. Adrenaline and rage began to swell up throughout her whole body. She'd never felt herself so angry. She tried to control it, but the lure of the emotion was too strong for her to resist. "What do you mean? I throw myself at you, and you're what? Turning me down?" Alessandro took a step back. "Look, Alana, I was serious when I said it was my lucky night that I met you. You are absolutely stunning. Not just stunning, strikingly beautiful. You're not just the best-looking person who's ever taken an interest in me. You're the best-looking person I've ever seen in real life or on TV. And from what you tell me, you're actually a nice person. Someone I'd love to get to know. So, if given the chance to go to bed with you or do anything with you ever again, I will gladly take it." "But you won't tonight?" she said, shoving him in the chest with both her hands. He looked startled, but maintained a steady tone and even temper. His voice betrayed a sense of empathy and was apologetic when he spoke. "Alana, the only reason you're even talking to me tonight is because your stupid friend drugged you, and as much as every cell in my body wants to go to bed with you, I won't do something that I'm certain you will regret in the morning." She pushed him again. "Typical! I had to pick the one and only truly decent and honorable man in the damned club." "I'm sorry." He spread his hands out. "I'll tell you what. I'll give you my number. If you have any interest in calling me tomorrow, I'll gladly pick up where we left off, or even go back a little earlier, and maybe go for a coffee or something and get to know you. What do you say?" Any sense of control that she might have once had over her emotions disintegrated. She stared at him, her otherwise beautiful face now filled with rage and vitriolic hatred. She shoved him hard enough to knock him onto the ground. "Fuck you!" He picked himself up and raised a hand in a placating gesture. He dropped his glass, and it shattered on the ground. A crowd started to form. People were looking at him, their eyes darting toward her, and it was clear from everyone's faces that they assumed he'd done something to wrong her. Security approached. "Are you all right, ma'am?" She didn't know what to say. Her brain misfired. She knew there was something she was supposed to do, but the rage clouded over, shrouding every semblance of reasonable mental function. Alessandro spoke for her. "She's all right, just a little drunk, that's all. Let's go find your friends." His voice made her snap out of it. It was his fault. Everything was his fault. She bent down and picked up a couple of the bulky pieces of his broken glass, holding the shards tight in each hand. Alessandro tried to take them from her. "It's okay. I'll sort this mess out. How about you point out your friends, and we'll get you back to your room. What do you say?" It was the last thing she heard. Whatever was holding her rage back finally snapped. She spun around, using the shards of glass like razor blades. They sliced at Alessandro's throat, severing tissue, tendons, and the large blood vessels that fed his brain. His eyes, so intensely serene just a moment before, now read abject horror. His once proud and sexy demeanor now weak and terrified as blood gushed out of his throat. He gurgled and fell to the floor, his hands frantically gripping his throat in a vain attempt to survive. It took a few seconds for anyone to realize what she'd done. Someone saw all that blood and screamed. In the back of her mind, she heard a little voice that said, "I did that." And then a bigger voice this time. "I liked it, and can do it some more." A couple of security guards approached her. Their hands were held outward in a placating gesture. "Are you all right, ma'am?" She didn't answer. Instead, she moved forward, swinging her arms wildly. The shards of glass sliced at the security guards, who jumped back. She didn't even know where the glass struck, but she kept moving, going in for the kill. It didn't take long. Now that she knew exactly where to aim, she was getting better. Alana sliced at their throats, and before she even knew it, she inflicted mortal wounds to both of them. Adrenaline rushed through her body, while dopamine and serotonin, known as the feel-good brain chemicals, flooded her brain, rewarding her for her behavior. In that instant, she felt almost certain this was what she really needed. She felt a more innate freedom than any sort of orgasm Alessandro might have provided. People kept trying to subdue her, but she moved too quickly, and in each hand she still held shards of glass like deadly weapons. The bloodbath continued. Her friends tried to intervene. A small part of her, somewhere in the back of her brain, tried to answer, but her arms did all the talking. She didn't remember killing either of them, but she recalled the look on their faces when they were dead. Somewhere, she had no idea how long, some people arrived with guns. Maybe they were police or security, or maybe just concerned citizens with a gun, who knows. But somewhere in the process, they started shouting at her to put the glass down, or they would shoot. She didn't. Shots were fired. There was a searing pain in her chest and abdomen. She'd taken 3 rounds. Even in her euphoric state, she understood that those 2 were mortal wounds. But it didn't stop the killing. Hell, it didn't even stop the deluge of dopamine and serotonin. Driven on by some sort of boosted-up fight-or-flight system, she bounced back up like some sort of freak out of a horror movie and sliced at the people with guns. And it felt amazing. Alana didn't know how many more of them she killed. But somewhere along the lines, she felt the cold barrel of a gun placed right at the back of her head. The game was over, and she knew it. It was fun while it lasted. She spun around with her glorious shards of glass. The barrel exploded, and a shot struck her in the back of her head, severing her brain stem and destroying any sign of her once beautiful face. Behind her, the man who had killed her gripped his throat. He was the last person she killed. Chapter 28. DARPA Oversight Committee, Pentagon. Doug Jones, Senator for Minnesota, was proud of his involvement with DARPA. He was currently the chairman of its Oversight Committee. The committee included 4 senators, 2 scientists, and 2 senior military officers, making up just 8 people who held the fate of the future U.S. military power in their grasp. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency had a long and sometimes disturbing history that everyday citizens might find troubling to accept. It was because of people like him and the role DARPA played that those very same everyday citizens who might object to some of the projects that he had personally helped authorize were able to sleep a little better and a little safer at night. Jones was good with it. He slept fine, guilt never nagging at his moral compass. The ends justify the means. The creation of the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA, was authorized by President Dwight D. Eisenhower in 1958 for the purpose of forming and executing research and development projects to expand the frontiers of technology and science, and able to reach far beyond immediate military requirements. It was first established in February 1958. Its creation was directly attributed to the launching of Sputnik and to U.S. realization that the Soviet Union had developed the capacity to rapidly exploit military technology. It originally worked on space projects, but when NASA was formed later that same year, all space projects and the majority of ARPA's funding were transferred to it. ARPA was repurposed to do high-risk, high-gain, far-out military research, a posture that was enthusiastically embraced by the nation's scientists and research universities. This allowed ARPA to concentrate its efforts on the Project Defender, Defense Against Ballistic Missiles, Project Vela, Nuclear Test Detection, and Project Agile, counterinsurgency R&D programs, and to begin work on computer processing, behavioral sciences, and materials sciences. The Defender and Agile programs formed the foundation of DARPA's sensor, surveillance, and directed energy R&D, particularly in the study of radar, infrared sensing, and X-ray, gamma-ray detection. And now, the project worked on RX-16SF. He was damn proud of what his people had achieved. Better it should be in their hands and not some other hostile nation. God forbid it were to end up in the hands of any other nation. Who cares whether they were hostile or not? No, if such a horrible thing should exist at all, it should be in their power. He waited and watched as the rest of the committee members took their seats. The meeting took place behind closed doors. Minutes were kept, but most of those were buried in so much bureaucratic red tape that even if someone had the guts to subpoena it, the final document would come out with so much redaction to render it entirely unreadable and worthless. The final member took a seat, and someone closed the door, where 2 armed military personnel stood guard. Senator Jones began without preamble. We all know why this meeting was called today. We have a serious problem with RX-16SF. He paused a beat, handing out the current report on the trial. I'm sure you're all aware of its success as well as its limitations. I suppose what we have to decide is, are we going to persist, or do we need to shut the program down? Can we start with you, Professor Reed? Can you talk us through what the trial has found?
Yes, of course.
Professor Rebecca Reed led the Advanced Behavioral Science Labs at Berkeley and had joined the committee for her scientific background.
As you're all aware, the program has tested RX-16SF on 16 volunteers, gathered from a variety of background in special forces, including 4 from the Navy SEALs, Green Berets, Rangers, Marine Raiders, to make a total of 16 test subjects.
She paused a beat, looked at the chairman. Senator Jones said, "Go on."
In all 16 cases, we found that RX-16SF heightened the senses of the test subjects remarkably. Their sight improved, their hearing improved beyond the range of what is deemed possible for the human ear to achieve. Their sense of smell became closer to canine olfactory. Even touch became noticeably better. Professor Reed paused. The lines around her face somehow deepened with regret as she continued. The test subjects reacted faster and achieved better scores in every skill test while taking the drug. Their aggression in hand-to-hand combat nearly tripled, but with the large doses of adrenaline and noradrenaline being released by their own bodies in response to the drug, they started to develop behavioral issues. Fleet Admiral Gordon Smith interrupted. We knew this at the start, and that's why we chose to trial the drug on special forces, who are adept at controlling their emotions in the most heated of situations. Professor Reed held up a hand in a gesture that made it clear she wasn't going down the path of Special Forces propaganda. This was a real scientific test, and the results were facts, not fiction. 4 of the initial 16 subjects are dead now because they were unable to control their emotions.
Senator Jones said, "We've discussed that risk at the last meeting, and the physicians assured us that they could overcome those outbursts with the use of mediated anti-anxiety medications and muscle relaxants. Professor Reed suppressed a thinly veiled smile. Chairman Jones, with all due respect, we don't want our soldiers subdued. What's the point of giving our soldiers superpowers if we're going to have to sedate them to harness it? All right, Jones said, looking at the two scientists. So the question is, can we harness the awesome powers of RX-16SF? Professor Reed shook her head. Jones said, Professor Reinhardt. Sarah Reinhardt was a leading researcher at Harvard's biochemistry faculty. She frowned. It's possible we just don't have the solution yet. Professor Reed grimaced. That's because there isn't one. It's a classic catch-22, illogical and senseless. At the end of the day, we can't use its benefits because it makes our soldiers too dangerous unless we sedate them, rendering them not dangerous enough. Reinhardt persisted. It's a game of titration. We need to find the right balance and the right concoction of drugs, but it is still possible. Chairman Jones said, So, scientifically, it's in the chance of possible, although far-fetched. That's not altogether so bad. I mean, DARPA was built to work outside the constrictions of what was believed to be possible. He turned to the two military members, Fleet Admiral Gordon Smith and Frank Myers, a 4-star general. What do you think? Do the benefits outweigh the risks? Both men said, Absolutely. General Myers then clarified further. This drug is out there. From what I'm told, it occurs naturally. If we don't work out something to do with it, eventually someone else will. Chairman Jones turned to the senators. What do you think? Althea Hammond, senator for Vermont, shook her head. Do we have a timeline for coming up with a solution? No, Professor Reinhardt answered. But I would suggest that within 2 years, if we don't have a solution, then no one else is going to ever find one. Dennis Yago, senator for California, said, I don't think people will be happy when the news of what we're playing with gets out. Gets out? Chairman Jones shook his head, barely containing his underlying fury. Since when has the public ever been happy about any of the projects DARPA's been working on until they're proven? Hell, DARPA produced the first technology that led to the creation of GPS. Tell me anyone who isn't thankful that they no longer need to fight over directions and take the time to learn how to read a damned map. Besides, who said anything about telling the general public anything? Amanda Harton, originally a cop turned lawyer, who went on to become a county prosecutor before serving 8 years as the Attorney General, before eventually being elected Senator of Texas, spoke emphatically. We need to shut this thing down and bury it for good. Chairman Jones was shocked. He knew and respected Senator Harton very much, and knew that she was too old and too intelligent to dismiss her opinion out of hand. Let's hear what you have, Senator Harton. Let's start with the lesser of the two problems, Senator Harton said. In the Yucatan Peninsula, a Mexican archaeologist has just discovered an ancient image of a Hellenistic fleet that sailed into the region nearly 2,000 years ago. There was a quiet, collective gasp at the revelation. Chairman Jones said, Even so, it's hard to imagine someone putting that sort of archaeological discovery together with the discovery of RX-16SF. Is it really that bad? She nodded. All it takes is for someone to discover that a Hellenistic fleet reached the Americas for someone to put 2 and 2 together, and then they'll do what we did and go in search of what we now call RX-16SF.
General Meyer said, "We can put people in place to shut down archaeological evidence. We could even plant counter-espionage propaganda to show that the original discovery was a hoax."
"Maybe," Senator Harton conceded, although the hard set of her jaw suggested she was about to do anything but concede. "If it was just that, I'd probably say the potential benefits justify the risks."
Chairman Jones was getting impatient. "What else have you got for us?"
She threw a single enlarged image from the New York Times on the table. "What about this?" Chairman Jones stared at the image, and all his hopes and dreams for RX-16SF collapsed in an instant. It depicted a beautiful blonde woman at a nightclub. Next to it was a note about an up-and-coming, stunningly beautiful lawyer going berserk at a nightclub in Las Vegas and killing 23 people with a couple shards of glass. There was only one explanation for it: RX-16SF.
Chairman Jones said, "Ah, Christ! Someone leaked the drug onto the street market?"
Senator Yago said, "We've known there's been a leak for a few months now, but we hoped it was just one of the test subjects taking the stuff home, just in case we closed the program." The chairman didn't need to see any more. He knew there was a problem as soon as Senator Harton opened her mouth. She wouldn't have gone to bat for the no team unless she had damning evidence, and this was the most damning of all.
"Okay," he said. "Let's shut the program down."
Professor Reed said, "All of it?" He nodded.
"Every last bit."
"What about the test subjects?"
"What about them?" General Meyer asked. "Tell them it needs to be shut down. They're special forces. They'll understand."
Professor Reinhardt was emphatic. "No, they won't." Jones asked,
"Why not?"
"Have you ever tried to take away a drug from an addict?" Reinhardt countered.
"It's that bad?"
"Worse," Jones asked.
"How so?"
Reinhardt spoke in a slow, deliberate tone, her voice melancholy. "Imagine your worst meth addict or heroin addict. Now picture what they would do to keep feeding their addiction. And now imagine that drug makes them highly intelligent, increasingly volatile, and extremely strong." The senator gasped. Reinhardt continued. "And now picture all those drug addicts being special forces, part of America's greatest fighting men." Chairman Jones said,
"Does anyone here believe the program can be salvaged?"
He looked around the room. All he could see were people shaking their heads.
"All right. Everyone agrees. RX-16SF needs to be shut down."
There was an all-round nod of agreement. It was a unanimous decision. And with that, the DARPA Oversight Committee signed the death sentence for the remaining 12 test subjects. Chapter 29. Secret Military Experimental Base, Seattle. Dean had never felt stronger. At 5'6", he was considered short by American standards. At 180 pounds, he was solid muscle, the very epitome of usable strength. He was fast, lithe, flexible, and capable of making his body do things that bordered on the impossible side of the line of human capabilities. For the past 2 years, he'd been part of a secret military experiment. Only part of his former self remained. while RX-16SF had removed the rest of it. His surname and family connections had been wiped. Along with the rest of his team of test subjects, they all only used their first names to protect the program from ever being traced. One of the reasons why he was selected in the first place was his naturally reclusive tendency. His parents died when he was still in grade school. He didn't generally play well with others. He was a poor student and quick to violence, which meant that he got expelled often, which meant the state, who was responsible for him, moved him around a lot. Never once had he felt strongly enough about any friendship to warrant keeping in touch with them after he moved. When he finished school, he had no support and little family to fall back on, and somehow, somewhere along the line, he sort of fell into the army. Strangely enough, it was here that his life turned around. He excelled at the physical challenges the army provided, as well as those that were mentally taxing. His initial Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery ASVAB score was high, and he was recommended for Special Forces. Where he'd never really had a family, his platoon became the closest thing he'd ever known to one. Now, nearly 10 years on, he had spent the last 2 years away from just about everyone and everything he'd ever known, with the exception of some short leave times, which he suspected were also part of the testing process. He hadn't been out of the base in nearly 2 years. Nestled in the mountain ranges of the Olympic National Park in the Pacific Northwest, their training camp looked like anything but a secret military base. They lived in makeshift lodges they had built by themselves, using material taken right out of the lush forest. They hunted for their food and survived like their ancestors, using only weapons they made by themselves. It was deemed that RX-16SF made them more akin to a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, and that the test subjects would never survive in a civilian context. The park was a perfect training ground, with its luminous peaks, lush rainforests, and a stretch of wild beaches, all contained on a peninsula across the water from Seattle. For safety measures, the test subjects were always unarmed. When they hunted, they produced their own weapons from materials found on site. They were already experts in hand-to-hand warfare and weapons. When the tests needed to include shooting or other weapons, they would be retrieved and taken to a military base for such tests. Otherwise, they could make their own weapons. Even those bright people at DARPA weren't stupid enough to allow them to carry loaded weapons when they weren't in the middle of battle. Dean's life had just gotten better and better since he arrived in the military. That was, until the experiment. RX-16SF had changed all that. It was an incredible drug. Legend had it that they weren't the first to use the drug for this purpose. Apparently, its history went back, a long way back, far enough that its secrets had been long forgotten. But from the way the professor had spoken about the drug, he was starting to wonder if the drug had been around since antiquity, before being lost during the Dark Ages. Not that it mattered much to him. History was never his strong point. Sad as it was to admit, even to himself, killing and violence had always been his strong points. And RX-16SF sure as hell made him better at it. The drug had made him sharper, faster, stronger, and more capable in every single way measurable. He had been tested in every simulated military scenario applied to special forces, and achieved scores off every chart the program wasn't just hypothetical. He and the small group of specialist soldiers who were part of the test group had been exposed to actual warfare. Over the past 2 years, they had been inserted into several actual war zones. They had provided covert ops in Russia, Ukraine, Iran, Iraq, the Middle East, and Africa. All of them had excelled when they were over there fighting. It was what they were built for, and RX-16SF made them do it better. Problems only occurred when they weren't allowed to fight. The drug made them more susceptible to their innate violence. It removed mental barriers that affect all civilized people and differentiates them from wild animals. 4 people from his platoon of test subjects had killed each other during R&R time because of this. In fact, it took all of his self-control to keep the urges at bay whenever he wasn't training or actively fighting. It was only in a war zone that he could relax his guard and feel safe. Despite all that, he loved the drug. He would never recommend it to anyone, and he definitely hoped the program was mothballed for the obvious dangers it provided. It was what needed doing, but he, for one, would do everything in his power to keep using the drug. It made him think about the one piece of Shakespeare that he always remembered from school, because of the intrinsic truth it spoke. This, above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. It was a small part in a longer speech in Hamlet. The words spoken by King Claudius's chief minister, Polonius, as part of a speech where he is giving his son Laertes his blessing and advice on how to behave while at the university. For some strange reason, Dean thought of the quote now, because if he was honest to himself, he was absolutely addicted to RX-16SF. It was because of this addiction that he felt his anxiety levels continuously rise over the past few weeks. At first he wasn't certain, and he wondered whether it was the side effect of the drug leading to a little paranoia. But the more he watched the base, the more he became certain that someone was going to try and take RX-16SF away from him, from all of them. The DARPA Oversight Committee, he knew, couldn't sit back and idly watch 4 of its 16 test subjects kill each other without questioning the reliability of the project. No, they would need to shut it down. Over the past couple of weeks, something had definitely changed. The professor, or what people called him because he, too, no longer had a real name, had begun organizing all the records and data connected to the project, setting it up at the centralized lab, affectionately known as the meth lab, for the fact that it produced and housed their drugs. The professor worked out of the largest building on the compound. From the outside, it looked just like the other makeshift log houses, only a little bigger. But it was just a facade. Inside, it was a state-of-the-art biochemical lab, in which RX-16SF could be synthesized, or at least its raw material could be worked, and tests on the subjects could be scrutinized. Dean knew everything about the professor. He'd been watching the man, scrutinizing him like a scientist might a lab rat, as much as the professor had been studying him. It was a two-way system. Only Dean had no intention of ever letting anyone know about it. That's what would keep him alive. They were fools to think that they could introduce men like himself to RX-16SF and then take it away from them. No, he needed to know its formula, and for that, he needed to watch the professor. He'd started on the process as soon as they arrived in the Olympic National Park. The log cabin was built into the side of the mountain with a series of logs, lined up to form the walls with a thatched roof. On the inside, of course, it was every bit as modern as a commercial drug lab. What the rest of the team didn't realize was that from the very first day when work commenced on the project, he'd discovered that the back of the lab could be accessed through a nearby cave. If he only chiseled away at a stone that blocked his progress, he would be capable of slipping through. He worked the project in the nighttime when others were sleeping. The U.S. Army's Special Forces are known to the public as Green Berets, but they call themselves the Quiet Professionals. And Dean lived up to this name as he worked tirelessly. It was long and slow work, but he needed to burn the energy anyway, and concentrating on such a mindless task helped him keep his sanity, despite being on RX-16SF. By the time he was finished, he could swivel the boulder, slip in through the narrow opening, and insert himself into a secret compartment directly behind the meth lab. From there, he drilled tiny holes and installed surveillance cameras inside. In doing so, he'd learned and made secondary documents for everything. He knew the chemical composition of RX-16SF and the formula to synthetically reproduce it. Although he would never have the scientific know-how to actually do so, he knew that if he got desperate, he would be able to find someone who could take the recipe and make it for him. And nearly a decade as a Green Beret had taught him how to be persuasive, even to the most determined. During his overseas insertions, he'd slowly smuggled back large amounts of C4, and over the past 2 years had wired the entire meth lab to explode. At the time, he wasn't even sure why he'd done it. Perhaps he was just bored and needed to do something he wasn't supposed to do, just like a kid acting out his emotions. He definitely knew that having a secret operation that he was running on his own kept him focused and probably kept him alive, while the other men in his platoon were beginning to go crazy as RX-16SF rewired and took over their brains. Either way, as time went on, Dean became more and more certain that the program wasn't going to be viable for the masses, and if that was the case, then everything needed to go. DARPA had specialized in the high-risk, high-gain, far-out type of research, and the consequence of such was that they had gotten into trouble multiple times for what might have been considered overstepping the boundaries of ethical research. In his mind, there was no way DARPA could risk a program like RX-16SF getting out. No, when they shut the program down, they would wipe it away clean, destroying all traces that it ever existed, and he was one of those traces. Overhead, he heard the thump-thump of powerful rotor blades. He knew that sound, recognized it in an instant better than anyone else, and why shouldn't he? They were the sounds Black Hawk helicopters made, 2 of them, and they most likely formed an assault team coming for him. Chapter 30. Dean's heart raced. He made his way to the secret hiding spot behind the meth lab. Like all good soldiers, he knew he was in the fight of his life. He wished he could have reached the rest of his platoon. After all, they were in the fight of their lives, too, But the base at the Olympic National Park didn't work that way. For safety measures, the test subjects were encouraged to hunt on their own. At any one time, they could be spread out over more than 20 miles of mountain range, dense and impossibly difficult, isolated terrain. No, he needed to save himself. Dean reached the inner cave, sliding the rock back into place. It formed a small bunker. Still, he felt intensely vulnerable. In his belt he carried a stone carved into a razor-sharp edge to form a Stone-Age knife, and a wooden spear, while his attackers would be carrying Heckler & Koch HK-280 sniper rifles. Hidden inside the cave, Dean watched a live video feed of the inside of the meth lab. He watched as the leader of what he could only assume to be the cleanup team approached the professor. The professor, apparently aware of what was about to take place, handed over a large pile of folders containing all the data associated with RX-16SF. When the professor was finished, he said, "Is that everything?" "Yes, sir. That's every last piece of data regarding RX-16SF. "Very good." The soldier then withdrew his service pistol and shot the professor dead. Dean had seen enough, although he was expecting it, but the betrayal rocked him mentally. He backed away from the meth lab, heading silently out into the woods. When he'd reached a relatively safe distance, he flicked the switch, and the meth lab exploded, killing the head of the Ghosts, an elite team of ex-special forces the government sometimes used when they wanted to wipe the slate clean. In the confusion of the unexpected explosion, Dean, true to his service motto, silently walked away into the darkness of the night. Chapter 31. The Sanctuary, Minnesota. Sam stared at the house. It was one of those tiny houses like you see scattered on the internet, described as one of an actual movement. There were lots of viral feeds about living a simpler life in a smaller space, after having the realization that the big houses are stupid, and that the large cost of living that comes with it is both unnecessary and a detriment to people's happiness. Everyone he knew seemed to have seen the articles and thought it made plenty of sense, but no one he knew ever actually did it. Yet here he was, staring at a tiny house. The little dwelling looked like a miniature 2-story log house, with the second story appearing as a gabled annex with a single window. It probably allowed just enough space for 2 people to sleep together, so long as they were happy being really close all night. The entire thing was somewhere in the vicinity of 300 square feet. There was a small deck with a single chair in the front. It kind of looked cute. Sam ran his eyes across the neighboring houses in the village. It turned out Godkin's brother lived in what appeared to be some sort of commune or idyllic community of tiny houses, every one of them completely different, as though the owners took a unique attention to detail in shrinking what would otherwise have been houses that constituted the American dream. Next to him, in the Brickland, Tom gripped his Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun. He wore an almost embarrassed grin as he stared at the tiny house. "You know, when Genevieve originally wanted to join us, warning that it could be a big house and we don't know what sort of trap we'd find inside, a part of me was tempted to say I agreed. But I think we'll be all right. I mean, you could only fit 1, possibly 2 of those berserkers inside the entire house." "I agree," Sam said, glancing back around at the open fields that surrounded the tiny house, leaving little in the way of concealment for any would-be attackers. The place somehow reminded him of a classier version of a campground. He pressed the door open button, and the gull-winged doors opened simultaneously with a slow hum of the motor working the hydraulics. "Shall we?" Caliburn, sitting in the empty space between the twin seats, barked and was the first out the doors, his tail wagging incessantly. Sam picked up his own MP5. Despite the quaint and surreal appearances, he'd been attacked relentlessly in the past few days by berserkers, and the last thing he needed was to become complacent. Tom concurred. "Let's." They walked around the tiny house, double-checking that no one was waiting for them inside. Caliburn, with his canine heightened sense of smell, wandered around the premises, but appeared unfazed. Apart from being highly intelligent, the golden retriever had an uncanny sixth sense when it came to danger. "All good, Caliburn?" Sam asked. Caliburn barked, his happily wagging tail signifying there was nothing untoward. Sam took one last sweep of the village, deciding that the name Sanctuary seemed well placed. He met Tom's eye, who nodded and aimed at the door. Sam stepped up to the door and knocked. There was no answer. He grabbed the door handle. It was unlocked. He turned it and stepped in. Inside was a stark contrast from the near-perfect, almost manicured image of a tiny house from the outside. If its interior had once matched, it sure as hell didn't anymore. Someone had obviously ransacked the place. Everything that could be opened had been, and everything that couldn't be opened had been destroyed. Nothing had been left to chance. Tom said, "Either Godkin's brother really had trouble finding the remote, or I'd say someone else knew that he held the other part of Miles Godkin's USB. "It looks like it," Sam said. He picked up a single photo frame. The glass was cracked, but the picture inside was still clearly visible. It depicted a good-looking, clean-cut man in military dress uniform. Sam's eyes narrowed on the green beret. "Wow, this guy's special forces." Tom glanced around at the tiny house. "Not really the sort of house you'd expect a Green Beret to live in, is it?" Green Berets were the U.S. Army unconventional warfare apparatus, involved in combat search and rescue, psychological, and peacekeeping missions. Their roles were generally classified, and most civilians would have never heard of them if it weren't for the Rambo franchise. "No, but then again, maybe it's just perfect." Sam glanced at the series of medals on the man's uniform, which indicated he'd served more than his fair share of time on overseas deployment. He's probably not stateside very often, and so doesn't need a lot of room. Besides, Sam said, looking out at the view of the snow-capped mountains in the distance, what a great place to unwind. Sam stepped out of the tiny house and looked around. Tom asked, "What are you thinking?" "I don't know. I still don't have a clue what sort of mess I've stumbled across. I mean, I thought Godkin was a low-level wannabe gang member involved in drugs. Then when he was dying, he tells me he was actually undercover, although for who he didn't say, and that the USB had all the proof he needed to bring something big down, and to get it to his brother. He gave me his brother's address, and said that he'd know what to do. And now we find his brother's house has been ransacked, and his brother also just so happened to be a Green Beret." Sam nodded. "Yeah, I watched the Rambo franchise too. He's not the sort of guy one would expect a low-level biker gang to get the better of." "No. I'd like to assume they don't know about his background, and they're probably going to regret ever getting involved in drugs, or whatever it is they're involved in, when they do." Which brings me to my next thought. Who is Miles Godkin's brother? You didn't get a name. No, Miles never told me. I should have given Elise the address and had her look him up. Tom closed the door. Come on, let's get a coffee. I'll message Elise on the way and see what she can find out for you. Agreed. Sam drove 20 minutes back to a diner on the highway. He parked the Bricklin, switched off the car, and his cell phone began to ring. He answered it and listened as Elise filled him in on everything she'd learned. He thanked her, asked her to find out everything she could on the berserker gang, and then hung up. Tom met his eye. Find anything? Sam said, She says his name's Dean Godkin. The guy was a real hero. Served overseas in every hot spot you could imagine. Far more tours of duty than anyone is ever forced to do. You mean he kept volunteering? Looks like it. This guy is your real-life, bigger-than-life military deal. Served 3 tours in Afghanistan and 2 in Iraq. Those are just the ones on his regular file. There's more? Most of what he's done is classified. Elise said it took some serious hacking to find any traces of it. But he's been everywhere, serving in a long list of covert missions around the globe. Until recently. Tom licked his lips. What happened recently? Sam said, That's just it. Recently, he went AWOL, and the military police, in combination with the civilian police, have issued an APB. The APB, All Points Bulletin, identified him as Special Forces, most likely armed and extremely well trained in an array of weapons and hand-to-hand combat, highly dangerous. But as of today, no one has seen any sign of him. Which means he's really good at his job, or he's dead. Exactly, Sam admitted. Tom folded his arms across his chest. So, we're at the end of the line. It would appear so. Tom said, What do you want to do? Sam looked up at the diner. Well, first, let's get some lunch. I'm famished. And then? How do you feel about a trip to the Yucatan Peninsula? Great! What did you have in mind? Sam took a seat at a booth. An archaeologist friend of mine has discovered an old cave painting depicting a Hellenistic fleet in the Yucatan. No way! Cleopatra was right. The Hellenistic fleet actually managed to cross the Atlantic? Sam laughed. Yeah, and I want to see it for myself and decide if it's real. Chapter 32. Escalating, Yucatan Peninsula. Dr. Pablo Veracruz opened the door to his apartment. Technically, it was a motel in downtown Escalating, some 5 minutes' drive south of Chichén Itzá along Highway 180. It might as well have been his home. He'd lived there for nearly 3 years now as he researched the nearby caves of Balancanche, driven well past the point of obsession in the search for its hidden passageway. Even now, it surprised him how the story had turned out. After all these years, he had begun to doubt if he was even right in his belief, and never in his wildest dreams did he believe the discovery of the sealed chamber would divulge so many secrets and so much treasure. It was because of this wild success that Veracruz had needed to employ Rafael Vargas, a retired, once semi-successful MMA fighter. The kid, not that you could call him that judging by his size, was 25 years old, and if the scars and mangled shape of his nose, forehead, and jaw structure were anything to go off, he was never the best fighter. Still, the kid was at least 300 pounds, and although apathy and retirement from MMA had turned some of that weight to fat, there was still a hell of a lot of muscle. With that mixed in with his almost disturbing facial injuries, Veracruz deemed the kid to be enough of a deterrent to any would-be attackers. After his recent discovery at Balancanche, Veracruz had been approached by several archaeologists who tried to bribe, and failing that, hurt their way onto his team to investigate the find. As news got out and the enormity of the discovery and its valuable treasures became the stories of legends, the thinly veiled threats had worsened. Now, he employed a small team of archaeologists, kept 24 hours armed guards at the entrance to Balancanche, and used Vargas as a driver and de facto bodyguard when he traveled from home to the caves and vice versa. "Everything okay, boss?" the kid asked, looking down at him like a big friendly giant, or, given the shape of his head, ogre might be a better description. "Very good," Veracruz replied, still feeling somewhat anxious about dawdling in the open. "I'll see you in the morning." "Yes, sir," Vargas agreed. "Good night." Veracruz closed the door, quickly securing a series of oversized security locks afterward. He placed his laptop bag on a small table and removed his shoes. 30 seconds later, there was a knock at the door. It was soft, almost apologetic. Veracruz stepped toward the door. He opened it a few inches, leaving the door chain attached. He asked, "What did you forget, Vargas?" Only Vargas didn't answer. Through the narrow gap in the ajar door, he spotted 2 men. In a split-second glance, Veracruz took the whole scene in. They were white, possibly Americans. They wore denim jeans and polo shirts that squeezed like tourniquets around their muscular arms. Both men had tattoos. They could have been professional soldiers or special forces, or mercenaries sent there to find out the location of the long-sealed ancient Mayan treasure trove. One thing was certain, they sure as hell weren't on vacation, here to ask him about sightseeing recommendations. Veracruz kept his wits. "I'll be just a minute. Let me throw some clothes on." He tried to shut the door, but they didn't let him. Not even close. They kicked the door in before he had a chance to slide the deadbolts into place. Veracruz tried to hold it together, but realized in seconds that the whole process was futile. With each kick, the door splintered like a shipwreck on a reef, turning to flotsam. On the third kick, Veracruz turned and ran. He lived on the 3rd story of the motel. There was a balcony at the back and a small table and chairs on which he sometimes worked in the afternoons. He raced through the back door and out onto the balcony. The ancient pyramid of Chichén Itzá rose majestically out from the jungle in the distance. The sun was setting, coloring the sky a rich purple. Veracruz stopped and stared at the ground far below. It was somewhere in the vicinity of 25 feet. There was no grass, just a thick pile of leaves fallen from nearby trees. The ground looked soft. At a guess, he figured he'd probably survive the fall, but his bones might end up thoroughly broken. His eyes darted across the other balconies, looking for an alternative solution. In the movies, people were always climbing from one balcony down to the next. This wasn't going to be like that. There was no way he was going to be able to reach the 2nd and 1st level balconies. Behind him, the 2 strangers were through the door, racing to him. Veracruz swallowed, took a deep breath. This is gonna hurt. He glanced over his shoulders. Both men had their guns drawn. At the end of the barrels, they seemed to have additional short attachments that, if those spy novels were anything to go off, meant they were silenced. Not good. Any fear he had of jumping disappeared with that sight. Veracruz clambered over the balcony, lowered himself as far as he could, and in one quick movement swung out from the building and let go. He hit the ground and rolled. The pain was less than he imagined. Or was it just the adrenaline keeping him going? He didn't know. Either way, he knew that if he didn't keep moving, he was dead. He forced himself to stand. Searing pain raced through his legs, but they took his weight, which meant nothing important was broken. Veracruz began running into the jungle. Functioning on pure survival mode, he hoped to hell the dense forest might offer some protection. Behind him, he heard the loud sounds of crunching leaves, where his two pursuers followed at a run. He moved quickly. There was a time long ago when he was a runner. His height made him far from competitive, but it hadn't stopped him competing in several marathons over the years. The unique combination of adrenaline and muscle memory allowed him to move fast in the jungle. After 10 minutes, he knew he was pulling away from his attackers. Veracruz kept running. Like all good marathon runners, he was able to set a fast pace and then keep it there, while his attackers had most likely begun to run out of energy. Mentally, he tried to picture the surrounding topography. 10 miles to the south was another road. If he kept heading that way, he might reach it in time to flag down a driver and escape. He cursed himself for not having the foresight to grab his phone before he'd left. He picked up a stick. It was about the length of his arm and thick. The thing would work as a weapon, but would be a poor choice against 2 pistols. Still, without any other options, he kept it in his hands for safekeeping. Veracruz reached the road. It wasn't a main road, and this time of night it could be barren. He headed south. A few minutes later, he saw the distant glow of headlights coming over the horizon. It was an old Mercedes-Benz. He tried to flag the driver down, waving his arms. The car slowed. He locked eyes, pleadingly with the driver, a woman in her 60s or 70s, and then moved toward the passenger's side door. The driver gunned the engine, and the Mercedes-Benz drove off. Veracruz swore. In his hand, he was still holding the stick like a giant club. He grimaced. That was stupid. Of course, no one was going to stop for him on a dark road looking like that. He glanced behind him. There were no longer any signs of his pursuers. It confirmed that he'd lost them back in the jungle when he outran them. A couple of minutes later, another car approached. This one was a green Jeep. It looked dated and heavily beat up. Veracruz waved his arms and tried to flag it down. The man driving the Jeep spotted him and pulled up next to him. Veracruz quickly moved to open the passenger door. "Thank you so much for stopping. Quick, I've been attacked." "You're welcome," the driver said, a bemused smile on his lips. Then, leveling the barrel of his gun at him, he said, "You better get in, Veracruz." Chapter 33. A few minutes later, Dr. Pablo Veracruz was sitting at the desk of his study. The driver hadn't told him anything. The man, a jarhead, undoubtedly from someone's military, radioed in to his partner, but that was it. There was no explanation about what was expected of him, but Veracruz knew what they wanted. They wanted to know the exact location of his discovery. It might seem crazy, given that everyone who might have heard about his discovery by now knew that it must have occurred in Balancanche. And why wouldn't they? He'd spent the last 20 years of his life trying to find it. Yet Balancanche was a labyrinthian maze of secret tunnels. If he walked away tomorrow, it might take people who knew about his discovery months just to locate the grand cathedral which housed the prized Mayan artifacts and drawings. But strangely, they didn't care about the location of the prize. In fact, they didn't care about it at all. Instead, they focused on who he employed, where they lived, who knew about the project, and where he kept all his photos of the inside. After 20 minutes, the second man turned up, along with a third. The third person was balding, with a heavy comb-over and thick glasses. He looked like every stereotypical computer geek. The driver asked Veracruz to turn his laptop on and put in the password. Veracruz paused, trying to work out how to possibly drag out the inevitable any longer. He could see where this was leading and didn't like the end scenario. They wanted all the information he had, and when they had it, they would most likely kill him. The driver punched him hard. "We really don't have all day." The blow hit him in the solar plexus, sucking the wind out of his lungs. For an agonizing full minute, his diaphragm was paralyzed, and panic set in as the urge to breathe overwhelmed his mind. Finally, he drew a breath. It came out like a gasp. The driver gestured toward the laptop. "The password." Veracruz typed it in correctly and pressed enter. Geek Guy thanked him and plugged in an external hard drive into the laptop as he quickly went through the process of extracting whatever data they were looking for. Veracruz imagined that they, whoever they were, wanted all of his research and data about the Mayan find. The other two thugs simply sat there and watched. No one spoke. After several minutes, Geek Guy turned the laptop over to his email account. "Password, please." Veracruz glanced at the driver, who stood up and clenched his fist, as though preempting any delay like last time. Veracruz held up a placating hand. Okay, I'll do it. Don't hit me." He typed in the password and slid the laptop back to the geek. 10 minutes later, Geek Guy closed the laptop and packed it up. Driver asked, "You got all of it?" The geek nodded. "Yeah, I've got the list." Driver turned to Veracruz. "Did you tell anyone else about your discovery?" "No," Veracruz said, forgetting about his phone call to Sam Reilly. "That's it. That's everything and everyone." "Good," Driver said, standing up. "We're done here." A second later, Driver put the barrel of his silenced handgun to Veracruz's head and squeezed the trigger twice, shooting him dead. Chapter 34. The Gulfstream G650 landed at the Merida International Airport. Its pilots taxied to the private jet hangar. It slowed to a stop, and two officials stepped on board to fast-track customs and quarantine. When they were done, Sam Reilly and Tom Bauer stepped off the aircraft. A blue Ford Raptor was parked on the side of the taxiway. The driver got out, greeted them cordially, and handed Sam the keys. They got in the car and began driving toward the caves of Balancanche. On the way, Sam tried calling his friend again. It went straight to his voicemail. He shook his head and frowned. "Still nothing." Tom shrugged. "Maybe your friend doesn't actually like you." The edge of Sam's lips curved into the briefest of smiles. "Actually, you might be right there. Pablo Veracruz is the classic loner. He doesn't like anyone." "Really?" "Yeah. Maybe that's what drove him to a life of archaeology. I don't know." They kept driving, and an hour later Chichén Itzá came into view, rising high above the dark green jungle that shrouded most of the Yucatan Peninsula. Tom returned to his original question. "So, if your friend wants to be left alone, what are we doing here?" "Hey, it didn't stop him calling me," Sam countered. "Yeah, to boast that he'd found evidence of your mythical Hellenistic fleet that sailed the Americas." "Exactly. If it turns out to be valid, this will be the greatest archaeological find in more than a century. Having Hellenistic Greeks beat Christopher Columbus by nearly 1,500 years would be like Neil Armstrong stepping on the moon, only to find a plaque from Australia." Tom laughed. "Australians don't make good astronauts?" "I'm sure they do," Sam admitted. It's just they didn't even have a foot in the game in 1969. Tom suppressed a smile, his face reading like he still wasn't quite sure if the analogy fit. All right, so when was the last time you heard from Veracruz? 2 days ago. After he called me, he emailed me some photos of the grand cathedral he'd discovered, which was where the Mayans housed the image of the Hellenistic fleet with the backdrop of the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula? That's right. And since then, you've heard nothing? No, Sam admitted. I've sent him a few texts, and even left a couple voicemails, saying that we'd be here to have a look, but so far haven't heard anything. Does that seem odd to you? Not particularly. As we discussed earlier, he's a loner, and on top of that, he spends most of his days underground, ergo, no cell phone reception. All right, so where are we headed? Sam kept driving. Where this all began, at the caves of Balancanche. Tom asked, What do we know about the caves? The ancient Mayan cave site lies a short distance from the archaeological Maya Toltec city of Chichén Itzá, Yucatan. For more than 2,000 years, it has been the focus of rituals dedicated to the Mayan rain god, Chak, and in the post-classic period, also to his Toltec counterpart, Tlaloc. Small buildings and platforms surrounded the cave's entrance. Inside, stairs, walls, altars, and ritual displays of ceramics and small stone implements were discovered. The site is crowded with tourists who watch too much Indiana Jones. Sounds like an interesting place. Shall we buy a tourist ticket? Maybe, Sam said, his eyes focused on the road. They arrived at the entrance to the caves of Balancanche a short time later. A series of police and emergency vehicles filled the parking lot, and rows of warning tape cordoned off the entrance. Sam pulled up the Ford Raptor and met Tom's eye. What do you think? Tom swallowed. I don't know. I just hope this works out better than last time. Sam nodded. Last time they were in the Yucatan, they nearly died trying to navigate the flooded passages of Xibalba. A police officer came to greet him, and Sam had a feeling they weren't going to be so lucky. Chapter 35. It only took seconds for Sam's premonition to unfold into a dark reality. After some discussion and phone calls, Sam and Tom were introduced to the lead investigator, a man named Pedro Gonzalez. Gonzalez was a short man with a mustache and intelligent brown eyes. What he lacked in stature, he made up for in physique. The man looked like a square. Once upon a time, Sam was sure the guy just about lived at a gym, pumped iron, and took a concoction of performance-enhancing drugs. Those days were long gone, and Gonzalez's muscles had turned mostly to fat. Gonzalez brought them up to speed about the situation. The caves of Balancanche had suffered a collapse. It wasn't a natural collapse. Someone used a significant amount of dynamite to bring the roof down in the newer area where Dr. Pablo Veracruz had recently been working. Although Veracruz hadn't been at the site at the time, several archaeologists who were working on the project had been, and all of them were presumed dead. Sam asked, Does Dr. Veracruz know yet? Gonzalez deflected the question. How well do you know Dr. Veracruz? Not very well, Sam admitted. We've worked together on a few projects over the years. Nothing major. He's consulted for me when I needed help with Mayan archaeology. Why? And he contacted you about his discovery. That's right. I believe I was the first one he told. Gonzalez arched an eyebrow. Something about that statement seemed to surprise him. He opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again. Sam's eyes narrowed. What is it?
Dr. Veracruz was very coy about his discovery.
That makes sense. Gonzalez said,
Does it?
Yeah. Something like this could be potentially filled with priceless treasures. The last thing he needs are a bunch of grave robbers breaking into the passageway that led to the Grand Cathedral. Sam paused. A wry expression etched across his face. Was that what happened here? Someone tried to break into Dr. Veracruz's archaeological site.
No, we don't think that's the case here.
Right, Sam said, in a way that showed he really didn't understand anything about what was going on. Gonzalez persisted.
So why would Dr. Veracruz make a call to you?
That I can't explain, Sam said. Dr. Veracruz believed he'd discovered evidence of something that I have believed for some time, but most scholars look at as nothing more than a legend or a fanciful myth.
And that was?
That Christopher Columbus wasn't the first European to step foot on the Americas.
Who did?
On his phone, he brought up the image that Veracruz had sent him. These people, Hellenistic Greeks.
Interesting,
Gonzalez said, examining the photo.
How would such a discovery affect the world?
You mean other than the scholars and historians who would have a field day debating its validity?
Yeah, I'm more curious.
Sam drew a breath. Why someone would kill to keep it secret? Detective Gonzalez nodded.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm interested in.
I have no idea. I mean, it would definitely change a lot of historical claims, but realistically, I can't see why anyone would kill to protect the secret. Gonzalez continued.
You see, from the tapes we've reviewed, it appears that no one has stolen anything from the newly discovered cavern within Balancanche. Instead, some people went to great lengths to destroy it.
The Grand Cathedral's been destroyed.
It would appear so.
The detective was grim.
Removing with it all evidence of the so-called Hellenistic fleet.
That's not true. I'm certain Dr. Veracruz has taken photos and categorized everything. All you need to do is contact... Sam tried to speak. Choked. His tongue suddenly too dry to talk. Understanding suddenly striking him like the reaper's scythe. They got to Dr. Veracruz too, didn't they? Gonzalez nodded.
And his bodyguard cum driver, a big MMA fighter named Rafael Vargas.
Sam looked off distantly, his eyes staring at the grand entrance to Balancanche, its ornate limestone Mayan decorations, his mind seeing the place where his reclusive friend had spent the majority of his life, only to have it taken from him at what should have been the highlight. He turned to face Gonzalez. Where were they killed?
Vargas was killed in his car, 2 shots to the back of the head. His body left in the driver's seat. It appears he dropped Veracruz off and was killed almost immediately afterward.
And Veracruz?
In his house, the place he was using as an office. Same thing. Execution-style shots to the back of the head. 2. Very precise. Professional hits. I can tell you now, this wasn't drug-related.
Really? Sam asked. He could have told Gonzalez that Veracruz wasn't the type of guy involved in drug cartels, but he was interested to know why the detective was certain about it. Why?
Too professional. No collateral damage, and everything was done simultaneously. The cave was detonated, and then anyone and everyone connected to Dr. Veracruz's project was eliminated.
Sam asked, everyone?
Yeah. We've got a list of his old emails. Everyone he contacted on that list about his project is now dead.
A shadow of fear crossed his face. Not everyone, Detective. Gonzalez frowned.
No?
Sam exhaled a long breath. No, I was on that list. Chapter 36. Sam watched the color drain from Detective Gonzalez's face. Fear blended with confusion, and the detective said,
"We have a complete list. Your name was, fortunately for you, not on that list."
Sam nodded. It wouldn't be, but I assure you I received an email from Veracruz regarding his discovery of the Hellenistic fleet in the Yucatan. Gonzalez persisted.
May I ask what email you use?
It would be identified under the heading of Elise. All my emails go through her secure network before being rerouted to me.
If that is so, I might fear for the life of your friend Elise.
I doubt it. Sam's tone was soft but defiant. For starters, only the best hackers in the world would be able to identify where the user of that network exists in real life. And secondly, Elise works on board my ship, a veritable fortress, I assure you. Gonzalez nodded. He feigned relief, but fear was etched in the deep lines across his face, too. The man placed his hands together, his fingers steepled, and said,
I am very sorry for your loss, Mr. Reilly, but I fear you have already taken up too much of my time. I should continue with my investigation.
Of course, Sam said. Then, pausing just a beat, he said, Do you mind if Tom and I go and see where Dr. Veracruz lived? Gonzalez's face turned hard.
You do realize it is an active crime scene?
Sam nodded. Of course.
I've had my people do some research on you, Mr. Reilly. I understand that you have an exemplary past, with many accolades to your name. But crime scene investigation, I believe, is not one of them.
No. I just want to see where he lived. Sam paused, as though trying to find the right justification. Gonzalez's eyes narrowed.
Go on, Mr. Reilly. What is it that you are looking for?
Look, Dr. Pablo Veracruz was a brilliant archaeologist. The discovery that ultimately got him killed only goes to prove that. The edges of Sam's lips turned upward into the crease of a smile. But as you know, he was an antisocial recluse who was quite paranoid. For years, he'd been worried about people stealing his research.
And what? You think he left some sort of clue?
Sam shrugged. I realize I don't have any background in criminology or anything to do with investigating a murder scene, but I believe my unique friendship, if you can call it that, with Veracruz puts me in a very unusual position of being well suited to spot any clues he might have left behind.
What aren't you telling me?
Nothing. I'd just like to see the motel where he lives. I'm not at all suggesting your officers overlooked anything, just that he might have left a very specific archaeological clue for me.
Why you specifically?
It's a long story, just a hunch, but he and I have been discussing the possibility of this Hellenistic fleet in the Americas for some time now, and I believe he would have left me a specific note or USB or something.
I can assure you, if he had, my people would have found it by now.
Gonzalez met Sam's eyes and must have seen something there, because a moment later he said,
I'll tell you what. I'll take you up to the crime scene and walk you through what we know myself. How does that sound?
That sounds very kind of you, Sam replied. Are you sure your presence here can be spared for an hour or two? There was a twinkle in Gonzalez's eye, and Sam detected something akin to a small grin forming on the man's lips.
"Yes, I believe it's worth my while to see what you can find."
Chapter 37. The tires of the Ford Raptor crunched along the gravel driveway and came to a stop in the front of the motel that Dr. Pablo Veracruz had called home for the past 3 years. Sam Reilly got out the passenger side. He stopped beside the driver's side door. Tom rolled down the window. Their eyes locked with mutual understanding. Sam said, "I'll see you soon." Tom nodded. "I'll try not to take too long." Sam watched Detective Gonzalez pull in behind them. He got out and said, "Your friend's not staying to help with the investigation?" "He'll be back soon. I asked him to go find some lunch for us. There's a takeaway place we both like at Valladolid." Gonzalez arched an eyebrow.
"Valladolid's an hour away."
Sam nodded. "I'm in no rush for lunch." Understanding registered on the detective's face.
"You think I might be more comfortable bringing you through the crime scene alone? The less people involved, the better?"
Sam met his eye. "Something like that, shall we?" Over the next 20 minutes, the detective brought Sam through the crime scene at the motel. He showed where the door had been kicked in by 2 people, how they had concluded that Veracruz had made a run for it by jumping off the 3-story balcony, only to be recaptured, brought back to the motel room, and his office searched before he was executed. Sam followed him through the motel room, keeping up with the narrative of the murder. Everything seemed to make sense to him. Mentally, he tried to picture his friend attempt to survive. There wasn't a lot of chance Veracruz was ever going to escape, let alone get out alive. Sam asked, "What do the motel security tapes show?"
"Nothing?"
Sam frowned. "Nothing?"
"No. I don't know anything about whoever put this hit out, but I can tell you they were professionals, that's for sure. They were thorough, and they sure as hell didn't leave any loose strings."
"The tapes were doctored?"
"That's right. The attack is completely missing from the tapes."
Sam said, "What about Veracruz's tapes?" Gonzalez looked blank.
"Veracruz had tapes?"
"Sure did. The guy was off the charts when it came to intelligence, but he was paranoid about everything. A guy like that always has a back-to-base security camera recording everything that's happening on the site."
"Any idea where he'd position it?"
"The camera?" Sam shrugged. "He's probably got them hidden throughout the entire apartment, but I guarantee he'd have one in his office, where most of his research was kept." Gonzalez moved quickly through to the office, the same place where Veracruz was found dead with 2 bullet holes in the back of his head. Together they ran their eyes across the room. There was nothing obvious. Then again, why should there be? What's the point of having a secret recording that's obvious? Sam had a look around the room. There was nothing he could see. Everything seemed in its right place. There was a desk, the drawers pulled out already and strewn across the floor, a wall-mounted air conditioner that had been ripped out of the wall, and nothing else. On the ceiling there was a single smoke detector. It flashed red, indicating it had power. Sam turned and walked to the kitchen, combined with living room space. He stared at the ceiling. His lips curled into a smile. There on the ceiling was another smoke alarm. Not just one. 6 in total throughout the tiny motel apartment. Either the proprietors of the motel were the most conscientious and risk-averse Sam had ever heard of, or Veracruz was positively terrified of fire. But more likely, those smoke alarms supported hidden cameras. Sam grabbed a chair and brought it to the study. He stood on it and reached up to the smoke alarm. It didn't take much to untwist the device. It was battery-operated and not connected to the power mains. At a glance, it sure as hell looked like a smoke alarm. It even had one of those warnings, nuclear material, dispose of safely, that appeared inside most smoke alarms. He handed it to Gonzalez, who glanced at it and then handed it back to him.
It's just a smoke alarm.
Sam spread his arms out. Maybe I was wrong. He took the smoke alarm back and examined it once more. He pulled out the battery-shaped nuclear material thingy that rested at the center of the smoke detector. The entire thing came free. Inside was a small USB device. Sam grinned. Look at this. A few minutes later, Gonzalez plugged the USB device into his laptop. He opened up the document, which kept a rolling weekly recording of the top-down view from the smoke alarm. He quickly scrolled through until it reached the point where two men were holding Vera Cruz at gunpoint and pressed the play button. It depicted two people. They were white, possibly Americans. They wore denim jeans and polo shirts that squeezed like tourniquets around their muscular arms. Both men had tattoos. They could have been professional soldiers, or special forces, or mercenaries. Sam pressed pause, freezing the video frame. There. Gonzalez's eyes locked onto it.
The special forces tattoo?
No, I hadn't noticed that. Sam's eyes narrowed on the second tattoo. It depicted a seal trident, anchor, eagle, and pistol. It was a common enough tattoo. The symbols recognized Navy SEALs and designated them as having completed their training. The design represented not just the Navy with its anchor, but all the areas the SEALs protect, including air, eagle, land, pistol, and trident, water. These elements also hold secondary meanings as well. For instance, the placement of the eagle's head demonstrates its humility, while the cocked pistol shows how they must be ready at all times. The trident symbolizes the SEAL's connection with the ocean, one of the most brutal terrains to fight on. This vast element, commanded by the likes of Poseidon and Neptune, must be mastered by the SEALs. Sam said,
The guy's retired special forces.
Gonzalez said,
Retired?
Probably. If this was someone from my government, I'm pretty certain they wouldn't have sent someone showing off his SEAL insignia.
They might be ghosts.
Mentally, Sam agreed wholeheartedly. They were most likely ghosts, a part of a unique team of retired special forces who no longer existed on the books, whose job it was to go in and clean up a mess, performing dirty tasks. If something Vera Cruz had discovered somehow became a threat to national security, these were the people most likely to be sent in to remove it. Sam shook his head. I doubt it.
Okay, what about the other tattoo?
Gonzalez caught his eye.
You said you recognized it.
Yeah, Sam said, staring at the tattoo. And why shouldn't he recognize the tattoo? He'd been seeing a lot of it lately. It depicted a small Viking with an axe and more tears, the very tattoo that he'd seen on each of the berserkers who kept trying to attack him.
What does it mean?
Gonzalez asked. I have no idea, but I intend to find out. Sam pressed play again, and the recording played out. They watched Vera Cruz kneel down, whisper a silent prayer, and quietly be executed. It looked almost surreal. Somehow, at the end of the day, Sam doubted very much that he would go so quietly. Afterward, one of the men asked the other one where their local contact was. The second one told the first that he'd be there any minute. Gonzalez pressed the pause button. Sam looked at him, his blue eyes piercing as they held his gaze. Why did you stop it? The detective shrugged. The show's over. We're not going to get anything else from this. He cast his gaze toward the frozen image of the study. This is exactly how the room was found. Sam leaned forward and pressed play. All the same, I'd like to watch this play out. Gonzalez arched an eyebrow. Are you sure? Yes. Gonzalez shrugged. Suit yourself. Sam watched the next few minutes play out. In the video, a third person arrived. He was wearing a police uniform. The man told them in Spanish to leave the damned body alone, leave everything exactly where it was, so that he could deal with it. The police officer then turned to leave. Sam pressed the pause button again. It froze on the police officer's face. Sam recognized the image as Gonzalez. His eyes darted toward the detective. But already Detective Gonzalez had his weapon drawn and was pointing it at Sam. His lips twisted into a malicious smile. So, now you know. Chapter 38. Sam slowly raised his hands in a placating gesture. Detective Gonzalez shrugged. You just couldn't let it go, could you? Sorry, a friend of mine died. Yeah, well, now you're going to have to join him. What a waste, hey? I would have expected more of you, given your reputation. Sam suppressed a knowing grin. Believe me, I, of all people, am most sorry to disappoint you. Gonzalez laughed at that. The detective seemed relaxed, and why shouldn't he be? He held all the cards, being the only one armed, and right now Sam was on the opposite side of the room. Even Usain Bolt would struggle to reach the man before he was shot. The pistol lowered just a little bit. It was held at more of a downward angle, more out of laziness on the detective's part than anything else. Who else knows? Gonzalez asked. About the discovery? Yeah. No one, I think. Sam's lips curled into a confident grin. Actually, there are a few people. Such as? Why should I tell you? Sam said. Won't you just kill me anyway? Sure, but you can die quickly or very, very slowly. It's your choice. Uh-huh, Sam said. Right, so you want names. That would be much appreciated. Okay, there's Elise. She's my computer hacker who works on my ship. You might have trouble locating her, and even if you do, you'll have a hard time reaching her while she lives aboard my ship, but you're welcome to try. Then there's the rest of my crew, to be honest. They probably know by now. Sam licked his lips and grinned. Oh, and then there's Tom. He has a fair idea, I'd say. Right on cue. Tom put the barrel of his Glock onto the side of the detective's head, the cold hard steel pressing into the man's skin. Tom said, I suggest you slowly lower the pistol. Detective Gonzalez exhaled slowly. You never went to Valladolid, did you? Nope, Tom admitted. Been here all along. Gonzalez asked Sam, How did you know? That you were on the take? It's a bad word, but yeah. How did you know I was on the take? I didn't. It was just a hunch. I couldn't see what else the lead detective of such a significant investigation would want with babysitting some overseas schmuck such as myself. Right, Gonzalez sighed. Now what? Now you put down the gun and tell us exactly who's involved in this thing. Gonzalez nodded. He began to lower his pistol. A moment later, he tried to lift it again. Tom didn't give him another chance. He squeezed the trigger, and a 9mm parabellum left the barrel at a rate of 1,230 feet per second. At that speed, the round penetrated Gonzalez's skull, severing his brainstem in an instant. A fine mist of pink spraying the wall behind him before anyone could hear the clicking sound of Tom squeezing the trigger. Sam exchanged a glance with Tom. Yeah, it's Xibalba all over again. Chapter 39. Tom drove the Ford Raptor hard and fast. They needed to be out of the country before anyone knew what happened. Sam picked up his cell phone and made a call to a secure number, placing the phone on speaker so that Tom could hear the conversation. The Secretary of Defense answered on the first ring. Without preamble, she said, "You've stumbled across something you shouldn't have. You need to leave it alone." Sam said, "Madam Secretary, I have Tom Bauer on speaker with us. I hope you don't mind. I believe he needs to be involved in this conversation, too." "Hello, Tom," she said. "That's fine." "Madam Secretary?" Tom said. Sam licked his lips, returning to the Secretary of Defense's initial statement. He asked, "What have I stumbled across?" "This drug that's killing people. What are they calling it on the street?" "Berserker." "Right," the Secretary of Defense said. "You need to shut the investigation down." Sam's eyes narrowed, still amazed by how much he already knew about his involvement. "Why?" "I can't say." "You don't know?" "Not exactly. I can imagine, but as you're aware, some programs are kept secret, even from the government that's supposed to be run by the good guys." "It's all a part of your plausible deniability." "Exactly." Sam gripped the side of the door as Tom took a corner a little too fast, and the wheels screeched. "Can you tell me who was running the program?" She said, "DARPA." Sam made a small curse under his breath. DARPA stood for Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, an advanced technology branch of the U.S. Department of Defense. He could easily imagine that they were studying the effects of a drug capable of turning its soldiers superhuman. He drew a breath. "They were trying to make super soldiers." He waited for the Secretary of Defense to deny it. She didn't. He took her silence as confirmation. Sam frowned. "Let me guess. The drug worked, but the side effects started to kill people, not just the soldiers who took the experimental drugs, but also everyone around them." "The program's been shut down by the president himself." "And everything about it erased." Her voice was soft but authoritative. "You know how these things are done." Sam said, "Sure, and yet we're still seeing the aftermath." He imagined her biting her tongue in frustration. "All right, so they tried to shut the program down?" Sam asked. "What went wrong?" "Dean Godkin went wrong." Sam thought about what Elise had told him about Godkin and asked, "Who's that?" "One of the guinea pigs. Also, probably the best soldier we've ever created." Sam exhaled deeply. "Let me guess. He didn't take too kindly to the program being shut down, particularly with him being part of it." "No, I can't say I expect he did." Sam let the silence linger for a while. Both of them knew the word "shut down" in this instance was a euphemism for erased, aka killed or exterminated, including the lives of every experimental candidate. Sam persisted. "What happened?" "He killed 6 of our operatives. The cleanup crew brought in from an external source to eradicate every piece of evidence of the program. By the time he was done, there were only a few survivors." "Any idea where he went from there?" "No. But now the drugs are coming out on the street as party drugs all around the world." Sam swallowed. "He sold the recipe to the next higher bidder?" "It would appear so, and that bidder would be an international drug cartel." Sam exhaled. "The berserkers." "That's what they're calling themselves, although where the hell they came from is anyone's guess. There was no record of them even existing more than a year ago." A bald-headed eagle cried in the distance. Sam looked up at the symbol so frequently associated with the U.S. greatness, and somehow it all suddenly felt like a lie. "Those drugs are on the street now." She kept her mouth shut. "Like Pandora's box, the mysteries of this drug have been released on the world. Its demons now free to run wild and wreak havoc. A team's been put in place to put it back in the box." Sam drew a breath. "I'm sorry, Madam Secretary." She made a deep sigh on the other end of the line. "You're not going to drop this thing despite my orders?" "That's right." "I was afraid you were going to say that." The secretary's tone softened. "Why?" "We made mistakes. No one is above the law. The government was wrong. DARPA was wrong. And now a lot of people are dead. Some were archaeologists who were silenced because of what they had discovered about the berserker drug. They were my friends. I'm going to get to the bottom of this mess. I owe it to them. We, DARPA, owe it to the people." "I thought you would say that." "I'm sorry." "Sam." "Yes." Her voice was cold and hard, with a melancholy yet emphatic tone. "I can't protect you on this one." Sam said, "I understand." "Good luck. You're going to need it." Sam caught her before she ended the call. "Oh, there's something else you're not going to like." He heard her sigh. "What have you done now?" "I killed a person. Technically, Tom killed a person to save my life." Her voice was hard. "Oh, Tom, did you have to?" "I'm sorry, Madam Secretary." "That's all right," she said with surprising equanimity. "I suppose it couldn't have been helped." "It really couldn't," Sam confirmed. She said, "So, what does this have to do with me?" "It might come back to bite us." "Us?" the Secretary of Defense asked. "You mean you and Tom, right?" "No, I mean you, the U.S. government." "Why?" she asked, her tone still curious, but becoming sharper as the severity of the event came out. "Did Tom kill someone important?" "Yeah, the lead detective, the chief of the local police department." "Tom, did you not think about this before you shot him?" she scolded. "I'm sorry, ma'am. He was about to shoot Sam Reilly dead." "And you didn't stop to ask yourself how much of a mess this will be for me to clean up?" Tom gritted his teeth. "Afraid the thought didn't even cross my mind, ma'am." She said, "Ah, I should have expected as much damned loyalty to Sam from you without even a passing thought about the mess I'm now going to have to clean up." Sam said, "Look, this is your people's mess. Someone from your department sent down this cleanup team. They messed up. I mean, they really messed up when they not only killed my friend and nearly succeeded in killing me, but let me find out about it. So, yes, this is your problem. I'm washing my hands of it and getting the hell out of here before anyone manages to place us at the scene of the killing. Do you understand?" "I do, and I wish you luck in your endeavor, although I doubt it coincides very much with my own." She paused. "There is one thing you might be able to do for me if you get the chance." A wave of concern flashed across Sam's eyes. "What's that?" "If you happen to run into Dean Godkin and he doesn't kill you first, do me a favor and finish what our ghost team failed to do." "What makes you think we're going to run into him?" Sam asked. "I mean, he could be anywhere in the world by now." "Basic deduction. You're both looking for the same thing. You're both pretty smart people. There's a good chance both of you might actually find what you're looking for." Without trying to mince her words and eager to receive confirmation, she said, "So, will you kill him?" Sam bit his lower lip. "I don't know. From what you've told me, I would have thought Godkin was on our side." "Your side, maybe, but not ours," she countered. "We'll see if we come across him, and I'll make up my mind then." The secretary said, "I wouldn't advise that." "Yeah? Why is that?" Her voice sent a cold shadow down his spine. "Because by the time you discover he's not on your side, you will already be dead." Chapter 40. Lake Crescent, Washington. Dean Godkin stared at the deep freshwater lake. At this distance it looked so blue that it could almost be considered translucent. The water sparkled tantalizingly in the sun. His eyes were so intrinsically drawn toward it that it might as well have been made of diamond. He remembered reading somewhere that the unique lake owed its brilliant blue waters and exceptional clarity to a lack of nitrogen in the water, which inhibited the growth of algae. Having allowed himself a minute reprieve to enjoy the view, he kept walking. The intermission made him feel better. The fact he could appreciate a view somehow made him feel still human. There was still a long way to go. Once he reached the lake's shore, he followed the spruce railroad trail as the old logging track meandered along the shores of the lake. Keeping to the north side of the lake, he passed a popular swimming and diving area known as Devil's Punch Bowl, before finally reaching the entrance to an old dilapidated railroad tunnel that had been out of use for a very long time. He glanced at the wooden beams that formed the vaulted ceiling of the tunnel. They were made of hardwood, but looked like they had seen better days. The tunnel had a warning about being dangerous and that people shouldn't enter it. For added measure, the bottom of the entrance had been boarded up with slats of pine. The almost ubiquitous rain, courtesy of the Pacific Ocean, which created a marine layer where clouds are frequent in the winter, spring, and fall, had helped turn those slats rotten, and it didn't take much for him to work enough free that he could squeeze through. Inside, he shined a flashlight up at the ceiling again. The workmanship had once been done well, but years of rain seeping through from the soil above had done its work to erode much of the beam's structural strength. At a glance, he spotted 3 separate beams that had broken free and fallen to the ground, where the track had once lay. Dean smiled, picturing the warning sign. He decided it seemed to offer good advice not to enter the old rail tunnel. Still, he needed to enter it. And besides, an unlikely cave-in of a railway tunnel that had lasted nearly 100 years seemed the least of his worries right now. He kept walking, marching by default into the dark tunnel, the beam of his flashlight flickering across the disused tracks as he went. He startled more than a dozen sleeping bats. Spooked by his appearance, they flew over his head and into the safety of the darkness beyond, deep inside the tunnel. He kept walking, following the creatures of the night deeper into their lair. Roughly 600 feet in, he stopped, having found what he was looking for. He shined his flashlight to the left of the old rail track. An alcove nearly 40 feet long by 10 feet wide appeared. The beam of his light reflected on the still water like a mirror. If the place hadn't been so dark, dilapidated, and almost certainly just about due to collapse under the weight of 1,000,000 tons of mountain, Dean could have almost pictured it making a nice swimming pool. That, and if the temperature wasn't near freezing all year round. It had once been a water stop. In the good old days of steam locomotion, a water stop, also known as a water station, was a place where steam trains could stop to replenish water. This was back in times when the movement by steam locomotion required infinitely large amounts of water. Sometimes these stops were called wood and water or coal and water stops, given that fuel to replenish the engines was also essential when adding water. In the very early days, trains needed water stops every 7 to 10 miles before the introduction of a dedicated tender, or water and fuel carriage, allowed trains to run continuously without refill for up to 100 miles at a time. Dean imagined it must have been desperate times to need to build one midway through the mountain, but there you have it, the wonders of progress. He stared at the water stop. Dean had hoped he'd never need to return to it, and yet something about the place made him feel proud. As far as he was concerned, he'd picked the perfect place to hide it. He rolled up his sleeves, leaned over the edge, and dipped his arm right down to his shoulder to the first ledge of the water pond. His fingers felt along the silty bottom in complete darkness. It took a while, and for a moment he was worried that someone might have found it. The thought was preposterous. He needn't have worried at all. A few seconds later, his fingers found part of the chain. It was coiled up in a disheveled clump that would make the laziest of sailors complain. Gripping the end of the chain, he pulled it free of the water pond, and then slowly, hand over hand, began the tedious job of pulling it in. The task took the better part of 15 minutes, but eventually Dean was able to heave the last of the chain out of the water. Dean stared at the plastic container. It was made of a thick plastic resin, making it exceptionally strong, while remaining immune to elemental problems such as being submerged for years. He unlatched all 4 of its locking mechanisms and then popped the hatch open. Inside was a spare set of civilian clothes, a wig that gave him thick, wavy brown hair, and glasses. He took his disguise and put it aside. Next there were a couple passports. They were real, obtained in the normal way, just with fake names. A not-so-small stash of RX-16SF, $50,000 in cash, in 4 $10,000 bundles of 100s, and 5 bundles of $2,000 in a mixture of small denominations. There was a Colt M45 semi-automatic pistol, along with a small box of magazines. There was also a Heckler & Koch HK G28 sniper rifle. Next to the sniper rifle was a folded piece of paper. He took it out, unfolded it, and looked at it underneath the beam of his flashlight. It was a printed copy of the DARPA Oversight Committee. There were 8 names. He stared at the faces, memorizing them on sight, and knew that in the days to come he would come to learn everything about each and every one of them. He had to. It was the only way he could be sure before he erased them all. Chapter 41. The Gulfstream G650 took off along runway 10 at Merida International Airport. It steadily climbed to 10,000 feet before banking to the right and setting a course on a northern vector. In the luxurious comfort of the back of the privately owned jet, Sam and Tom sat at a desk on a speakerphone to Elise. Sam brought her up to speed about the events at the Yucatan Peninsula, as well as what the Secretary of Defense had to say about it. When he was finished, Elise said, "So, the Secretary of Defense ordered you to leave it the hell alone under the guise of national security. Is that right?" "Yeah, that just about sums it up." Elise paused, letting those words sink in for a minute. "Let me guess. You've decided to ignore her warnings. Orders. and go after this berserker gang, even though they clearly are deeply connected to a U.S. secret military program to test drugs on members of their special forces. Did I miss anything?" Sam exchanged a glance with Tom, who appeared to be grinning. His arms spread out in a gesture of, "I told you Elise would see it rather the same way I do." Sam bit his lower lip. "No, I'd say that just about sums things up." She said, "Very good. I just wanted to be clear on that." Sam suppressed a retort. "What made you think that I couldn't just let it go?" "Sam, in all the time I've known you, I don't think I have ever seen you simply let something like this go. You're like some sort of cavalier hero that seems in desperate need to right all the wrongs in the world." "Hey, not just all the wrongs. In this case, I was happy having a vacation. Hell, I was happy to let it go after I needed to save a kid's life. Where I lost interest in letting things go was when the same berserkers succeeded in killing the kid and tried their darndest to kill me. Since then, they've made 2 more attempts on my life and succeeded in killing one of my friends. So no, I don't care that the Secretary of Defense asked me to leave it alone. I'd say I'm now pretty much involved in this thing, and I'll see it through to its grisly end." "That's good. I'm glad you don't disappoint. I just won a few $100. "Really?" Sam asked. "Who took the bet?" "Genevieve did, but I gave her odds of 10 to 1 that you wouldn't be able to leave this alone until you found out what was really going on." Sam said, "Hey, I hate to think I'm so translucent." Tom said, "I hate to think Genevieve would make such a bad bet." "Don't worry, she didn't want to. She said it was a bad bet, and then I asked her what sort of odds she'd give it. When she said 10 to 1, I told her it was a deal. She tried to take it back, but I informed her we didn't do take-backs at my bookies." "That makes more sense," Tom said. The jet began to bank, setting up its primarily northern course before climbing to its cruising altitude of 50,000 feet, where they soared high above any commercial jets. Tom stood up and mouthed to Sam, "I'm just going to have a chat with the pilots." Sam nodded. Elise said, "Okay, so what's your next move?" "I need to find these berserkers," Sam said. "According to the Secretary of Defense, a man named Dean Godkin, upon discovering that the secret program he was involved in to test a drug called RX-16SF was being shut down, went berserk, killed the cleanup team who were supposed to neutralize him and the other test subjects, and then sold the chemical composition of the drug to a new drug cartel." "These are the berserkers who keep attacking you?" "It would appear so." "But you don't believe Dean Godkin's the one we have to worry about?" "I have no idea what to think of Dean Godkin. I mean, his brother seemed to think that Dean was the good guy, and that by getting his half of the USB to Dean, his brother was going to bring to light everything they had spent 2 years trying to prove. Either way, it doesn't really matter. Godkin is Special Forces. He's high on this berserker drug, RX-16SF, which allegedly makes people highly intelligent, stronger, faster, and better at fighting, as far as I can tell, and is highly addictive. If Godkin doesn't want to be found, we'll never find him. No, we need to go after these berserkers." "Okay, so if we're buying into the Secretary of Defense's narrative that Godkin was selling the drugs to this street gang called the Berserkers, what makes you think that they have anything to do with whoever went down to the Yucatan and killed your friend?" "I have a theory about that. I've been reviewing the images that Dr. Veracruz sent me. Originally, I was only interested in the one depicting the Hellenistic fleet, and brushed over the other ones with a glance. But now that I've had the time to look at them, I spotted one that I believe the people on the DARPA Oversight Committee might be willing to kill to suppress.
Go on.
It depicted a large cavern. Inside, Vikings drank from goblets and were then seen to transform into giants with massive weapons. The images look almost comical, but now that I look at them, it's easy to accept what they mean. It means the ancient Mayans knew that these Vikings had a place where they could drink something that made them incredibly strong and powerful.
You think someone from DARPA got a hold of a similar archaeological discovery and that it led them to find Valhalla? Elise asked, where they then discovered RX-16SF in its natural form.
Hey, it's a far-fetched long shot, I know, but it's all I've got.
Okay, so, hypothetically, let's say you're right. Veracruz's discovery might have shown the location of Valhalla, where this drug was being mined or extracted somehow. That explains why the DARPA Oversight Committee might send a ghost team down to the Yucatan to destroy all evidence of its existence. But if that's the case, why go after the berserkers at all? I mean, they're just a street gang, a minor drug cartel. It's a problem, but not for you. Leave them to the DEA, who are tasked with drug trafficking and distribution within the USA.
Because one of the cleanup crew that killed Veracruz was also a member of the berserker gang, Sam countered.
Which means the Secretary of Defense is lying to you? Elise said.
Or someone's lying to her. It doesn't matter. Either way, someone from DARPA is in bed with the berserkers, and I intend to find out who.
Okay, so what do you want me to look for?
Sam said, well, Valhalla would be nice.
I'll try a Google search for its coordinates, but I wouldn't hold your breath.
Elise laughed.
You got anything else?
Yeah, I'm looking for early signs of Vikings in North America, most likely Canada.
Elise said, have you heard of Lonso Meadows?
Sam thought about all he'd heard of the 10th century Viking settlement on what is now the modern-day northernmost tip of the Great Northern Peninsula on the island of Newfoundland in the Canadian province of Newfoundland and Labrador. He shook his head. I'm looking for something much older, or more recent.
Which is it? Elise asked. You want an older Viking or a modern one?
Both. I'm looking for signs of Vikings dating back to the 1st century. They would be the Hellenistic fleet. I mean, if they made it as far south as the Yucatan, there has to be some sort of evidence of them farther north, right? In the background, Elise was already hammering away at her keys, setting up search parameters for a program that would extract data from every newspaper, archaeological paper, through to historical stories that might somehow be linked to what Sam was after.
Okay. What about the more recent things? What are you looking for?
This berserker gang, for one thing, he said. He paused, drew a breath. But there's something else, too. I don't know. Just search for something unusual. I mean, maybe we're going about this all wrong. Maybe the berserkers found the drug first and approached the U.S. government with it, who handed it to DARPA to test. She didn't try to hide the incredulity in her voice.
You think a street gang found a new drug and DARPA had a field day testing it out on our special forces?
Stranger things have happened.
Talking about stranger things, I'm not getting any hit on this berserker gang at all.
I know, Neither did I when I did a basic Google search. I mean, if this thing has gone global, why the hell aren't the papers full of stories about these wannabe Vikings? Good question. A few minutes went by, and Elise said, Eureka! Sam grinned. You found something. Elise said, Uh-huh, but you're probably not going to like it. Sam's heart began to thump in his chest. It was a good sign when Elise said that he wasn't going to like it. What have you got? A woman from the small township of Kelsey, Manitoba. Sam looked blank. In Canada? Uh-huh, unless you know of another Manitoba I don't know about. Sam ignored her tease. Okay, what have you got? Apparently, she wrote a letter to the local paper about Viking ghosts wreaking havoc each year in spring, just after a blood-red moon. A blood-red moon? It's when the Earth's moon is in total lunar eclipse. While it has no special astronomical significance, the view in the sky is striking as the usually whitish moon becomes red or ruddy brown. It usually happens around twice a year. Sam said, I know what a blood moon is. Okay, I just thought I'd clear that up for you. Sam arched an eyebrow. What did the authorities have to say about it? Not much. No one was ever charged. What did she say they did? I'll let you read the story, but basically she says that on roughly the same day every year, a group of Viking ghosts descend on the town, wreaking havoc, before changing into berserkers and destroying everything in their paths, rampaging and stealing. Sam said, She sounds like some kind of conspiracy nut. She might be, Elise admitted, but she's got photos of the destruction, and she said they all had matching tattoos on their arms. Sam held his breath. Does she describe the tattoos? Elise grinned. Yeah, they have an image of a Viking with a helmet. They were all identical, only some of the men had teardrops next to the Vikings. Sam swore. That's it! It looks like it. Okay, tell Matthew to set a course with the tequila for the Hudson Bay. Tom finished chatting to the pilots and returned to the main lounge. He glanced at Sam. You've got a plan? Sam nodded. We're going to Kelsey, Manitoba. Okay. And why are we going there? Sam grinned. To chase Viking ghosts. Chapter 42. Hudson Bay, Canada. The midnight sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm glow across the pristine shores of the Hudson Bay. A radiant display of green, red, and blue hues danced across the midnight sky, draped in a blanket of velvet blackness, pierced by light of more than 1,000 stars. The streaks of color, which danced like flames across the Arctic clouds, were the northern aurora borealis, named after the Roman goddess of dawn, Aurora, and the Greek name for north wind, Borealis. Beneath this magical display of nature, a ship motored silently. Its dark, sharp-angled, and low-lying hull gave the ship a predator-like image, as though it was stalking some sort of mythical quarry beneath the sea, slicing through the ink-black stillness, leaving a white glow in its wake. The motor yacht rounded Polar Bear Provincial Park and entered the Hudson Bay. A black Eurocopter AS-350 circled overhead, before quickly landing on the ship's helipad, despite the tequila running at over 60 knots. Sam Reilly stared at the last remnant of the sun in wonder. He'd seen the aurora borealis before, and the aurora australis in the southern hemisphere, but this was the first time he'd witnessed it above a midnight sky. The midnight sun is a natural phenomenon that occurs in the summer months in places north of the Arctic Circle or south of the Antarctic Circle, when the sun remains visible at the local midnight. When the midnight sun is seen in the Arctic, the sun appears to move from left to right. But in Antarctica, the equivalent apparent motion is from right to left. This occurs at latitudes from 65 degrees 44 minutes to 90 degrees north or south. And this doesn't stop exactly at the Arctic Circle or the Antarctic Circle due to refraction. Sam waited until Genevieve shut down the engine and the whir of the rotor blades finally slowed to a complete stop before he and Tom climbed out. Matthew, the ship's skipper, greeted Sam with a suppressed smirk on his face. "How was your vacation?" Sam drew a deep breath. "You know damn well how my vacation went. Through no fault of my own and simple, stupid altruism, I tried to save a kid from drowning, and ever since then I've been punished for it." Veyron, the ship's engineer, said, "And the Yucatan?" Tom said, "He's had better trips." Matthew said, "Was it as bad as Xibalba?" Sam paused, thought about his earlier trip to the region with Tom. After navigating a submerged labyrinthian tunnel to reach the Mayan temple of the death gods, he and Tom had to battle warriors who were disguised as ancient gods on the Xibalban ball court. The stakes of the game were life and death. He frowned. "I think it was worse than Xibalba." "Wow! That bad, eh?" Matthew said. "I'm sorry to hear that. Welcome back, by the way." "Thank you," Sam said. "I don't plan on being here too long. Genevieve's going to refuel the Eurocopter, and I'll be flying out to meet someone in the morning." "So I hear." Matthew suppressed a grin. "Something about chasing Viking ghosts." "Yeah, something like that. Although I suspect these apparitions have a decidedly more mortal grounding, and that there's a perfectly reasonable scientific explanation for her stories." "Probably. Either way, I suspect you and Tom will work it out." "Actually, I'm going on my own." Matthew's thin brows drew together. "You're not taking Tom with you?" Sam exhaled a long breath. "No, this woman only wants to talk to me." "You? Why?" Matthew asked. Then, before Sam could answer, he said, "How does she even know who you are?" Sam spread his arms. "Apparently, she's read my book and is interested in meeting me." Matthew's face twisted into a mask of incredulity. "That biography you managed to pen in your spare time, detailing your bizarre archaeological discoveries?" "That's the one." Matthew laughed. "I thought no one liked your book." "Some people liked it, but it mostly missed the mark. Everyone seemed to assume it was full of fictional tales and gross hyperbole of our sea adventures. The reviews suggest people liked the writing." Matthew grinned. "If I recall correctly, those same people also argued that it was probably ghost-written." Sam laughed, his face set with indifference. "I don't care what they think. And the important thing is, it was entertaining enough that some crazy woman from Manitoba who thinks she's been seeing Viking ghosts is willing to take you into her confidence." "That's right." Matthew said, "Do you think she's crazy?" "Maybe, but from what I've read about her complaints, I think her troublesome ghosts are real." Matthew placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Get some rest." "I will," Sam promised. "And in the morning I'm going to find these Viking ghosts." Chapter 43. Churchill, Manitoba. The Tehila dropped her anchor off the coast of Churchill. Located on the western coast of the Hudson Bay at the mouth of the Churchill River on the 58th parallel north, far above most Canadian populated areas, Churchill was one of the most remote cities in Canada. Sam found himself naturally drawn to the place. Despite being modernized, it still held the romantic appeal of an old western outcrop, surrounded by true wilderness. Sam and Tom loaded up the Eurocopter 350 Squirrel with Arctic dive gear, along with an array of search equipment, including ground-penetrating radar, sonar buoys, and bathymetric computers, just in the off chance he got lucky, and this woman from Kelsey led him to Valhalla. He threw in his sea scooter for good measure. Confident that he had all that he might need, Sam worked through the pre-flight checklist for the Eurocopter with Genevieve, pre-programming the GPS coordinates for Kelsey, and calculated the fuel requirements and potential flight range if he got his wish to scout the region where these Vikings had been sighted. Last, in a small compartment in the cockpit, he secured a Mossberg 500 pump-action shotgun. It was loaded with special 3-inch Magnum shells, with 1 in the chamber and 5 in the magazine. He threw in an additional box of shotgun shells, not because he was worried about fighting off Viking ghosts, or berserkers for that matter, but because he was heading into the wild, where bears and other predator wildlife ruled supreme. Sam sat in the cockpit, clasped the seatbelt across his waist and chest, switched on the aircraft's electrical system, and started the engine. The Turbomeca Ariel power plant began to slowly turn the 3-blade main rotor, which picked up speed until it became little more than a blur overhead. Standing at the side of the open cockpit door, Tom asked, "Are you sure you'll be okay?" "Yeah, I'll be fine." Sam licked his lips, a mischievous grin forming. He glanced out at the calm sea toward Churchill. With a teasing lilt to his voice, he said, "Watch out for the polar bears while you're waiting. I hear this entire region is riddled with them. I read something about Churchill having the highest number of polar bears of any region on Earth. Apparently they can swim pretty well, and climb onto boats." "If they can board the Tehila, they're welcome to her," Tom said, refusing to take the bait. After all, the Tehila had more than 8 feet of freeboard that would stop any bears from boarding her. Instead, he returned to Sam, "Make sure you give me a call before you approach any berserkers. Don't leave anything to chance with these people." "I will," Sam promised. "But I'm doubting we'll see any today. According to the letter this woman wrote regarding Viking ghosts, they only came once a year during a blood moon, so I think we'll be safe. Besides, that was nearly 2 years ago, and they haven't been around since." Tom's brown eyes hardened. "All the same, trouble seems to follow you." Sam suppressed a smile. "I'll have to admit, you might be right there. I'll be careful." "All right. Good luck," Tom said, closing the cockpit door and giving the side of the aircraft a reassuring rasp with his hand to indicate it was good to go. Sam glanced at the flight instruments. He confirmed that the engine oil was warm and the rotors had reached their desired RPM, and then began to perform the delicate balancing act between the collective pitch control, the cyclic pitch control, and the anti-torque pedals developed through a lifetime at the controls to take the Eurocopter 350 Squirrel to the sky. The tri-blades changed their pitch, and with a violent thumping sound, the rotors began to produce more than 3 tons of downward pressure, whipping the placid sea below into a white frenzy beneath its downwash. At an altitude of 50 feet, Sam banked the helicopter into a southwestern direction and began to pick up speed. He tracked the Churchill River, where a pod of beluga whales joined thousands of other beluga whales as they moved into the warmer waters of the Churchill River estuary to calf. The creatures were easily recognizable, even from the Eurocopter's altitude. thanks to their stark white coloring and globular head on the background of the almost turquoise river that snaked southwest. After nearly 20 minutes, he banked to the south, leaving his view of the river behind in exchange for the verdant blue of a dense forest, before eventually opening up across Split Lake and finally landing in the front of a large rural estate on the southern edge of Kelsey, where a woman who might be a crazy conspiracy theorist was waiting to greet him. Chapter 44. Kelsey, Manitoba. The hum of the helicopter turned to silence, and the blades eventually slowed to a stop. Sam opened the cockpit door and stepped out. A woman opened the door to the homestead and approached. Sam stepped forward to meet her, taking her in with a glance. She was just a little shorter than him, with an athletic figure and determined stride that suggested she'd spent a great deal of her life in the outdoors. She wore jeans, leather boots, and a white T-shirt, over which she wore a leather jacket proudly sporting the Toronto Blue Jays. She had brown hair with blonde highlights, casually pulled back in a braid, intelligent brown eyes, and a mischievous smile. A black and white fox terrier followed obediently at her side. "Sam Reilly?" she asked, shaking his hand. "Yes, you must be Sutty," he said. "That's me." "Nice to meet you, Sutty," Sam said, noting her firm handshake. He considered her name. The letter didn't include a surname, and he wondered whether she had intentionally done so to maintain her anonymity. "What's your surname? Or should I be asking, what's your first name?" She laughed, revealing a nice set of big white teeth. "Just Sutty is fine." Sam didn't push it. "Okay." He squatted down and patted the dog, who responded happily. Sutty asked, "Do you want to come inside where we can chat?" "Sure." Sam followed her into a large kitchen. She put the kettle on and asked, "Can I offer you a drink?" "Sure, whatever you're having." "Coffee? Full strength. Is that all right?" Sam nodded. "Yes, thank you." Sutty's eyes darted out the window, glancing toward the Eurocopter now parked on her front lawn. "Where have you come from? I assumed you would have taken a commercial flight to Kelsey Airport." "No, we were kind of in the area already." "Oh, yeah?" she asked. "Where's the Tehillah?" He paused, wondering how much she knew about him and the ship. "It's at anchor off the coast of Churchill." "Really?" She smiled, her voice taking on a teasing lilt. "I hope they won't get attacked from polar bears." Sam laughed for a few seconds before it segued into genuine concern. "Wait, is that really a thing?" "You want to know if you need to be careful of polar bears in Churchill?" She met his eye. "Yeah, of course it's a real thing." "Oh, sorry. I just thought it was one of those things people joked about, like being careful of grizzly bears in Alaska, even though moose are responsible for far more deaths each year." Her face flashed with genuine concern, and her tone turned serious. "You should really watch out for grizzly bears in Alaska, too." Returning to Churchill, Sam said, "How worried should I be about my friends on the coast of Churchill?" "Not too much. From what I've read, the Tehillah's a pretty big ship. It's unlikely a polar bear is going to be able to climb on board. They should be fine." "And when they go into town to kill time or have a drink?" "Yeah, they should watch out for polar bears." She handed him a coffee. "Thank you," Sam said, taking a sip. Sutty went on, pleasure at his discomfort plastered across her face. "The Churchill region has one of the biggest polar bear denning areas in the world. The ice throughout Hudson Bay melts completely by the end of July or early August, and does not refreeze until approximately early November. This means that all bears must come ashore for about 3 to 4 months. Polar bears were once thought to be solitary animals that would avoid contact with other bears except for mating. In the Churchill region, however, many alliances between bears are made in the fall. These friendships last only until the ice forms. Then it is every bear for itself to hunt seals. Do you get many tourists up here sightseeing?
To see polar bears?
Yeah.
Starting in the 1980s, the town developed a sizable tourism industry focused on the migration habits of the polar bear. Tourists can safely view polar bears from specially modified vehicles built to navigate the tundra terrain. Utilizing a set of trails created by the Canadian and U.S. military, responsible tour operators are granted permits to access these trails for wildlife viewing. Staying on these established trails ensures no further damage is done to the tundra ecosystem. October and early November are the most feasible times to see polar bears, thousands of which wait on the vast peninsula until the water freezes on Hudson Bay so they can return to hunt their primary food source, ringed seals. There are also opportunities to see polar bears in the non-winter months, with tours via boat visiting the coastal areas, where polar bears can be found both on land and swimming in the sea.
Sam was intrigued more than concerned. How do the locals deal with the polar bears? She licked her lips, her eyes flashing amusement.
To be honest, it just becomes a way of life. Many locals even leave their cars unlocked in case someone needs to make a quick escape from the polar bears in the area.
You're kidding me.
No, I promise it's true, she laughed. In fact, the authorities maintain a so-called polar bear jail, where bears, generally adolescent males, who persistently loiter in or close to town, are held after being tranquilized, pending release back into the wild when the bay freezes over.
Amazing, Sam said. I love it.
A few minutes later, an older woman entered the kitchen. She glanced at Sam, back to Sutty. Who's your friend, dear? Sutty said, This is Sam Reilly, Mom. Sam looked up, meeting her weathered but intelligent gaze.
Pleased to meet you, ma'am.
Her mom nodded, but said nothing. Instead, she looked blank, as though the name didn't mean anything to her. Her gaze turned politely to Sutty. A wry smile plastered across her face, in a gesture that Sam couldn't quite make out. Sutty appeared to get it and said, He wrote a book on ancient maritime archaeology that I liked. I gave it to you to read. You said you liked it. Her mom shrugged, as though she either couldn't remember the book, or having read it, didn't care. Either way, she seemed too polite to say so. She whispered, What's he doing here? Sutty smiled. He's here to investigate our Viking ghosts. Ah! Her mother smiled kindly with a newfound respect for him. Bless your cotton socks! Those Viking ghosts drive us crazy every year. In fact, I think they've been getting worse.
Chapter 45. Sam said, So, tell me about the Vikings.
Sutty held her breath. Indecision seemed to flash across her eyes, as though she wasn't sure how much to tell him or where to begin. If Sam had to guess, he figured she'd tried to tell the story to other people before and had been told she was crazy. She let out a long exhale and said, It happens only once a year in spring during a blood moon. The Vikings turn into berserkers and raid the village.
Interesting. How long has this been going on for?
This isn't just a recent thing. Stories about Viking ghosts raiding the region goes back centuries.
Sam suppressed his outward incredulity. Centuries?
No kidding. This has been going on since my mom's grandmother was a little girl. Sam studied her.
He had no idea what to make of her story or its veracity, but one thing was certain, she believed it. "You're serious, aren't you?"
"I sure am," she replied. "I can prove it to you."
"Okay, prove it." Suddy retrieved a family history book. It showed photos and drawings dating back more than 100 years, when her great-grandparents had taken on a large estate to try cattle farming in the region back in 1890.
"Here, have a look at these."
Sam began to slowly flip through her family journal cum photo album. A lot of the images depicted typical scenes of everyday farming life, including tractors and plows, while the rest of it showed family portraits ranging from current color photos through to black and white, sepia, and some hand-drawn sketches. There were various images of some ancient clay pots that were purportedly found on the property, and some weapons. Still nothing that explicitly cried out Viking encounter. Sam asked, "How much land did your original family's property entail?"
"The original land rights were for some 20,000 hectares, and stretched from present-day Kelsey down the Nelson River to Sippawask Lake and Bear Island, and all the land surrounding by roughly 50 miles.
Wow! That's a lot of land.
It was a long time ago. Land was cheaper back then. The farm has been carved up and sold plenty of times since then, and nowadays we just run a hobby farm."
Sam nodded, still flicking through her photo album. "There's some interesting artifacts here, but I don't see anything that confirms your theory about Viking raiders." Sutty brought up a page which showed a series of artifacts found on the property over the years. There were clay pots, swords, knives, and other such images, but nothing that spelled Viking. Sam studied the images. "I've heard about Lonesome Meadows, but didn't realize any Vikings made it this far southwest."
"Uh-huh," she confirmed. "I'm certain of it. The rumors are that the Viking ghosts come out when there is a blood moon and raid the village."
Sam wasn't buying any of it. "It's just legends."
"The best legends are based on just a little bit of truth."
Sam smiled, handing her his empty cup. "Who said that?"
Sutty laughed. "You did."
Sam grinned. "In my book?"
"Yeah, don't you remember?" She met his eye. "Maybe there's something to those ghostwriter rumors."
Sam ignored the tease. "Did you like my book?"
It was okay. Kind of amateurish, but a fun read. I wouldn't believe any of those things really happened."
Sam bit his lower lip. "Really?"
"Sure. Hey, if half those stories are true, you've lived an amazing life."
"Thanks." Sam returned to their earlier conversation. "You said something about the best legends being based on just a little bit of truth."
"Uh-huh."
His eyes narrowed, landing heavily on hers. "So what's the truth here?" Sutty held his gaze, her voice solemn.
"The ghosts came from that shipwreck."
"What shipwreck?"
"The Viking one."
"Wait, there's a Viking shipwreck nearby?"
"Yeah, it's at the bottom of Sippawask Lake, just off Black Bear Island."
"No kidding. How come I've never heard of it?"
"Not many people have. There's not a lot to look at. Viking ships, as you know, are basic, and centuries of exposure to the harsh Manitoba elements have left this one particularly barren. I suppose no archaeologist has ever taken the time to look at it."
Sam's eyes narrowed. "But you've seen it? Are you sure it's a Viking ship?"
"Yeah, I've scuba dived it plenty of times. I'm certain it's a Viking ship."
"What makes you so sure?"
"I'm sure."
Sam persisted. It could be Dutch, or French, or even British. I mean, an early settler's shipwreck that's a few hundred years old tends to look just like a dilapidated Viking shipwreck once it's been underwater long enough. Sooty wouldn't give an inch. Not this one. This one's a Viking shipwreck. Why? Sam asked. What makes you so sure? Because once, when I was still young, I dived it and found a Viking sword. Sam frowned. She looked a lot younger than him. Still, his heart lurched at the thought that she might have found a Viking sword. Do you still have the sword? Yeah. She went back inside and retrieved it, handing it to him to look at. Sam stared at the sword. Sooty asked, What do you think? Sam drew a breath. I think it's a beautiful Viking sword. Chapter 46. Sam examined the sword. At a glance, he could tell it was Viking in origin. The hilt was ornate and decorated lavishly with gold and silver. The blade had been rusted through, but professionally repaired. A name was carved into the blade. Gunlogi. Sam said, Any idea what that means? Uh-huh, she said, nodding to him. I had someone translate it for me years ago. It means battle flame. A good name for a Viking sword. He looked at the metal closer. Even though he wasn't a metallurgist, Sam could see the teardrop swirls. The sight made his throat go dry. He frowned. This is made of Damascus steel. Even as he said it, his heart plummeted. If it was Damascus steel, that removed all chance of it being a Hellenistic shipwreck. How could it be? The Hellenistic fleet crossed the Atlantic during the 1st century, while Damascus steel only began to turn up during the 9th and 10th century, placing the sword's origins as most likely part of the 10th century exploration of North America by Vikings. Sooty nodded. Yeah, that's what the man said. What man? The metallurgist. I took it to a place in Toronto. There was a guy specializing in ancient antiques, and I paid him to have a look at the sword. Sam laughed. Did you tell him where you found it? No, of course not. Why not? I didn't need every wannabe treasure hunter and adventurer coming up here and destroying our little part of the woods while they searched for Viking treasure. Sam considered that for a moment. That's reasonable. He thought about the sword's possible and yet unlikely origins. The remarkable characteristics of Damascus steel became known to Europe when the Crusaders reached the Middle East, beginning in the 11th century. They discovered that swords of this metal could split a feather in mid-air, yet retain their edge through many a battle with the Saracens. The swords were easily recognized by a characteristic watery or damask pattern on their blades. Damascus steel was the forged steel of the blades of swords smithed in the Near East from ingots of Wootz steel, imported from southern India. These swords are characterized by distinctive patterns of banding and mottling, reminiscent of flowing water, or in a ladder or teardrop pattern. The sight suddenly made him realize the swirling teardrop pattern matched the image on the berserkers' tattoos. They weren't just signs or records of the berserkers' kills, but a tribute to the swords found nearby. It made him suddenly wonder, did the berserkers find this Viking ship first and develop their tattoos based on the images? Sooty said, You look disappointed. Sam shook his head. No, it's just I was hoping the metal might indicate it came from even earlier. Her eyes narrowed. As in from the North American First Peoples metalwork? No, not quite that early. Sam said, thinking about the old copper culture that appeared more than 3,000 years BC, long before the Hellenistic fleet that sailed across the Atlantic in the 1st century. Besides, as far as I know, Canada's first people never reached a point of actual metalwork.
That's mostly true, Sutty admitted. But that's not to say there were no metalworks in pre-Columbian North America.
Sam said, I've heard about the copper culture, where copper, found freely throughout the Great Lakes region, were used to make tools and weapons, particularly adzes, gouges, and axes, clearly indicated an adaptation to the forest environment.
That's right, she said. Native copper was relatively abundant, particularly in the Great Lakes region. The latest glacial period resulted in the scouring of copper-bearing rocks. Once the ice retreated, these were readily available for use in a variety of sizes. Copper was shaped via cold hammering into objects from very early dates, as early as the Archaic period in the Great Lakes region, 8,000 to 1,000 BCE.
Sam frowned. But no mining of copper?
There is some evidence of actual mining of copper veins, but disagreement exists as to the dates. She sighed, as though taking her time to recall her high school history lessons. Extraction would have been extremely difficult. Hammerstones may have been used to break off pieces small enough to be worked. This labor-intensive process might have been eased by building a fire on top of the deposit, then quickly dousing the hot rock with water, creating small cracks. This process could be repeated to create more small cracks. The copper could then be cold-hammered into shape, which would make it brittle, or hammered and heated in an annealing process to avoid this. The final object would then have to be ground and sharpened using local sandstone. Numerous bars have also been found, possibly indicative of trade for which their shaping into a bar would also serve as proof of quality.
Interesting, Sam said. But their technology never progressed?
Sutty's eyes stared off in the distance. This old copper culture never became particularly advanced, and never discovered the principle of creating alloys. This means that many, though they could make metal objects and weapons, continue to use their flint tools, which could maintain a sharper edge for much longer. The unalloyed copper could simply not compete, and in the later days of the old copper culture, the metal was almost exclusively used for ceremonial items.
Sam said, They never worked iron?
Sutty smiled. From what archaeologists have discovered, the North American first people worked extensively with iron in the Pacific Northwest.
Really? Sam asked. I never knew that.
Not many people have, but it's true. Sutty paused, thinking where to start. Traditional ironwork in the northwest coast has been found in places like the Ozette Indian Village archaeological site, where iron chisels and knives were discovered. These artifacts seem to have been crafted around 1613, based on the dendrochronological analysis of associated pieces of wood in the site, and were made out of drift iron from Asian, specifically Japanese, shipwrecks, which were swept by the Kuroshio current towards the coast of North America.
You're kidding,
Sam said, thinking back to the wreckage of the Hoshi Maru, a Japanese trawler damaged during the 2011 tsunami, only to be washed up on the coast of Oregon nearly a decade later, after the Kuroshio current had slowly dragged it across the North Pacific. How often did Japanese shipwrecks land on the North American coast? A fair bit, I'd imagine. Sutty thought about it some more. The tradition of working with Asian drift iron was well developed in the Northwest before European contact, and was present among several native peoples from the region, including the Chinookan peoples and the Tlingit,
who seem to have had their own specific word for the metallic material. The wrecking of Japanese vessels in the North Pacific Basin was fairly common, and the iron tools and weaponry they carried provided the necessary materials for the development of the local ironwork traditions among the northwestern Pacific Coast peoples. Although there were also other sources of iron, like that from meteorites, which was occasionally worked using stone anvils. Interesting, Sam said, his mind returning to the Viking ship she'd originally started talking about. He held his breath. Would you still know where that shipwreck is? The Viking one? Yeah, Sam confirmed. She nodded. Uh-huh. Why? Do you want me to show you? His voice betrayed a sudden interest. Can you show me? That depends. Did you happen to bring your scuba gear? Yeah, it's in the helicopter. Then I would love to show you the Viking shipwreck. Sam's lips curled into a grin. That, Sutty, makes you my newfound best friend. Chapter 47. Sipaweshk Lake, Manitoba. The Eurocopter 350 Squirrel flew south above Nelson River. Sam carefully scanned the flight instruments before gazing across the pristine landscape that fell beneath them. He and Sutty had remained mostly silent since taking off, with both of them lost in their own thoughts. Sutty finally broke the silence. You mentioned yesterday that you were in Nova Scotia recently on a driving vacation. Sam nodded. Uh-huh. Where were you headed? Nowhere in particular, just enjoying the sights. I was planning on slowly driving across Canada from the east coast to the west. Why, have you got any recommendations? She arched an eyebrow. Of sights to see in Canada? Sure. How long do you have? A pleasant smile flickered across her face. It would take a lifetime to see Canada's natural wonders. Okay, my life's fairly full already. I don't know if I could add an additional one to it. How about an abridged version? Well, Sutty paused, closing her eyes, as though mentally picturing her favorite places. When she opened them again, she said, From national parks, Banff, Jasper, Waterton, Elk Island, and Wood Buffalo, through to the hot springs, and spring breakup of the ice on the Saskatchewan River, Alberta, is a treasure trove. Those are your favorites? Just in Alberta. Sam suppressed a grin. Okay, that's not really narrowing it down much. What are your best memories when it comes to personal road trips? She paused a beat, really giving it some thought. My fondest memories still are the northern lights farther north in Slave Lake, as they were in vivid colors. They looked like they belonged on National Geographic or something David Attenborough might narrate. What else is there? I'd recommend heading to the south of Calgary to stop in at the Tyrrell Museum of Paleontology, where dinosaur bones and extinct shell fossils are prolific. The land is clay, so when it rains, the hills are mudslides. To my grief, my children found this out before me. If I had put them out to dry instead of washing them in the showers, they would have hardened into little statues, clothes and all. Sam laughed at the description of her children, and despite not being a parent, could imagine children taking to the clay mudslides in an instant. I'll have to remember to shower after playing in the clay. Be sure that you do, she said, her voice a little too serious. I remember driving from Saskatchewan through to Manitoba. It was usually just a route on the Trans-Canada Highway while going to other places of interest. It is flat prairie for the most part. In saying that, we drove it at night during the Christmas season once. The moon cast a blue glow on the white fields, accentuated often with Christmas lights from sparsely spaced farmhouses. Another time my daughter and I traveled by train through the night. There was a lightning storm across the prairie. Watching it was spectacular, as you could see for unquestionable miles of flat prairie. Sam smiled. It sounds like a nice trip to do with your daughter. Suddy smiled, evidently lost in fond memories. It was, I assure you. Sam reached the end of the river, and at 120 knots, the helicopter raced across the waters of Sipawesque Lake, revealing the dark blue and turquoise waters. They passed a shallow section of the lake where some beavers had dammed an otherwise small estuary. He slowed the helicopter to a hover, just long enough to cast his eyes along a large beaver dam. There were 2 of them, paddling on their backs, dragging a large log to add to the base of their dam. The creatures looked adorable, without any stretch of one's imagination. Despite their razor-sharp teeth, one couldn't help but want to go and cuddle them. There were hundreds upon hundreds of fallen trees scattered across the edge of the lake. The place was scarred with the jagged remains of tree stumps, where beavers had gnawed their way through the main trunks of fully grown trees. A wry smile crossed Sam's face. What the hell are they doing? Suddy glanced at him, her face a mask of surprise, as though he'd asked a question akin to, why does the sun come up in the morning? When she realized he was serious, she said, They're building a dam. Sam suppressed a retort. Yeah, I do get that. I mean, why are they building a dam? What are they trying to achieve? Oh, you're serious? Yeah. Oh, right. I'll bring it back to the basics. A beaver dam is made of logs and mud, which blocks or slows down the flow of water in a river or stream. It raises the level of the stream it plans to live on, and the increased water area becomes a new wetland and home to fish, turtles, frogs, birds, and ducks. For the beavers to eat? Suddy shook her head. No, beavers are strict herbivores, a.k.a. vegetarians. So why do they dam the creeks and streams? She shrugged. To make a bigger place to live. Sam glanced at the miles upon miles of lakes. Does this region have enough natural habitats for beavers? Sure, but there are a lot of beavers. That sounds like it could be a real problem. It is, she said. Beaver have also become problematic in other areas. In the interlake farming region of Manitoba, about 120 miles north of Winnipeg, people have been complaining about the pesky rodents flooding pasture land. Last year, the provincial government spent about $160,000 removing dams along with some 5,600 nuisance beavers. Wow, I had no idea it was that bad, he said, banking the helicopter and continuing along their original course. Suddy said, It's worse in Argentina. Sam frowned. Argentina? What the hell are beavers doing in South America? It's the usual sort of mistake humans tend to make. Nothing quite like landing in hell for all one's good intentions. What happened? Beavers were supposed to enrich Patagonia, economically and ecologically. At least that was the ambition of Argentina's military when it flew 10 pairs of Canadian beavers from Manitoba to Tierra del Fuego, Argentina's southernmost province, in 1946. The soldiers set the beavers loose on the shores of Lake Fagnano in hopes of spurring a fur trade and attracting more residents to the sparsely populated area. Just 10 pairs of beavers? It's a wonder they survived the harsh conditions. There was some concern about the fragility of the experiment. Beavers are monogamous. If one of the animals were to die, its mate would be unlikely to reproduce. But such worry was misplaced. While the fur trade never materialized, What did explode were beaver numbers. What did that do to their local ecology? In their wake, they left phantom forests. North American trees have evolved over millions of years to survive beavers' industrious chewing. Trees like willow, cottonwood, American beech, and alder have all evolved responses to beaver chewing and flooding. They resprout when you cut them down, produce defensive chemicals, and tolerate wet soils. But because beavers are not native to South America, the continent's trees have not developed the same defenses. What are they doing about it? The government spent a fortune combating the problem, but a number of wildlife volunteers are spending months there hunting and culling the creatures. The poor beavers, Sam said. I realize it's not to kill animals, it's to save the ecosystem. It's not the beavers' fault. Cutting down trees is in their nature. The blame rests with humans. Exactly. Up ahead, Bear Island approached to the south. Suddy pointed toward an inlet on the western side of the island. Sam flew overhead, circling around. The water was quite shallow, probably just 30 or so feet deep. The inlet was surrounded by a steep rocky outcrop more than 100 feet high in all directions. At the very end, a small forest of dark green tropical plants appeared out of place in the cool climate within a small rocky cavern. As with so much of Manitoba, a beaver dam blocked the entrance. And in the middle of the bay, the remains of a shipwreck were clearly visible. Chapter 48. Sam brought the Eurocopter down to land on a nearby beach. The downwash of the rotor blades whipped up the still water of the lake's edge into a frenzy of white, foamy water, and the broad leaves of nearby peach-leaf willow and aspen blew and bent over in the draft. He switched off the engine, and the nearby trees righted themselves once more. Sam stepped out of the helicopter and confirmed that the skids had found suitable perch on the gravelly shore, despite being less than a dozen feet from the inlet water's edge. The water returned to its previous state of calm, and a casual glance across the beach showed no signs of a recent shift in the water's height, reassuring him that there was no unusual tide system like the one he'd witnessed at St. Martin's in the Bay of Fundy. He ran his eyes across the shore, up to the rocky cliffs and surrounding forest. The shore was a sea of white stones, smoothed flat through the centuries of abrasion by the water. He picked up a white stone. The limestone rocks weren't simple rock, he noticed on closer inspection. They were made out of layers upon layers of sediment packed into compact plaques of hard limestone, and inside there was a fossilized fish. He lifted his gaze and realized the entire shore was filled with fossils. Sam handed a rock to Sutty. Any idea where these fossils came from? A tropical sea during the Ordovician period, Sutty said, handing him the stone back. You can keep it as a souvenir. His eyes locked with hers, trying to judge if she'd just made it up. Seriously? Yeah, my dad told me when I was a kid and used to play here. And then, when I was older, I went to the effort of looking it up myself. It turns out the Ordovician period lasted almost 45 million years, beginning 488.3 million years ago and ending 443.7 million years ago. There you go, Sam said, placing the stone in one of the lockers at the rear of the helicopter. Sutty stretched her legs. Her eyes swept the turquoise waters toward the entrance to the inlet. It was still a couple 100 feet across the lake, and the wreck site was at least another 500 feet from the entrance to the inlet. She met his eye, and as though reading his thoughts, she said, I hope you've got a boat in the back of that helicopter, or we're going to have one heck of a long surface swim. He nodded. Yeah, a small inflatable Zodiac. They quickly unloaded the boat first. Sam snapped open the inbuilt carbon dioxide canister, and the boat inflated in a matter of seconds to the sudden sound of high-pressured gas finding its freedom, the same way many life jackets and lifeboats inflate. He retrieved the Honda 10-horsepower motor and attached it to the back of the boat before pulling the Zodiac to the edge of the water. Next, they donned their dry suits and dive equipment. After checking each other over, they were in the Zodiac heading out to the wreck site. All in total, it was just under half an hour between landing the helicopter, anchoring at the wreck, and entering the water. The water was shallow, not much more than 30 feet at the bottom, and they were scuba diving with single tanks of air, which, for that depth, would provide them ample bottom time with no deco stops. Suddy was first in the water. A moment later, Sam attached his fins, adjusted his face mask, placed the regulator in his mouth, before rolling backward into the water. On the surface, Sam exchanged a glance with Suddy, who confirmed she was good to go, making the OK signal with her thumb and index finger joined, and her remaining 3 fingers pointed up. Sam pointed his thumb down, confirming he was going to commence his descent. Sam dipped his head into the water. The visibility was excellent, somewhere in the vicinity of 100 feet. From the surface, he could clearly make out the entire shape of the shipwreck. The combination of fresh water, protected and still within the end of the inlet, along with coldness, made the water quality perfect for diving. A moment later, he released air from his buoyancy control device, sending a small burst of bubbles to the surface, and immediately began his descent, following the rope anchor all the way to the bottom, where it rested just west of the shipwreck. He swallowed, equalizing the pressure in his ears, and followed as Sutty led the way to the wreck site. Even as he approached, Sam was certain that the ship had once been a Viking longboat. Only the skeletal shell remained intact and sticking above the sandy bottom of the lake, with much of the hull hidden beneath centuries of silt deposits. Sam made a lap around the exterior of the shipwreck before entering from above. There wasn't much to see or do. In fact, on closer inspection, only the exterior of the hull was fully buried in silt. The internal hull, if you could call it that, was actually completely exposed. A small school of mature sturgeon fish swam by. He recalled that sturgeons were primarily benthic feeders, which meant they ate everything and anything that might lay on the bottom layer, such as shells, crustaceans, and small fish. Fundamentally, they were ground suckers, and having taken a liking for whatever barnacles had once inhabited the skull, the creatures had done Sam's job for him by clearing everything out far better than he could have after a week with a suction dredge. Sam met Sutty's eye. She gave a kind of shrug that said, "Well, what do you think?" Sam gave the all-good signal with his hand, and a smile that well reflected that he was enjoying the dive. She smiled back at him, and then pointed enthusiastically toward the aft of the wreck, as though there was something way more interesting to see back there, something he had to see. Sam happily followed her. Despite there being nothing in the way of Viking artifacts, the fact remained he was staring at a 10th century Viking ship, deep within Manitoba, somewhere no other archaeologists had found verifiable evidence of Viking travel. Sutty stopped and pointed to a large clay pot resting on the bottom of the hull. Sam froze, his heart thumping against his rib cage. Suddenly, everything had changed. His interesting yet uneventful dive of the remains of a 10th century shipwreck instantly became the most interesting thing he'd seen in a very long time, because there, in front of him, lay something that didn't belong. Certainly not on board a 10th century Viking ship. The pot came from an entirely different period of time altogether. Chapter 49. Sam pulled the Zodiac up onto the shore. Sutty began doffing her scuba gear, laying it all out on an outstretched tarpaulin. She studied him as he removed his gear without saying anything. He had a big grin on his face, and his heart still hammered in his chest at the implications of the clay pot, but he wanted to clean it first, just to be sure. Sam worked in silence, driven by some sort of innate desire to prove a point to himself, before revealing it to his host. He retrieved a small electrically powered water pump from the trunk of the helicopter, attaching a small hose from it to the lake's edge, using it to hose away the centuries of dirt on the pot. His eyes critically examined the structure, like an art dealer might study a masterpiece. The single clay pot had 2 handles and a neck that was considerably narrower than the body. Painted on the side of the pot was a depiction of 2 warriors fighting, one with a hammer, the other with a spear. Something about the weapons made him think of the weapons of the great Viking gods, the hammer of Thor and the spear of Odin. Even that seemed highly out of place, unless the timeline of the Viking gods needed to be significantly readjusted. He turned it over. Painted on the side of the pot was a butterfly. The color had faded, but it might have once been dark blue or even purple. The creature seemed to have a double set of eyes on the back of its wings, which played the illusion of appearing to track his movements as he turned the jar around. The lid had long ago decayed or been broken, and inside he was rewarded with nothing but murky water. Finally, unable to take it any longer, Sutty asked, "So, what do you think?" The crease of a smile teased his lips, his voice and tone appearing to hide some sort of secret disappointment. "Well, it's a 10th century Viking ship." "Definitely 10th century?" "Yeah, most likely. We'd have to organize carbon dating of the hull to be precise, but it will most likely come up somewhere around there. Dendrological studies of the wood might even be able to identify the location of the forest where the trees were felled that made up the ship. I'd be willing to bet it didn't come from nearby forests in Canada. Most likely the wood is pine from Norway and Sweden, or oak from Denmark." She pulled back a wisp of brown-blonde hair from her eyes, tucking it behind her ear. "But I thought the Norsemen who discovered North America came from Greenland." He looked at her and said, "They did, or at least that's what archaeologists believe. Yet that doesn't mean their ships did. I don't know if you've ever been to Greenland, but forests of tall hardwood trees don't exist there. In fact, the only forest they have on the island is contained within a small valley called Kingwa, where a tiny thicket, consisting mainly of downy birch and gray-leaf willow, grow." She held his gaze. "I take it those sorts of trees weren't very good for shipbuilding?" "Not even close. Trade was highly important to the Greenland Norse, and they relied on imports of lumber due to the barrenness of their homeland. In turn, they exported goods such as walrus ivory and hide, live polar bears, and narwhal tusks." He drew a breath. "Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. The upshot is, yes, I believe you're right. This is a 10th century Viking shipwreck." Sutty pushed his arm playfully. "I told you so. You look surprised." "Not surprised, just disappointed." Her eyes narrowed. "Why?" A friend of mine, an archaeologist in Mexico, recently found evidence that a 1st century Hellenistic fleet was the first Europeans to explore North America, and I was hoping this was that place.
And now you're certain it isn't?
No.
Why?
That Viking sword, for one thing. It was made from Damascus steel, which we know for a fact wasn't developed until the 10th century at the very earliest. He stopped, and Sooty sensed he was holding back on something.
What is it?
Sam grinned. Well, the thing is, that ship's somewhat of an anomaly now. In fact, it's an anachronism by definition. A chronological inconsistency and mismatch of persons, events, objects, language terms, and customs from different time periods. Sooty's eyes widened, flashing interest. There was a mocking laughter hidden behind them. She smiled. Great smile, lots of teeth. She opened her mouth to ask something, then closed it again, as though not quite sure where even to begin, before finally settling with simply asking, "Why?" The Viking sword is distinctly 10th century minimum, but this clay pot, Sam said, looking at the innocuous-looking clay pot, as though it were priceless, this clay pot is something entirely different.
Yes? She asked.
What about the clay pot? It's classic 1st century Hellenistic pottery, called an amphora. As you can see, the 2-handled pot has a neck that is considerably narrower than the body. She nodded.
I can see the shape. Why? What was it used for?
It was used for the storage of liquids and solids, such as grain. The containers had a pointed bottom and characteristic shape and size, which fit tightly against each other in storage rooms and packages, tied together with rope and delivered by land or sea. The size and shape have been determined from at least as early as the Neolithic period. Sooty drew a breath.
Sam, what are you saying?
He exhaled slowly. I'm saying that I believe this is a 10th century Viking ship that found the remains of the 1st century Hellenistic fleet. That this ship is the last link to one of the greatest archaeological treasures of North America, something I've been trying to find for a very long time. She placed her hands akimbo and laughed.
And what's that?
Sam beamed with excitement. A place called Valhalla. Chapter 50. They made a second dive an hour later. Sam stared at the wreck site from directly above for several minutes, just taking in the image of the longship. His mind mentally filling in the gaps, trying to picture the original Viking ship. The longships were characterized as graceful, long, wide, and light, with a shallow draft hull designed for speed. The ship's shallow draft allowed navigation in waters only 3 feet deep and permitted arbitrary beach landings, while its light weight enabled it to be carried over portages or used bottom-up for shelter in camps. Longships were also double-ended, the symmetrical bow and stern allowing the ship to reverse direction quickly without a turnaround. This trait proved particularly useful at northern latitudes, where icebergs and sea ice posed hazards to navigation. Somewhere, in the recess of his mind, Sam thought he saw something that didn't belong, an outpoint or visual oddity to the fundamental structure of the ship. He slowly circled the outline of the wreck, confident that fault would eventually seep from his subconscious mind into the more useful consciousness. As he swam, he considered the normal construction of a Viking ship. The Viking shipbuilders had no written diagrams or standard written design plan. The shipbuilder pictured the longship before its construction based on previous builds, and the ship was then built from the keel up. The keel and stems were made first. The shape of the stem was based on segments of circles of varying sizes. The keel was an inverted T shape to accept the garboard planks. In the longships, the keel was made up of several sections spliced together and fastened with tree nails. The next step was building the strakes, the lines of planks joined endwise from stem to stern. Nearly all longships were clinker, also known as lapstrake, built, meaning that each hull plank overlapped the next. Each plank was hewn from an oak tree, so that the finished plank was about 0.98 inches thick and tapered along each edge to a thickness of about 0.79 inches. The planks were radially hewn, so that the grain is approximately at right angles to the surface of the plank. This provided maximum strength, an even bend, and an even rate of expansion and contraction in water. This is called in modern terms quarter-sawn timber, and has the least natural shrinkage of any cut section of wood. The plank above the turn of the bilge, the Meganhofer, was about 1.5 inches thick on very long ships, but narrower to take the strain of the crossbeams. This was also the area subject to collisions. The planks overlapped by about 0.98 to 1.18 inches and were joined by iron rivets. Each overlap was stuffed with wool or animal hair, or sometimes hemp, soaked in pine tar, to ensure watertightness. Amidships, where the planks are straight, the rivets are about 6.7 inches apart, but they were closer together as the planks sweep up to the curved bow and stern. There is considerable twist and bend in the end planks. This was achieved by use of both thinner and narrower planks. In more sophisticated builds, forward planks were cut from natural curved trees called reaction wood. Planks were installed unseasoned or wet. Partly worked stems and sterns have been located in bogs. It has been suggested that they were stored there over winter to stop the wood from drying and cracking. The moisture in wet planks allowed the builder to force the planks into a more acute bend, if need be. Once dry, it would stay in the forced position. At the bow and the stern, builders were able to create hollow sections or compound bends at the waterline, making the entry point very fine. In less sophisticated ships, short and nearly straight planks were used at the bow and stern. Where long timber was not available or the ship was very long, the planks were butt-joined, although overlapping scarf joints fixed with nails were also used. As the planks reached the desired height, the interior frame, known as futtocks, and crossbeams were added. Frames were placed close together, which is an enduring feature of thin-planked ships, still used today on some lightweight wooden racing craft, such as those designed by Bruce Farr. Viking boat builders used a spacing of about 33 inches. Part of the reason for this spacing was to achieve the correct distance between rowing stations and to create space for the chests used by Norse sailors as seats, called thwarts. The bottom futtocks next to the keel were made from natural L-shaped crooks. The upper futtocks were usually not attached to the lower futtocks to allow some hull twist. The parts were held together with iron rivets, hammered in from the outside of the hull, and fastened from the inside with a rove, also known as a washer. The surplus rivet was then cut off. A ship normally used about 1,500 pounds of iron nails in a 59-foot-long vessel. In some ships, the gap between the lower uneven futtock and the lapstrake planks was filled with a spacer block about roughly 8 inches long. In later ships, spruce stringers were fastened lengthwise to the futtocks, roughly parallel to the keel. Long ships had about 5 rivets for each yard, 90 centimeters or 35 inches of planks. In many early ships, tree nails were used to fasten large timbers. First, a hole was drilled through 2 adjoining timbers, a wooden peg inserted which was split, and a thin wedge inserted to expand the peg. Some tree nails have been found with traces of linseed oil, suggesting that tree nails were soaked before the pegs were inserted. When dried, the oil would act as a semi-waterproof weak filler or glue. It was thinking about the thwarts that made Sam pause. Something about the seats-cum-chests used by Vikings at their rowing stations that made him finally see it. There appeared to be a disparity between the length of the exterior hull and the internal hull. Specifically, there was an additional spacing of roughly 2 feet at one end of the hull, something that, like the ancient Greek amphorae, was an anachronism. In later years, shipbuilders went on to incorporate such gaps as a safety measure in the case of a seagoing collision. But Vikings did not. In fact, it was a classic design of a longboat that a clean hull ran the length of the ship. Vikings stored their treasure in thwarts, which were connected straight to the main hull and used as rowing benches. Sam considered that. It wasn't inconceivable that the shipwright, or possibly even the owner, might have built a secret hold in which to store his most valuable treasures, such as gold trinkets and whatnot. The owner, like so many sailors throughout history, would most naturally have wanted to build a secret locker. Sam ran his eyes across the shipwreck again. If the ancient Viking owner had wanted such a thing, it could only have ever been at that specific point, toward the very end of the aft section of the hull. There was only one way to find out. He drew his dive knife from its sheath across his lower calf and used the blunt tip of the blade to chip away at the edge of the wood. The ancient grain gave way, revealing a hidden opening. He peeled back the wood to reveal the remains of a hidden storage compartment. Sooty stopped next to him, her eyes wide and luminous at the discovery. Sam shined the beam of his flashlight into the dark abyss. Only the outline of a wooden box glowed back at him. He and Sooty used their hands to pull away more of the storage compartment's facade, until he was able to retrieve the entire box. It was quite large, roughly 4 feet wide, 2 long by 1 deep. Sam tried to pull it free, but the entire side wall of the box, still visible, came free. Centuries of silt parted, and the visibility inside reduced to near zero. Sam fixed the beam of his flashlight inside, trying to penetrate the haze. At first he was rewarded by only darkness, but as he circled the arc around, he was greeted by something entirely unexpected. A sharp glow pierced the debris and glared back at him. For a second, Sam thought he was witnessing a strange luminous sea creature because it seemed so intensely bright. He stared at it, his eyes narrowing, as he tried to make sense of his discovery. It appeared to be a small stone, some sort of crystal by the looks of things. Shaped like a rhombohedron, the 3-dimensional figure was like a cuboid, except its faces were formed in the shape of a rhombi instead of rectangles. He reached in, extending his arm all the way inside, up until his shoulder prevented him from going any deeper. and grabbed the stone in his left hand. It was smaller than he expected, fitting neatly into the palm of his hand. He quickly withdrew it, placing it in a small dive bag Sutty held open for him, zipping the bag up afterward to be certain he didn't lose his find. Sam carefully reached inside and, using only his fingers and sense of touch, searched for anything else of value that might have been secured all these years. His hands landed on a small stone tablet. Excited, he quickly pulled it free. At a glance, he could tell there had once been writing on the stone, but centuries' worth of silt and debris had stained it, rendering it unreadable without proper cleaning. He stored it with the crystal and continued searching the secret compartment. His next 2 attempts proved fruitless. On his very last one, his fingers touched something flat. He carefully gripped it in his fingers and withdrew it slowly, not quite sure what it was he even had. Sam placed it in his hand and fixed his flashlight on the strange device. It was circular, like a disc, and made of some sort of ancient hardwood. He secured the device in his dive bag, made a final sweep of the hidden compartment with his right hand in the off chance he'd overlooked something. Sutty fixed her flashlight on the device. Beneath her dive mask, her lips curled with curiosity, and she turned the palms of her gloved hands outward, as if to say, "What is it?" Sam turned his thumb upward, indicating they should surface and find out. They surfaced quickly, Sutty climbing on board the Zodiac first, with Sam passing up the dive bag with their assorted goodies, before following her on board. He stared at the 3 items, now clearly visible in the daylight. Sam ran his eyes across the artifacts. A crystal rhombohedron, a stone tablet with some sort of writing, and a wooden disc. Not bad for a day's work.
Not bad at all,
Sutty agreed. Sam picked up the tablet first, running his eyes across the indecipherable markings etched into its face. Sutty asked, "Any idea what it is?" "I think, that is to say, I hope, it's a navigational rune stone. The Vikings themselves wrote short messages in runes on wood and stone when they sailed, so that they could retrace their journeys if need be." She glanced at the strange markings. "What language is that?" "Runic," Sam said, without hesitation. Sutty's eyes locked on the runic script.
"What does it say?"
Sam shook his head. "I have no idea. I'll have to get it translated, but I'm hoping it will have various navigational notes about the voyage they had undertaken. If we're lucky, and I mean really lucky, they will have made reference to Valhalla, or wherever they found this amphore pot. Surely wherever they found it would have been noteworthy enough to mark in the runestone." Sutty turned her gaze toward the second stone, the strange-shaped crystal. "What about the other one?" Sam's eyes lit up in awe. "That, Sutty, is called a sunstone." She held her breath for a second. "I thought Viking sunstones were a myth." "So did I. Even though Norse sagas are filled with tales of navigating through deadly clouds with the use of a sunstone, no one has ever discovered a sunstone at a Viking archaeological site or longboat shipwreck." Sutty grinned. "Until now?" Sam nodded, his eyes wide. "Until now."